Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. After getting swept by one of baseball's worst in the Chicago White Sox, the Pirates beat the best team in baseball, the Detroit Tigers, by a 3-0 final score. Paul Skeens got the start in the game, and he went 6 innings, gave up no runs on 3 hits, struck out 6. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Eric Callis. It's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations from plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning. They do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring in a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Pittsburgh Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It's a good morning. It's a Tuesday morning. And it's great because it's not Monday morning anymore. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Let's talk about sports. 412-928-9370. That's how you can get a phone line. You can talk to me personally. You can get on the air. You can let everybody in Pittsburgh hear what you have to say about anything related to Pittsburgh sports. Man, I'm happy it's not Monday anymore. So I didn't realize, I don't think I realized how cooked my brain was yesterday just from, like, the busy weekend. Like, because I had to do wiffle ball Saturday and Sunday. And I was at the field both days doing, I think I did like 4 or 5 games. Just calling them or helping to produce and direct them. And, like, I came in yesterday and I felt, like, fine. And then Crowley mentioned, like, oh, you look a little red. And then, like, from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, it was a blur. Like, I was checking Crowley and making sure he was doing some of the reads on the sheet, making sure our the businesses that we're partnered with were getting their money's worth with what he was saying. And, I mean, I forgot that, I mean, he did one of those exclusive ones, and I didn't even remember that it happened. I was like, hey, can you make sure you get this done? He was like, oh, I already did it. Check back. Yeah, he did. And I sent it to him to do that, and I forgot. So, boy, it was a blur yesterday. So I'm happy it's Tuesday. I'm in a good mood this morning. I feel like I have a lot of energy, and so hopefully it'll be better than yesterday, where I was just kind of out of it. Yeah, and then Mark Caboli came in and said some weird stuff that he claims wasn't weird stuff, and we had some interesting callers yesterday as well. I mean, it was one of the weirder Mondays, one of the weirder days overall that I've experienced this year. Yeah, I woke up this morning. Other than the cold, it's 63 degrees right now, so it's not great. Out there, it's a little bit cold, so yeah, so just look out for that. I'm sure it'll heat up as the day goes on, but yeah, the morning a little chilly here. All right, well, let's do it. Again, 412-928-9370. Give me a call. That's 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X. Right, tag me in a post at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And I do read those on the air at times, just depending on how compelling a question or comment that you make. So, talk to me either way. Training camp begins tomorrow for the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is exciting. We're going to get football back. And it also means that we are headed toward the end of July. I don't know why. I think Caboli said this yesterday, too, and I know Doran has also talked about this a little bit. Crowley got in on this opinion. There's this belief among certain people out there that summer ends after the 4th of July. I don't get that one. I don't know why. I think people want to protect themselves, and, because you go through July and you go through August, and, like, summer's ending, and you have to start planning to get back into the swing of things, especially when you got kids in school as well, where, there's just one more month after that where you have to start preparing. You got to start going back to school shopping, which makes it feel like summer's over, but it's still not. They're still off, and you still got time to enjoy the heat and enjoy time outside. I don't get that one. I guess it feels a little different as an adult because, like, that's what I noticed. I was just like, oh, man, I really don't get the 3 to 4 months off over the summer now. It's just, you get your however many vacation days you get, and you got to split those up between wintertime break, summertime break. It's, in bulk. That's what I do, at least. And I realize that it's not 4 months. It's a good 1 or 2 weeks. So, yeah, maybe that's why, as an adult, people feel that way. I still enjoy the summer. I still enjoy baseball. So, usually, I would start to feel that summer was ending after the MLB All-Star break. just because, again, you had to go back to school shopping and get yourself mentally prepared for that. As an adult now, though, I don't know. It doesn't. I still enjoy the heat outside. I still enjoy doing summertime activities, even though I know I got to go back to work, and I know that I already used my vacation time and my that I plan to for the summer. So I don't know. Just a thought. 412-928-9370. Pirates won yesterday. Notable to talk about. Very bizarre. Pirates scored 3 runs in the second inning, so they got out ahead early, and those 3 runs held up for the entire game. The Tigers got shut out. And that just adds to the intrigue of this team. I know it's one game in the series, but the Pirates just got swept at home by the Chicago White Sox, who are definitively the second worst team in Major League Baseball. And then they come in to the opening game of this series against the Detroit Tigers, and they win. And not only win, they shut them out. Paul Skeens, 6 full innings pitched. He struck out 6. Gave up no runs. And just 3 hits. Walked just 1 guy. On a combination of Ashcraft, Santana, and Bednar. Walked it down. What the heck? You can't be compelled to at least look sometimes at this team. I know that they've had their bad moments. They've had more bad moments than good moments, but this is just a head scratcher. How? How do they get swept by the White Sox and then beat the Tigers in a game and shut them out, no less? I know Paul Skeens plays a factor in that, but the Tigers are the best team in baseball. They're the only ones with 60 wins right now, other than the Milwaukee Brewers, so they're tied for the most wins. It's just weird. White Sox are on a hot streak, though. They won 4 in a row. They won yesterday. They're at 36 wins. Second worst team to the 24-win Colorado Rockies. Boy, I love following the Rockies this season. They are so bad. They might finish in the 30s on the pace that they're on, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, I was just shocked to see the Pirates were able to win. I'm shocked. Pleasantly surprised, kind of. I mean, it's going to swing this season one way or another. No, but it's weird. It was the Pirates' 40th win of the season, too. Just strange. I don't know. I'm beginning to not quite know how to take this team. I mean, I'm frustrated, but I'm just like, there are games like that where I'm just like, oh, I'm pleasantly surprised. Wow. They won. How'd they do that? Oh, boy. A trade deadline coming up. I know Ben Cherington was talking about a little bit on the Ben Cherington show this past weekend, just talking about what they plan to do, how they plan to strategize this trade deadline. And I have no idea what to expect. You know, I think there's some steam, some heat surrounding Mitch Keller. You know, I would anticipate he'll be gone. I know guys like Andrew Heaney are probably going to get dealt. There's a little bit of smoke around Ke'Bryan Hayes. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets traded. That's about the extent of it, though. I don't know. Bednar probably may as well with Dennis Santana. I just don't know what they're going to get in return, and that also has me concerned. Like, I don't know what they're going to get in return for some of these guys, and that's what's kind of frightening, is like, you want to get some strong value for these players, but is there value that teams really see in these players enough to give up something significant that will really help the Pirates? I mean, if the Pirates really want to negotiate this properly in the trade deadline, like, they have to oversell their players a little bit and find ways to be like, hey, you know what, this guy is the guy you need. And hope that the team bites with you and not with somebody else. Like, I'm just hoping Ben Cherington isn't overly what's the word? I hope he's not aggressive in trying to get these guys off the team. Like, I hope he understands the value of a lot of these players, and I hope that he understands that you got to get something better than just a prospect that's going to take another 2 years to get here. Maybe that is the case, and maybe that is what he's going to do, and I'll be frustrated with that when the time comes. But the trade deadline's coming up in 9 days. So we just got to wait and see. But I'm concerned with what's going to happen. Maybe you've checked out enough that you don't care. I care because this could all. I mean, this trade deadline is really going to shape what direction the Pirates are going in, and this trade deadline is really going to be an indicator of what direction the Pirates are going to go in. I think over the next 2 to 3 seasons, just based on what they can do. I mean, last trade deadline, the Pirates got Nick York for Quinn Priester, and we thought he may be up by the end of the season. We haven't seen him at all in that trade. So what did that trade really yield? Nothing for the Major League team at this point. Another trade went down earlier on. Adam Frazier got traded for a minor league infielder. Are we going to see him at all? I made this argument before. There's really no reason to not have some of these minor league guys start to play Major League Baseball. There's no reason. Tommy Pham is seeing the ball better. That's awesome. Trade him away. And give me somebody that's going to be part of the future. Unless you're planning on bringing Tommy Pham back next season. And hoping that he doesn't have a colossally bad first 2 to 3 months like he did this season. Trade deadline, very important. How about that? Tommy Pham pinch hit for Jack Suwinski and got a hit. Suwinski was 0 for 2. Suwinski's got to go, too. I mean, I used to have faith in him. I don't have as much faith anymore. He's just not going to succeed here. I've determined that. You may have determined it earlier on. Crowley and I talked about him a little bit yesterday. I wanted to have faith in him. There's no more faith to be had. That's just where we're at, though. But like I said, this is where, I mean, this trade deadline is going to shape this team, and it's going to give you the setting of the tone for the next 2 to 3 seasons. Just depending on what they do, who they can get back, which players they're willing to promote in August and September to come get some Major League repetitions. But it's just crazy to think that this time last year, the Pirates were still in wild card contention. They were 2 games back of that third wild card spot in the National League, and they didn't blow it at this time last year. That was in August. So we were still having mighty hope that the Pirates could catch up. They never had a wild card spot, by the way. They really never had that third wild card spot. They were always trailing teams in there, but they were there. And that was the whole point. They were close. And then they just collapsed. Obviously, they collapsed very heavily early on, and they don't really have a shot now, which is a bummer. So, again, that's why this trade deadline is important. You should be paying attention to it. If you're not watching games anymore, I can't say I blame you. It is a tough watch. And they just got to 40 wins yesterday. It's a tough watch. You should pay attention to the trade deadline, though. You should pay attention to what moves they make, and then further determine, okay, what are they doing? I mean, I will lose a good chunk of faith if they only get fresh prospects back, not guys that have experience and that could be Major League ready. Like I'm not for the raw prospects anymore. Got to be doing something different. And I've said this before. Crowley and I agree. I think most of Pittsburgh agrees. Ben Cherington has got to go at this point. It's just time for him to not be the GM here anymore. He's not done enough. I can't think of too many trades. I can't name you one right now that I thought was spectacular. I mean, the first 3 seasons of his tenure, it's like, okay, you're trying to build something, you're trying to rebuild something, make your moves, see what comes to fruition. 2023 was especially depressing because they started so hot and then they really blew it. But I still consider that a rebuild year because they were ahead of schedule at that point. 2024, though, was a season where you wanted to see progress, and you did in some way, although they finished with the same record. And then this season should not have been a regression. He needs to go. That's something that's been said for a while. Again, I know a lot of people agree. So that's not, a shocking take, but he's got to go, and I hope he does. But he's not going to. I think they're saving him for the trade deadline. That's. I have little doubt in my mind that they're going to let him execute this trade deadline, despite the reports you see online. I mean, that one account, like Crowley and I talked about that yesterday too, that MLB Scoops account, they kind of throw some stuff at the wall, and then they claim that they knew whenever something like that does happen. I think Cherington's just one of those things that they try to throw at the wall, and everybody gets excited when they see those words on X because everything on X is official. I understand that's how things work. X is just like, yep, anything that anybody posts on X, it's legit. They're not firing him at this point. That seems counterintuitive at this point. I know there are other people that are working in the front office, but I think they still want him in charge of all this. And I don't know, what sense it would make to give him the hook just a little over a week out. But again, this one will determine what the Pirates' future is going to look like over the next 2-3 seasons. And like I said, this will really shape how I feel about this team and the impression I get from this team going forward. 412-928-9370. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more Pittsburgh sports. Do you want to talk a little bit about Steelers topics a little bit more? Their receivers who can be relied on this season after George Pickens was traded away. How is Aaron Rodgers going to mesh? And how do you feel about TJ Watt? We can keep giving those opinions because I think it's important to express how we feel. Pittsburgh split. I was surprised to see that Crowley was leaning my way a little bit on the topic, but that's just how split it is. Doran thinks it was a good idea. He said that last week. Crowley expressed that his concerns on yesterday's show. I expressed my concerns last week into this week. So there's plenty of opinions out there. How do you feel about TJ Watt getting his contract extension? And what are you looking forward to most coming up at camp? You can give me a call, 412-928-9370. Talk Steelers and anything else Pittsburgh sports related you'd like to mention, you'd like to get off your chest. Do that on the phone lines one more time, 412-928-9370. Back after this, I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons, who's seeking a new contract, reported to Oxnard, California with his teammates for training camp Monday. Owner and general manager Jerry Jones said there's no frustration that a deal with Parsons has not been done, and he appreciates him being at camp. Parsons heads into this season on his 5th-year option of his original rookie first-round contract. The Saints signed quarterback Tyler Shough to his rookie contract today. New Orleans selected Shough in the 2nd round and is expected to compete for the starting job when the team kicks off training camp this week. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reports Titans quarterback Will Levis will undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder and will miss the entire 2025 season. Rappaport adding Levis elected to undergo the procedure to ensure his long-term health. The decision clears the way for number 1 overall pick Cam Ward to be the Week 1 starter. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war. whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Sports allow us to play, learn, and grow. But there's something more important than victory. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. We equip athletes, parents, coaches, and others with the right education to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Inbound Parkway East, though, a little heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, you do have that right lane closure in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Parkway West, a little heavy entering the Fort Pitt tunnels on the inbound side. Outbound, you're fairly steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Route 28 also looking good inbound. Don't forget the closure of the ramp to the southbound Veterans Bridge. In order to access that, part of the detour is getting off at East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Chart toppers and classic rock greats, the Babies, return to Jurgle Stage on July 24th. The iconic sound of the Babies takes you on a nostalgic journey of musical craftsmanship and rock and roll. Isn't it time you see the Babies live? July 24th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Inns, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts, and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities, your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. Get one free plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Got a couple more minutes left to talk to you. Saw some comments on the YouTube chat. The first one just got my attention talking about wiffle ball. It's the National Wiffle League Association, and it's a bunch of leagues from around the country that come together. The local one that put it on this year is Wiff's Life League, hosted by Jake Davey. He's the one that employs me, and I appreciate him. He got me on ESPN at the age of 24. So I appreciate him. But yeah, Wiff's Life League, that's the local team. They're out of Washington County. That puts these on, but the whole association, the nationwide one, is the National Wiffle League Association, and that's the tournament, and that's who hosts those championships too. And then somebody also commented and said, people that say summer is over, the 4th of July, are people whose worlds revolve around football, plain and simple, and sad. That was Tom on X. I agree. Yeah, people are like, well, football season's here, so that means summer's over. Yeah, enjoy other sports. Enjoy your time. Don't try to rush through life. Enjoy your moments as you get them. Life's too short anyhow. Just enjoy where you're at. Summer's not over at the 4th of July. Now, it might be for football players because, camp starts at the end of the month. So the 4th of July is like your last big holiday, but, the majority of us are not National Football League players. Enjoy your time. I encourage you to do that. And I'm out of time. I've run out of time here. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, and Assist Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offers end 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant, 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
Sweet, the iconic British glam rock band live at Jurgles Thursday, July 31st. Known for their unforgettable hits and dynamic performances, Sweet is ready to rock the stage alongside special guests, Cream Doors and Rattlebones. Don't miss your chance to be part of this epic night. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com and get ready to relive the magic of the 70s with Sweet. Another Trusky Entertainment event.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars, Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8.
Peter, hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In North for Sales, the big paving project underway. Watch for eastbound lane restrictions on Route 30 between Broad Street and Denning Way. Meanwhile, if you have to be traveling in the inbound Parkway East, that's a little heavy between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. That lane restriction in effect on the outbound side between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East remains closed. Both should reopen by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Route 28, no problems there. However, that ramp to the southbound Veterans Bridge is closed. You must take the East Ohio Street ramp instead. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley with Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Doran on vacation. Yesterday at about 9:12 a.m., Doran posted a beach photograph on Instagram. It's him looking out over the vast Atlantic Ocean in the brilliant sunlight of the fine beaches of New Jersey. And I look up from my phone to see Mark Caboli mouth breathing across from me. His view, outstanding. My view, not so much. Now, if you heard Mark yesterday, it was one of the weirder shows we've ever done with him. And I'm not going to go into much detail, but if you heard it, this will make you laugh. Caboli tweeted out last night, "Only me would this happen to." He sounds like Eeyore. We love you, Mark. "My laptop, it's totally busted just 2 days before Steelers training camp. It's only 11 months old." Again, if you heard what Mark was talking about, or at least implying on our show yesterday, then his laptop burning out is a very funny visual. Agree or disagree, Mr. Harry Callis? Putting that thing to some nasty use is my implication here.
Okay.
How are you today?
I'm good. Whoa.
Always prepared to talk.
Yeah, every time. It just seems like it gets
Feet away from the microphone, slide over, massive phlegm in the throat.
All right, we're good. Hi. Yeah, I'm feeling good this morning. I got a lot of energy.
You were spunky when you walked in.
Yeah.
You had a little spring in your step.
I'm fading fast, though.
Oh, great. It's been 45 minutes.
I was saying that on the early morning show. You had one of your endorsement reads that was on our sheet, and you did it. And after the headline, I called for it, and I didn't remember it. I remember asking you at like 9 o'clock. I'm like, hey,
I think you blacked out during yesterday's show.
I think from 6 to 8 o'clock I was gone.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I mean, I was functioning. Like the the broadcast. But
you do remember this, right? The
Oh, I remember. Yeah, at 8 o'clock I woke up because that's why I started to wake up because I had my my mid-morning snack. Right, and then
you're like a baby.
Well, that's what Awaken 180 does. Is making sure I don't
get the bottle in her, and oh wow, she perked up. She gets her nap in. Oh wow.
Well, food's
Look how
supposed
much energy she's got.
Honestly, I was eating a lot of food back in the days before Awaken 180, where I was like, just like, yeah, let me get the flavor in here. Let me just like cram as much as I can, and so I feel full. I don't do that anymore. It's more like I eat for energy. So like, if I'm not eating that food, then I start
like a rabbit.
I guess, I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, though, right? You're supposed to eat for more of, like, fuel, and that's kind of what Awaken 180 taught me. Is like, hey, don't overeat just because it tastes good. Like, actually use the food to fuel you. And not, I mean, that just gives me more energy. That's just one of the things that they taught.
Well, hopefully at 5:45, this isn't the height of your energy. We got one of our most legendary calls, I think, in the history of at least our version of the Fan Morning Show. Bob from North for Sales called in yesterday. This went up on Instagram, this went up on Twitter, this went up on Facebook, and it blew up.
I am really mad. You know why?
Why?
I caught my best friend with my wife years ago, and I thought that was the end of the world. But you know what? You can always get a woman, but you can't change your love for your hometown Pirates, and I can't take it anymore. I'm done with them.
Did you get remarried, Bob?
No.
Thank you, Bob. I love that.
You need to watch it.
I
because
have.
You lost it. No,
I did.
I'm just talking to the people out there as well as I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, go watch it because it's wonderful. The Crowley just starts laughing at the poor guy.
I wanted to let it sit for a minute there, too, so that I could take in Bob in North for Sales, and so that the audience could take in Bob in North for Sales.
I wasn't laughing, though. Can you imagine that? That's terrible.
Your best friend
Your
and
best
your
friend
lady
gets with your wife, and then on top of that, he roots for the Pirates. You got to feel for that guy, Crowley. Don't laugh at him.
I love the idea of this guy being a Pirates fan for his entire life. And that was the lowest of the low points for him, that White Sox series. You've got Paul Skeens. The franchise is now officially a losing team. Yada, yada, yada. We went over it chapter and verse yesterday. And finally, he throws his hands up and he says goodbye. I don't believe him. I think he's going to continue to be a diehard Pirates fan. The funny in that is he swore off women, it sounds like. My man totally swore off women because he was hurt so bad, yet the Pirates are a franchise he continues to sign up to go pay money to watch baseball games, and he's going to continue to watch them on television, consume them on the radio, and that's just funny to me. He is literally a scorned lover, but the Pirates are ingrained so deeply in him he cannot give them up, no matter how much they've cheated on him.
I don't know if he swore off women. As I heard it, he has the attitude you can always find another one.
But he didn't.
But you really can't have another baseball team. I mean, what? Could you root for another team from somewhere else? Is that allowed? I don't think you should, though, because...
If you're Austin Bechtold, that's fine.
Yeah, he got a lot of teams.
That was my whole point, and my response initially was, I tried. I said, I'm going to be a Cleveland fan. I'm going to watch Cleveland baseball. I'll drive out there a couple times this summer.
Did you root for the Browns, too?
No. Steelers are good. And I didn't really root for Cleveland. I went to one game, and it was when Alex Rodriguez was going to hit, or potentially could hit, home run number 500 or home run number 600. I can't remember which milestone it was. And it was great. We had a great time. Me and my friends. I was like, okay, I'm going to be a Cleveland fan. And then halfway back in the drive, you realize you have no connection to the city, no connection to the team. People who root for the Indians at the time, they also root for the Browns, and I couldn't do it. Cleveland's an okay city. It really is. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I thought kind of overrated. But you just can't switch allegiances. It's an impossibility if you're a true fan, I think. Texter, this is from Tony the Golf King. I wasn't Bob's best friend.
Oh, yeah, I get it. That took me a minute.
Do you need to eat more?
I don't
Do we
eat
need to?
again.
We need to get that brain going.
I'm on a schedule. I gotta eat again. Not now. Speaking of A-Rod homering, by the way, I think it was his 600th, and I was in New York the weekend that he hit it, or the week that he hit it. I missed it by one game.
Did you go to the game that he didn't hit it?
Right. I think it was the game before. He was at 599 and he went 0 for 4 when I was there. And then the day after he hit it, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I was in New York at Yankee Stadium.
So when we were in Cleveland, when he would get up to bat, they've got that. What's the best way to put it?
The counter? The ticker?
No. They've got a left field area where.
Oh, the home run porch.
Yeah, it's all standing room only. And you would see when the Yankees would come up to bat, half the stadium would get up from their seats and walk over to that left field home run porch. And it was an absolute cluster bleep over there. But we would do the same thing because you gotta try to catch home run number 600. It's A-Rod.
Well, assuming he's going to hit it in that corner.
Yeah, but
where were you sitting?
We were sitting behind home plate.
So you walked from home plate to that left field porch?
Yeah, as did half the stadium.
What?
Are you not picking up what I'm putting down?
No, I understand.
Is that a failure to communicate here? Is your brain working? Do you need to slam your head against the desk a couple of times?
I wouldn't have done that. That's what I mean. I wouldn't have done something like that.
Half the stadium goes over there because you're hoping to catch home run number 600.
Okay, I lied. Now I'm thinking about it. You're right. I'm processing it.
I'm asking you to try to think this morning, Harry.
If you're not...
This is not a difficult concept.
I guess if you're not sitting out in the outfield, you would want a better chance to get it because it's impossible to catch his home run ball if you're behind home plate. Yeah, it's fair.
Also, Harry, I'm just going to walk you through
I'm just saying
Let's do baseball for dummies here. Let's do A-Rod's 600th home run for dummies here. You can walk over to left field. I can't go and take someone's seat in center field.
I get it.
I can't go and take someone's seat in right field.
But then it's just
so where do I have a chance to potentially catch his home run ball? The place where everyone's hanging out in left field.
Why didn't
you
you buy a seat in the outfield then? Come on. I mean, this is where my thought process goes. Why does everybody got to cheat and go to the home run porch?
I got tickets, or I could get the tickets.
And ironically, at Yankee Stadium, his 600th was to center field.
Mm-hmm. It's not ironic. It's just where he hit
So
the
I'm
home
trying
run.
to think. If you're talking about the entire outfield space, you have a 5% chance of him hitting the ball in that corner.
Yes, but a 0% chance of me taking someone's seat in any other portion of the outfield. Folks,
that's kind of dumb.
412-928-9370.
I understand the
I'm going
logic.
to
I
talk
don't
to you
agree with it,
today.
though. It's fine.
I would love for you to call today. We're going to chat on the text line today. Harry is having a comprehension issue.
No, he's not.
And I'm hoping that we can move past this as a show. I am also happy that there's not the solo camera on me right now. You have the wide shot. If the solo camera was on me in the close-up view, you would have seen the biggest eye roll ever on the pre-show. When Harry was having difficulty comprehending why people would go to left field, I let out just an obnoxious cartoon-style eye roll, and it would not have come off well. The YouTubers and a YouTube stream, very popular these days, and it's just it's a different level of listener who's in there. In the comments section, just a bunch of goofy stuff goes on. I don't think I'd have come off well with my over-exaggerated eye roll.
I have a question.
I know you do.
How come when Doran and I are here and we're just by ourselves and some big story happens like TJ Watt gets an extension that he and I can have a conversation and he lets me flesh out my thoughts to make me feel comfortable and then we have like good radio and then when you and I are together, everything I do seems to be wrong?
Do you think that you were doing good radio when you couldn't comprehend why people would go to left field?
And this is what I'm saying. This doesn't seem like a me problem and a Doran problem. Because he and I get along well. You do have your moments, though. And you never let me talk. And then you make me feel frightened because you say things like that where you're like, how dare you think that way? Like, I understand the logic. I just don't agree with it. It seems like a...
So you would have sat behind home plate
I took videos, yeah.
You just sat behind home plate, took videos.
I had my flip phone out. I was taking videos, absolutely.
And not had a chance to catch home run number 600.
No, but you got Nicholas Harry Callis films now for the rest of my life with a shot from behind home plate.
Your flip phone video.
Yeah, back in 2010. How about that?
What are you selling that for?
You're not selling it, but you could. Well, maybe you could post it on YouTube. And
Would
then
you have sold the home run ball if you caught it?
Oh yeah.
See, that's
yeah.
the point.
I like money. I do. But he was able to get that back because it was in center. A security guard found it. He hit it in the Monument Park out there.
Ball's valued at $100,000. It's not bad.
That's my college debt right there.
Are you still paying student loans?
Oh yeah.
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 Interest rates pretty high on that?
I don't know how high they were when I signed up, but I know that I didn't know what interest rates were, and I was picking a bunch of different variables with each year that would come around, and that was a bad idea.
College quite expensive. Very expensive. You wind up paying that crap off for 10 years.
My dad was supposed to help me, and then he just didn't. And I was just like pressing buttons.
Should we unpack that? You want to unpack that?
No, that's okay. But
Texter.
I just remember, yeah.
Texter, you guys sound like a married couple. Yeah, we get that a lot.
Well, you're definitely the wife in this situation, then.
I don't know what that implication is. You being sexist, Harry.
No. I'm just a little more masculine than you, I think. I think everybody would agree with that. You know, a little more muscle mass.
Who's got bigger breasts? Whammy. I had to. He knows I had to. How about I get to my mother-in-law's house yesterday after the show? That's where my wife and kids were hanging out. And they had determined that my 5-year-old, she's 5.5, a little bit more than that. She'll turn 6 years old in October. They had planned out when she was going to go get her ears pierced. And I feel like the dad needs to be part of that conversation. As half of the parental unit, I kind of feel like when you're going to put holes in my daughter's ears, I need to be a part of that conversation. It's not a big deal. We didn't fight about it. But then I started thinking about it, being real introspective. I do want to ask the texters at 412-928-9370. Like, how early is too early to get your daughter's ears pierced? And I couldn't think of a reason why it's too early. Like, I really couldn't. Like, it's not some tattoo. I don't think that it necessarily ages her all that much. Her friends, some of them, have their ears pierced. I couldn't think of a good reason why I didn't want her to get her ears pierced, except for the fact that I didn't want her to get her ears pierced. And I think it's a me thing.
It's always a you thing.
I think it's a mortality thing. I think it's
mortality. No, you mean morality.
No.
Mortality is death.
No, that's exactly what I meant. I'm very intentional with the words that I pick. It is a mortality thing. Like, I thought, I don't, it doesn't age her, it ages me. Like, my daughter has earrings. My daughter's a big girl. And here I am, the father of a daughter whose ears are pierced. I can't think of a reason why I shouldn't get them pierced, apart from I feel like, yeah, there's an innocence being lost there. Even though it's not something that is a morality issue. It's an ear piercing. Everyone's got their ears pierced. Andrew McCutcheon's got his ears pierced. Doran's got his ears pierced. It's not a big deal, but I've made it kind of a big deal.
It's always about you and how it relates to you.
Well, you're
the only person that can think that, though. You're like, oh, man, if my daughter gets her ears pierced, I'm old.
With all due respect, you still live with your parents, and so you're still the child. You do not have kids, so you don't understand this. That's why I've gone to the text line, and I haven't asked for your advice.
Now, I'll tell you what, though. If we're talking about me helping my family using a van, you know how many times I've been asked to use that van by my parents and my sister? A little bit. I even helped my girlfriend and her mother move from one place to another this summer.
Hold on.
In the van.
Hold on. I've never wanted the pre-show to end more than I do right now. So we're gonna get into the sports in like 30 seconds here. You have accused me of making everything about myself, and somehow we landed on the van. It always comes back to the van.
Well, because you said I still live at home, but I also have my independence. I'm contributing. I have independence. I pay for 3 cars, and I'm fine with that, and they're useful to my family. And so, I might not have an apartment, but I have vehicles that are in high demand among those, among my loved ones. So,
what the hell are you talking about?
You said I still live with my parents. So,
You do.
with all due respect, you still live with your parents, and I'm saying, no, I've got a fraction of independence because
Hold up.
I own 3 cars.
Hold up.
That's my point.
I didn't say with all due respect.
Oh. What?
I just said you live with your parents. In 30 seconds, we got to talk about Paul Skeens. He shoved against one of baseball's best teams last night. He was darn near unhittable. He looked as good as he's looked all season long. His ERA is under 2. Every time he takes the mound, he makes history. And I'm going to paint a little picture for you. I think Callis will like this picture. I think he can help me paint the picture. We'll do that coming up in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
League swing and a miss, struck him out 99 miles an hour. 132 strikeouts on the year for Skeens.
Just another ho-hum effort by Paul Skeens. 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, no earned runs, 6 strikeouts. His ERA on the season now sits at 191. Every time this guy pitches, national insiders, local people, Pirates historians like Jimmy T will tweet out the latest history that Paul Skeens has made. Players since 1901 to have 300-plus strikeouts and a sub-2 ERA through 44 career MLB games. Here's the list. Paul Skeens. 1901, a long time ago, Harry. The leading cause of death in the United States in 1901, diarrhea. We hadn't yet figured out Pepto-Bismol. The leading cause of death in the entire country, diarrhea. It's 124 years. It's a long time ago. Nobody has started their career as well as Paul Skeens. And here the Pirates are, 21 games under 500. Here's another Paul Skeens stat. Because there's always the stat where he makes the history, and then there's always the stat where the franchise is letting him down. Paul Skeens owns a 13-0 record when the Pirates give him 3+ runs of support. My man has started 44 games, and in 13 of them, they've scored 3 or more runs. That is disastrous. Here's another one. In the category of the franchise letting down Paul Skeens, he would be 29-0 in his career if the Pirates had scored an average number of runs in each of his starts. Now, that's not realistic. No team does that for any pitcher. But hey, we're going to pile on the Pirates, and I'm here for it. If you want to pile in like Bob in North for sales, you can at 412-928-9370 on the fan hotline. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Here's what I was thinking about last night. You had Yinzer Palooza this weekend, and the Pirates fell flat. And that's an understatement. They get outscored on the aggregate 27-7. But the ballpark was jam-packed. And at least in the early portion of those games, there was an energy in that building that you only get a few times a year at PNC Park. And it's because the franchise, well, it stinks. Think about an early October day, about 8:08 p.m., brisk, 40,000 people walking over the Clemente Bridge, all clad in black. And Paul Skeens is going to take that mound that night for game one of a division series. Think about the energy that would be in this city. Think about the energy that would be across the baseball world, knowing that Paul Skeens was going to start his first career playoff game. The only time I ever get warm and fuzzies about the Pirates, it lasts like 4 seconds. It's when pitchers and catchers report, and hope springs eternal, and hey, maybe this will be the year. But then Spencer Horwitz doesn't show up because his elbow's busted and Jared Jones gets hurt, and then it's all hell in a handbasket. Imagine, though, you're walking across the Clemente Bridge, people are tailgating. You know the ballpark is going to be a cauldron. Whatever team they're playing, let's say it's the Cubs, you don't think they got a shot that night because their starting pitcher, the one with steroids, ain't going to be on the mound. But you've got Paul Skeens. Just put yourself there for a second and think about your fandom, Penguins, Pirates, Steelers. What would compare to that? There's nothing like an AFC championship game at Acrisure Stadium. 68,000 people in there. You're swinging the terrible towels. It's cold. You're wearing every piece of Steelers attire you got. We've all experienced that. Think about game one of a Stanley Cup final at PPG Paints Arena. We've experienced that. The energy in the building. Think about game 5. 2016 against the Sharks, where we all thought they were going to win on Pittsburgh soil for the first time that a Pittsburgh team had done it since 1960. There was an energy. You cut it with a knife. Now compare that to how you'd be feeling when Paul Skeens jumps over the first baseline. I guess it'd be third base with where their dugout is at PNC Park. Jumps over the third baseline, trots out to the mound. Think about how you would feel. You'd think you're going to win a game. You'd think you could win the World Series because you've got that guy. I think about what Madison Bumgarner did in 2014 for the San Francisco Giants, and he had one of the great historical runs of all time. He threw 52 innings that postseason. He had an ERA of 103. He pitched in 7 games. They played in 17 postseason games. He pitched in 7 of them, including Game 7 of the World Series against the Royals, where he got a 5-inning save. He had pitched Game 5. He pitches Game 7 out of the bullpen. You don't think the Pirates, in this hypothetical scenario, would have a chance to win the whole kit and caboodle if Paul Skeens would get to pitch in 7 out of 17 postseason games? That's what I'd be thinking about as we as a city geared up for his first ever postseason start. Brisk October day. Wouldn't be able to think about anything else. Wouldn't matter what was going on in your life. The Pirates have so rarely made the postseason. The Pirates have so rarely played in postseason series. And now you've got this moose, this horse, this historical marvel, this talent, the likes of which we've never seen before. He's going to start a playoff game for you? Put yourself there. All right, we've lingered on it too much. Guess what we're never going to see? That. Unless they kick Ben Cherington to the curb. I can't watch Paul Skeens go out there every 5th day and enjoy Paul Skeens every 5th day without thinking about what they've taken from us. And I got some criticism yesterday on the text line, and we welcome it all. We welcome the praise, we welcome the criticism, we welcome the jokes more than anything else. But I got criticism yesterday on the text line for focusing more on Ben Cherington than on ownership. Look, I want to deal somewhat in reality. I fired Mike Tomlin behind this microphone like 3 off seasons in a row, and you know what? I'm probably not going to do it again. Because there's just no way that's going to happen. I know that you go and you were there at Yinzer-Palooza weekend and you're chanting sell the team. I know there was a plane that flew over downtown Pittsburgh that said sell the team. It ain't going to happen. What can happen is Ben Cherington gets fired into the sun. And while the economics of baseball shifting and changing would be the best thing that could happen to this franchise and all the small market teams out there, and we'll see what happens in 2027 in what will, in all likelihood, be a work stoppage, I don't feel all warm and fuzzy about that. So you focus on the GM, and I think about the 2013 wild card game. I think about the 2014 Pirates. I think about the 2015 Pirates, and that is possible with the right man in the GM chair. Paul Skeens is 2 years into his career. That image that I painted for all of you is not going to happen with the current GM at the helm. Neil Huntington was not without flaws. In year 6, he had this franchise back in the postseason. They made the postseason 3 years running. Without a huge budget, but with a guy who knew how to add the right pieces around the core that they had with Andrew McCutchen and Neil Walker and Garrett Cole. Pedro Alvarez. Starling Marte. I could just keep listing players. I want to experience a Paul Skeens playoff start at PNC Park more than just about any sports fantasy you can concoct that has nothing to do with West Virginia football or basketball. If we're talking about Pittsburgh sports teams, there is nothing you could concoct that I want more than to watch that guy who's had the best start for a starting pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball start a playoff baseball game. And it simply will not, simply cannot happen with Ben Cherington as the team's general manager. I was unfair to Ben Cherington yesterday. I said that he had never made a good trade. As the GM of the Pirates, I'm wrong. Didn't he trade Rodolfo Castro or whatever for Bailey Falter? When that's arguably the best trade that you've made, you are not going to get Paul Skeens to the postseason. You've wasted 2 years. There's probably not going to be a 2027 season, and if the players get their way, that season is going to count as a year of service time. Next year, and this is not hyperbole, is one of the most important seasons in the history of the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you don't qualify for the postseason, and I know it's laughable almost to even think that they could, if you do not qualify, you are probably never going to see Paul Skeens pitch a playoff game at PNC Park unless it's years down the road and he's doing it in a Dodger, Yankee, Met, Philly, whatever franchise uniform. And they can't get from being 21 games under 500, it's where they are right now, on pace to lose 100 games, to the playoffs next year with Ben Cherington in charge. They probably won't anyhow. But you can't let this guy, who has already wasted 2 years of Skeens' career, waste maybe the last full season of Skeen's Pirates career. 412-928-9370. We'll get Callis' thoughts on this coming up next. Paul Skeens, also not the only impressive Pirates pitcher last night. Perhaps their best trade piece was on the mound, and he delivered again. Also, the Pirates' struggles have caused Greg Brown and John Wehner to go crazy. You're going to like this. That's all coming up next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 3-0 against the Detroit Tigers yesterday. That they won against the league's best team after getting swept by one of the league's worst teams. Pirates and Tigers are going to play again tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee in materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. He is the bar that we're all trying to get to, said Rory McIlroy in awe of world number one Scotty Scheffler's dominant run. With Sunday's victory at Royal Portrush, Scheffler now joins Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tiger Woods as the only players to win the Masters, the PGA Championship, and the British Open before the age of 30. And what a run it is. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, a free in-home window and energy assessment. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
That's the power of Bowser.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to.
They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Clouds and sun today, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing signs of life. If you're traveling on the inbound Parkway East, it's already heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, outbound, you do have that right lane restriction in place approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels, heading out toward Edgewood, Swissvale. That's in effect until 2 o'clock. Parkway West, you are heavy past the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also seeing some heavy traffic in the lane restrictions on the ramp from inbound Route 28 to Route 8 northbound. And on the inbound side, you are heavy approaching the East Ohio Street off-ramp, part of the detour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Almost heaven.
0-2. Bednar's pitch. Oh, he just froze him with a curveball for the strikeout and a raising of the Jolly Roger. David Bednar's save streak continues. And the Pirates shut out the Detroit Tigers as they raise this Jolly Roger on a Monday night and give Paul Skeens his 5th win of the year.
David Bednar has returned to all-star closer form. And Jeff Passan of ESPN has him among the most sought-after relievers on the trade market. And it's great to have assets to flip. Mitch Keller's going to pitch today. He's been really good. It's a good asset to flip. You need hitting. Trade from a position of strength. I've always found that while the Pirates have been mostly bad my entire life, they have been able to piece together some pretty damn good bullpens without having to spend a pretty penny on those bullpens. You think about 13, 14, 15, Jason Grilli, Mark Melancon, Tony Watson, Jared Hughes, that list goes on and on and on. They've seemingly always found a way to piece together a good bullpen. You have Dennis Santana, also listed among the top 50 trade candidates at this deadline by Jeff Passan of ESPN. Here's the problem. You can't let Ben Cherington trade these guys. You will have Santana this offseason. You will have Bednar this offseason. You will have Mitch Keller this offseason. And while I'm always worried about Mitch Keller in the second half of the season because the last 2 years he has totally cratered, and I want to trade him at his highest value, I can't let Ben Cherington do that. Because I do think Mitch Keller is a piece that a lot of teams would be interested in. David Bednar might have higher value, probably does have higher value now than in the offseason. Teams get desperate. There's not a lot of sellers out there. It is a seller's market. But do you trust Ben Cherington to get the most out of a David Bednar trade, out of a Dennis Santana trade, out of a Caleb Ferguson trade? Shoot, the only guys I feel comfortable letting Ben Cherington trade are guys that you have to trade because they're not going to be around at the end of the season, and that's IKF, the aforementioned Ferguson, guys who are on expiring deals. Andrew Heaney, should anybody want him, and he's a lefty, so maybe. They have to go, and so I guess he has to push the buttons on making that happen. But any of the big pieces, any of the guys that would yield legitimate returns, I just can't trust Ben Cherington to get it done. My man brings in IKF and Brian De La Cruz last year. IKF was hitting .292 in Toronto. He said he wanted to win the batting title in the American League. Comes here, he hits .240. Brian De La Cruz had 19 homers with the Marlins. Comes here and hit, 2 or 3? One of the worst OPSs in the entire league. What the hell would Ben Cherington get for Mitch Keller? Quinn Priester for Nick York. At the time, okay, I don't think any of us were enamored with Quinn Priester. The crime of it might be that he's outstanding in Milwaukee right now, and they couldn't form him into a reasonable facsimile of that here in Pittsburgh. But he's pitched nearly 100 innings. His ERA sits at about 3.3. He struck out 10 Dodgers in 6 innings the other night. Meanwhile, Nick York's a .730 OPS guy in AAA. You cannot let Ben Cherington trade David Bednar. He's hot. He's a commodity. Dennis Santana pitched really well. He's a commodity. Do we really think that Ben Cherington's going to maximize the value that those guys could yield in a return? No. And that's a shame. Because Ben Cherington talked on his radio show on Sunday and said everything he's doing right now is about the 2026 team and getting them, basically, into contention next year. So he's going to move these guys. And the next GM, if they do wind up parting ways with Ben Cherington at the end of this season, he's going to have his work cut out for him even more. And that stinks. This team can pitch. They didn't against the White Sox, but on the whole, this team can pitch. Trade some of that pitching depth to acquire bats. Seems pretty simple to me. It's easier said than done, but in theory, yeah, it makes sense. What I think is going to happen is Ben Cherington's going to trade from a position of strength, not get enough on the back end, and next year, you're not going to be able to pitch as well, and he's not going to fix the offense. That's what we're staring at coming up in 9 days. Ben Cherington's going to trade some big-time pieces off this team, which I think normally, if you trusted the general manager, I think most of us would say, okay, that makes some sense. Well, he's going to do it. He's not going to get a good enough return. And then next year could get flushed down the toilet before it ever even starts. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So Skeens was outstanding last night. The bullpen was really good last night. You shut the Tigers out. Tigers had the best record in baseball coming in. Now it's the Brewers because they've won 11 consecutive games. But because the Pirates are 21 games under 500, I think Greg Brown and John Wehner are broken. They're sitting in the booth for 162 of these things. They love their jobs. They're very good at their jobs. I love all the broadcasters that the Pirates employ. My favorite combination, though, is Greg Brown and John Wehner, and I think the Pirates broke them.
Be sure to stick around after the game. Post-game, kids run the bases. Thanks to Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com/family fun.
Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Fastball got a good part of the
Pirates. They won yesterday against the.
What are you doing, man?
What happened?
I'm playing a clip.
Was that you playing a clip? Oh my God! I thought that was my computer. That's the worst thing I think I've ever messed up. I'm so sorry. I thought that was.
All right, so Greg Brown and John Wehner, their brains are broken. We'll tell you why when we come back next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline. False start, 5-yard penalty.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, I was replaying something from my computer. I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry. The Pirates, they won yesterday 3-0 over the Detroit Tigers after getting swept by the Chicago White Sox this weekend. The Pirates going to play the Detroit Tigers again at 6:40. Coming up tonight, you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We got coverage beginning at 5:45 of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by.
Do you love
Bowser
hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Radio.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Text us 412-928-9370 or give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, I think there's a carbon monoxide leak in Callis's van. Someone else writes in, give Harry a Zyn or some cocaine and wake him up. That's from Steve. I don't know, Harry. You think we should give you cocaine? You think that's a good solution?
It could be.
The answer to that question is always no on the air, I think.
I've never had cocaine, so that's what I mean, yeah.
Could toss you a Zyn, though.
I don't want to do that either. It's addicting.
Very addicting. In fact, when I try to quit, I get significant headaches, and I become an even grumpier man than I am typically.
Yeah.
And that's because it has changed the chemical balance in my brain. It's very powerful, these little pouches.
I think my brain got fried this weekend. I was just in the sun. I still had to wake up early Saturday and Sunday, and I just don't know. I saw your mic was off. It was 6:32. I'm like, this is when he usually goes to break. He usually gets mad when I don't hit that headline. I'm trying to pay attention. I hit the play button right as you started that, so I thought the audio was coming from my computer. It wasn't. No, there was no call for a headline.
No. Usually if you're listening to the show, you can hear how I set up the clip, and that's
well, I got to edit
what
stuff, too,
I did
while
there.
I'm back here. I got to label some things, so,
right.
It was just odd timing, but, yeah.
So Greg Brown and John Wayner, I think the Pirates broke them. We'll play that audio for you. We'll play that audio, Harry, in a couple of minutes. Texter writes in, Pirates will never win as long as Nutting owns the team. He only wants money, not wins. That is a common refrain from Pirates fans. And while we all understand both the economics of baseball and the ownership here, it's also factually inaccurate that you can't win with this guy. They did it with Neil Huntington. And I thought Neil Huntington was a pretty good GM. I don't think he was an elite GM. You need to hire the right guy next. Now, do I have a lot of faith in that? No, they just hired the wrong guy. Ben Cherington has been here for 6 years and has nothing to show for it. They're not supposed to be bad right now. It's one thing 3 years ago to be a 100-loss baseball team. But Rich Hill was throwing the ball for the Buccos a couple of years ago. They started 20-8. Last year, they were a game and a half out of a playoff spot through 100 games of the All-Star break. Now they're 21 games under 500. They've actually gone backwards. They've actually regressed year over year. So while I understand the frustration with the payroll and all of that, and I share in that frustration. You got to change what can change. And what can change is the GM pulling the strings. And if you get the right guy here, they can win. They flubbed it. They had Cherington and they had Arnold as their top two candidates. Arnold's team, the Brewers right now, they've won 11 straight. They have the best record in the National League. They're first place in the NL Central. They've won a bunch of ball games in these last 6 years. Meanwhile, the Pirates are 129 games behind first place in the 6 years that Ben Cherington has been at the head of this thing. I get the frustration with the owner. I totally am behind you on that. But what could change? Well, that's the GM. And the right guy can win baseball games here. It has been done before. But the team is so bad right now that Greg Brown and John Wehner, they're losing their minds in the broadcast booth.
Be sure to stick around after the game. Post-game Kids Run the Bases, thanks to Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com/familyfun. The pitch, fouled back. Fastball got a good part of the zone. Torkelson fouled it back.
What was the jingle? What?
Ask any tuna you happen to see. No.
What's the best tuna?
Oh, yeah. What's the best tuna you happen to see? Chicken of the Sea. Ball bounced into center field. Base hit, and Cruz coming over quickly toward left center.
No, what's the best chicken? No, what's the best
tuna you happen to see?
Chicken of the sea.
No. What's the best tuna you happen to see? Ah.
Yeah,
Here's Zach McKinstry now. Check swing, Tapper to third in the second inning. Yeah, it can't be what's the best chicken you happen to see.
Yeah, what's the best tuna? Chicken of the sea.
Yeah. Swing and a foul tip. Fastball.
What's the best tuna? Chicken of the sea.
Yeah, that's the ending.
Yeah.
I love those guys. I have always loved Greg Brown and the emotion that he brings to the broadcast because it cannot be easy. It's a dream job, obviously, and he loves baseball. It cannot be easy when the team's 21 games under 500, there's nothing to play for, and it's July 22nd. Nobody loves the Pirates more than John Wehner. But their brains are broken. They're doing a minute and a half on Chicken of the Sea. I was lucky enough to be cutting the grass at that time, so I was listening on the Odyssey app. I also happen to love Chicken of the Sea. Big tuna fish fan. Would eat a tuna fish sandwich every day if I could. But I think there's mercury in it, so probably a bad idea. 412-928-9370. The Steelers released their new throwback uniforms yesterday. We love uniform talk around here. We will evaluate the fashion decision made by the organization. That's next. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates shut out the Tigers 3-0 yesterday. Paul Skeens pitched 6 innings of scoreless baseball. The bullpen as well locked it down. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Mac.bid, bid, win, save. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at Mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. And right now, new Mac.bid users get free buyer's assurance on your first 3 items. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
crews responding to the report of an accident on the southbound side of I-79 just past the Wexford interchange. Watch for some very heavy slowdowns there as a result. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the inbound Parkway East, that is stacking up right around Greensburg Pike, very heavy to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound getting in line near the Greenfield Bridge. Overpass Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. And Route 28 heading for that ramp at East Ohio Street. You're stacking between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In about 12 minutes, Jeff Hathorn going to join us. Well, training camp primer. The Steelers report to St. Vincent College in Latrobe tomorrow. They made big news yesterday with their uniform reveal. We'll get to that in a moment. But let's put a bow on the Chicken of the Sea conversation. Ask any mermaid you happen to see, what's the best tuna, chicken of the sea? Scores of people texted that in. That was what Greg Brown and John Wayner were looking for. Neil Walker to join us later on in the program. Perhaps we'll get his thoughts on chicken of the sea. Texter writes in, would you be able to put a Skeens pitch in play if he threw you 50 pitches? Me? No. But a man? Yes. Harry, you turned around 92 at the Wild Things Park. Do you think you could put a Skeens pitch in play, you get 50 pitches?
Sure.
I think you'd be able to make contact. I think you'd foul one off. I don't know if you'd put one in play.
Now, I mean, it just depends. I think I had success against the Ireland team to that pitcher because I was thinking aggressive on the first pitch, and he happened to throw me a fastball. The third guy started me with a slider, and I could not pick it up. And then he threw it again to strike me out, and I swung at it again. So I would need a little more training, I think, to have a more likelihood. Right this moment, if I did, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just have to guess fastball.
You would have to guess fastball. So if he drops in that sweeper, you're done.
He could throw me 50 of those, and I'll swing and miss at every one.
Every one of them.
So it just depends.
The splinker, even.
Or maybe I'll alternate. Maybe I'll guess fastball, sweeper, sinker, splinker. And I'll just guess, and I'll just enter every third pitch.
I think you'd foul one off. I do. I think at least 1 out of 50 pitches you'd foul off. He's a damn marvel. Got a 1.91 ERA. People got all over me earlier in the season when I said Skeens isn't pitching as well as he was pitching last year. And look, he wasn't. He wasn't pitching as well as he's ultimately pitched this year. The expectations for him were so high. He wins the Rookie of the Year. He's third in Cy Young voting last year. He's going to finish no worse, you would think, than second in the Cy Young voting this year. Rare is it the athlete that actually lives up to expectations. He has done that and then some. The best start to a pitcher's career through 44 games since 1901. It's incredible. Steelers came about in 1933. And that's the uniforms they're going to wear. Their 1933 throwback uniforms when they take on the Green Bay Packers. How do we feel about these uniforms? You can text us. We don't need to make it a whole call-in topic at 412-928-9370. I think they're okay. These throwbacks never wind up being all that aesthetically pleasing. And Donnie had a good tweet on this last night. Donnie Football. People confuse alternates with throwbacks. Alternates, you could do whatever you want with them. Throwbacks, you can take some creative liberties, but you're trying to stay as close to the source material as possible. And the 1933 uniforms were ugly as sin. They wore them in 1994. They were ugly as sin. These are less ugly than they were in 33. They're less ugly than they were in 1994. They're still ugly, but they're not obnoxious enough. I grade a throwback uniform on the level of obnoxious. And I think about the pillbox hats of the 70s buccos. Those are pretty obnoxious. I like when they wear those. With the yellow pants, the gold pants, the black tops, the pillbox caps. There's a level of obnoxious there that I appreciate, that I love. The Bumblebee Steelers uniforms. Those were an eyesore. They were horrendous. Those tan pants are disgusting. But that's because they wore tan pants back then. I saw a lot of people yesterday saying, oh, I should have worn black pants. They didn't wear black pants in 1933. Wear the tan pants. It's fine. But they're not ugly enough, actually. The Bumblebee uniforms were special because every time they wore them, Ben would throw, first of all, for like 500 yards. I think he did that against the Colts wearing the Bumblebees. Martavis Bryant out there catching touchdowns. There's a nostalgia factor there. I like the Bumblebees. I like the fact they were ugly as hell. And poor Bill Hillgrove, voice of the Steelers. Back then I was, from time to time, working in the booth as a fill-in on-site producer. Those nameplates couldn't see anything. So poor Billy, I mean, he's having a tough time up there because you just can't see. You got the horizontal stripes and they have the white nameplate. But it's obnoxious. I liked it. These are fine. They're like a 7 out of 10 in the obnoxious scale. Texter writes in, would have been better without the I'm not wearing pants. They were the I'm not wearing pants back in the 1930s. The only difference between these uniforms and those was that they're not wearing leather helmets. But I do like the yellow. And I would say, wear those yellow helmets with the color rush. Wear the yellow domes with the color rush this year. Ben would always tear up the Ravens wearing those yellow helmets back in the day. Get one of them yellow helmets on Aaron Rodgers. Get him back to the Green Bay days. That is the only thing I have a problem with, by the way, with these throwback unis, is that they're wearing them against the Packers. I think the Steelers and the Packers are among the best uniforms in all of professional sports. Simplicity is the key for me, unless you're talking about the throwbacks. We are getting robbed of a great uniform game because the Steelers are wearing these throwbacks against the Packers. Wearing them against some slappy team that has bad uniforms. Packers got great ones. We're getting robbed of a great uni matchup. Texter, the Bumblebees were one of the best NFL throwbacks of all time. Yeah, it's because they were so ugly. Texter, burn them and shut your guy up. They suck. Okay, very good. We're taking this reasonably. Do you like them?
I think it's just odd because, like, you have a design under the numbers. And so, like, the numbers hide that, like, the pattern. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then yellow, too, is an odd primary color.
It's what they wore.
Like, you usually have,
It's an homage.
No, I know, but I mean, it's usually like, if I'm thinking modern designs, and I know they're not modern designs, but like, it's odd to see the numbers hiding that design, and then on top of that, you have the yellow as a primary. Usually want darker colors for primary colors.
Well, they could have worn the all-whites. That would have been really cool. Like when Mean Joe Green was wearing the all-white uniform, that was sick. I would love for them to bring that back.
Like, the Bumblebee numbers are, like, kind of ugly in a way.
The whole thing was ugly with the Bumblebees.
I know, but,
I
like,
love
because
it.
the numbers are in, like, boxes, but, like, you still have, like, a pretty straight-up design. Like,
you know what they did, though, man? They sold 8 million of those things. And they're going to do the same thing here. People are complaining on social media. They're going to buy these things in droves.
I disagree with you, though. I like the Bumblebees better, though, if I had to pick.
That's what I'm saying. I love the Bumblebees because they're disgusting. They're obnoxious. There was never a more obnoxious uniform, though, than when the Pirates had to wear those futuristic unis. Those were alternates. Back in their vest era, they were wearing the all-red vest with the giant pirate face on the front.
I remember those.
Those were so ugly that they now hold a special place in my heart. I love those things. Maybe we'll have to rank some throwback and alternate uniforms later on.
It's list season.
It is, baby. I liked when the Steelers wore those yellow helmets back in the day. Like 07, Ben just picking apart the Ravens. James Harrison, in my mind's eye, when he had that 3.5 sack game and he had the interception, all those forced fumbles, I believe they were wearing the yellow domes then. Those were great. I love the block numbers. They should go to the block numbers all time. Uh-oh. I got a little sniff of uniform talk. Now I want to do the whole damn show on uniform talk. But we can't. We can't. We got to get into serious matters, at least for now, with Jeff Hathorn coming up next.
I have an idea, though. Why don't we reserve a segment of the show and we can do an ugly uniform draft? We'll go top 5.
I think we probably do need to do that, yeah.
We can do that. I'll participate.
Ugly uniform draft better than a beautiful uniform draft. I'm with you. We'll do that coming up later on in the show. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us next. It's the last time we're going to talk to Jeff before players report to St. Vincent College tomorrow, so we'll get his Steelers training camp primer. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning company weather sticking around for the second day in a row. Temperatures in most places have dipped into the 50s this morning. Highs today will be in the mid to low 80s, and with humidity level low, it's going to feel fantastic. Ample sunshine is expected today with light winds coming in out of the northeast. Summer-like weather returns tomorrow afternoon with highs jumping up to near 90. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNCs apply. Available in app only.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details in 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the off-ramp from southbound 79 to the Wexford interchange. Part of the right lane is blocked too, resulting in delays now all the way back to the Cranberry interchange. You might want to avoid that and take Route 19 as an alternate. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Parkway West, that is jammed for you over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East acts inbound at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Things.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Steelers report to St. Vincent College tomorrow. And so you know Jeff Hathorn will be standing out there with a microphone getting sunburnt. He joins us right now, our sports director. Jeff, how you doing today, buddy?
Good, Adam. You remember those days, eh?
I do. I was always at least in my first year, I was afraid to ask questions. So I would just stand there next to you and Jim Colony and Mike Brasuda, and I would get sunburnt, and then I'd have no usable audio because I sucked at my job.
No, not at all. It's this is going to be quite a move-in day. I mean, this reminds back of the helicopter, dump truck type days, not in the terms of what are they going to drive in. It's just, man, we're going to see potentially, they don't always come in the front door, Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, all come in that door for the first time. That's going to be exciting after this offseason.
Yeah, they turned over about half their starters. I can imagine Aaron Rodgers walking in bare feet with nothing. Like him sleeping on a carpet, something like that. I mean, we've all seen the guys who bring in the big screen TVs. They spruce it up. They want to make it their own space. I could see Rodgers' own space just being a carpet in the middle of a bare room where he meditates until he falls asleep.
Yeah, it's just going to be like closing off the windows is going to be an issue. How long is it going to take for him to realize he ain't in Malibu anymore?
Boy, ain't it a difference.
Out that door.
I know that Rodgers is clearly the most intriguing player that's going to walk in there tomorrow, and he is the biggest storyline on the Steelers this training camp. If we move him to the side, what are the other big-time storylines that you're looking at?
I think to me is how do they use Jalen Ramsey? I mean, I don't think he's going to be a full safety, but you kind of want him slaying Porter on the field at the same time. So does he go into the slot? Does like how are they going to make that mesh? And then is Juan Thornhill your other safety? Can Peyton Wilson take over some of those duties to where you only have one true safety on the field? I mean, I think there are a lot of options. That's one of the big stories. The other is, I mean, all of a sudden this tight end room they're like the 2 and 3 receivers. Like, how much do they split out wide? Where does Freiermuth line up as relates to Jonnu? Because you're going to think Jonnu's going to be out wide more. It's not even to me as much about the 2 receiver anymore. It's like, okay. Like, how vertical are these tight ends? What kind of routes are they going to get? What's their route tree going to look like? So, I mean, we haven't even hit on like Broderick Jones and how Derek Harmon looks, and there's a lot of really interesting stories this year.
I think you can make a compelling argument, and I am going to try to do so later in the show, that the young guys who were on the roster last year are more important to the franchise than some of the new guys that they brought in. I mean, obviously Rodgers is going to be probably the determining factor in how far this team goes this year. He plays quarterback. But if we're talking about the Steelers in moving forward, you need to find out about Broderick Jones. You need to find out about Troy Fautanu. Does Peyton Wilson take the step? Does Joey Porter Jr. take another step this year? I think you can make an argument that those guys are more important even than the sexier free agents or trade acquisitions.
Well, and they've done that and not allowing them a year where it's like, okay, we really don't have a quarterback. We've just kind of realized that this is going to be a transition if you don't want to use rebuild year. No, they went out and made all these other moves. So these guys are going to have to do those jobs, make those improvements while they believe they've built a roster that can contend to win an AFC championship.
Jeff, you hear whispers all the time, and sometimes they're louder than whispers, things you hear off the record, things you hear on the record. Are they optimistic from what you've heard that Broderick Jones can take left tackle by storm, that he can be what they thought he was going to be when they drafted him?
I think they're fingers crossed optimistic. And what I mean by that is I think they drafted him to play that position. They knew that that's where he was going to play at some point. I mean, there's a little trepidation because he had some mistakes last year, probably being kind. And now he's moving over to the left side with a 41-year-old quarterback. So I think they feel confident in the player they drafted. Now they got to see is the player they drafted going to be that guy on the left side because they didn't see it on the right. So, I mean, minicamp and OTAs, you could get fooled a lot, especially with line work, because they're really not doing much. But he did look more comfortable. The footwork looked good. Now let's see what he can do. And the good thing is, even though he's on the opposite side of TJ, he's going to get tested by Alex. He's going to get tested by Herbig. He's going to get tested by Sawyer trying to make a name for himself. So there should be some good competition at camp for him to kind of build up. And then we'll see, because I don't expect the first team to take a ton of reps during the preseason.
Even the line?
Yeah, I think there'll be a few, but I mean, it's just kind of the way it's been. I mean, the line more than Aaron.
Yeah.
But, and I love Faltano. I mean, it's weird because he's had a couple of snaps in the league, and it's like that's one guy I feel really confident with, because some of the stuff he was showing was, especially in little drills and things they do in practice, is off the charts.
We've been around Tomlin, and you closer than I, for so long that you can tell when they love guys. They seem to love Faltano too. And shoot, you think about last year, he misses a huge developmental piece of the offseason in training camp. And the second he was healthy, they had him in there in that Denver game. They must think this guy is the best thing since sliced bread, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah, especially physically. I mean, his ability to get to the second level is elite. Now, that's not always the biggest thing for a tackle, but we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, they do. They do love him. I mean, it seems to be all there, from the smarts to the football IQ part of it, to the footwork and athleticism part of it, and the love of the game part of it. It's like he's almost like the perfect football player. Now we got to see him go out there and your man in the middle, I think Zach Frazier is only going to take more steps. I mean, for a first-year player to do some of the things that he did and not allow pressure like he did, I'm really excited to see now that he's had a year with McCormick and obviously with Sayamalo on the other side. Like I think this line could really take a step this year.
This isn't a hot take. I'm with you on that, and I think there's a chance that by the end of the year, we're talking about one of the 10 best offensive lines in football. I think there's a chance. They have the talent to do it. It just hasn't all come together yet. So talking about whispers and that they love Faltano and what they're thinking about Broderick Jones, Kaboli must have them screaming in his ear about Calvin Austin III. He said yesterday, Jeff, he thinks Calvin Austin's going to have 70 catches in nearly 900 yards. What do you think we're going to see out of Calvin Austin this year? And they've got $25 million in cap space. I mean, are they going to even allow that to happen, or are they going to go out and try to add to this room?
Now, sometimes coaches internally will pump up a player, and they don't always know what's going on in the front office, meaning, talks with other teams or free agents.
Good point.
But the talk around Calvin Austin was they felt like the glimpses that they saw last year is something that's only going to improve with a more consistent number one and a pair of tight ends that are going to be able to get down the field. They like Calvin Austin. Of course, a lot of what we saw, the talk of Calvin Austin was before they even got Jonnu Smith. So they are intrigued by the speed. He has pretty good hands. He did show some flashes, and they believe his route running has only improved, because last year was really his first full year where he was counted on. And this is a big year for Calvin. I mean, for his football career, this is a contract year.
Yes, it is.
Like, you've got to show it this year. And then, the wild card is Roman Wilson. But it's legit talk. I mean, what Mark's talking about is what we're hearing from coaches there is they really believe in Calvin Austin, especially with a quarterback that can spread the football around like Aaron can.
You mentioned Roman Wilson, and I just struggle to see how he gets fed in this offense. It's not that you wouldn't want a third-round pick to be a part of the thing, but DK Metcalf's going to be target share guy number one. And then I'm thinking Jonnu Smith, Pat Freiermuth, the running backs are going to get their catches. Calvin Austin. I don't know where Roman Wilson fits in. And that's not even mentioning Darnell Washington. He might be 8th or 9th in terms of who I want to get the ball in their hands.
Yeah, you're looking for something else to watch, camp? Watch Roman Wilson, because he's got to impress. Like, he's got to have one of those camps where he's doing everything right. Every blocking drill, not dropping anything, running the right routes. I mean, this is it's not a prove it, it's only his second year. But if he wants some considerable time or wants some attention or some opportunities in this offense, it's going to be about training camp, because we just talked about how Calvin Austin has really impressed. You know that Skoranek is a Tomlin favorite. You know that Scotty Miller can do a lot of things on special teams. I mean, I think it's fair to say that for as much talk as there was of Roman Wilson potentially being a 2, I think the reality more is he's got to fight to get a helmet on a Sunday. And he's got to be able to show those things and also be able to show that he can play special teams.
Jeff, you could probably guess why I'm going to ask this question. Harry Callis and I are going to do a all-time ugly uniform draft later on in the show. When I say ugly uniform, what's the first one that pops into your mind?
Wow. I mean, the Bumblebees wore on me. Man.
I almost love them because they were so ugly. And because they were the Steelers. It's like your kid. You think your kid's pretty.
Like, remember those Orange Bears throwbacks?
Oh, yes.
Like that. Like those would fall into the list. I mean, those are the ones to me that just stick out of like, man, those throwbacks were they were thrown back. I mean,
I got two that jumped into my mind when Harry suggested we should do a draft. The Vancouver Canucks with the V's. Those were hideous.
Oh, yeah.
And then the 1976 White Sox when they wore the shorts. Those were just, I mean, what the hell are we doing there?
It wasn't just the shorts, but their shirts had collars, like golf shirt collars on them. They were,
they almost looked like they were going to SEC football games.
Like, you worked your way up through the minors, and then you're putting on that uniform and walking out onto a major league field. Like, you're in Yankee Stadium, and you're like, they're in their classic pinstripes, and you're throwing on this softball uniform.
You run out there in shorts. Jeff.
That's a great one.
We look forward to your coverage from training camp. Very excited that tomorrow's the day. 26 teams have reported today. The Steelers and the Falcons on Wednesday, and that'll be everybody. Looking forward to it, man. Appreciate your time as always, and we'll catch up with you on Thursday.
All right, thanks, Adam.
Jeff Hathorn. He's going to be the man on the scene for 93.7 The Fan, and we'll have all that audio for you on our show on Thursday morning, but I'm sure the afternoon guys, Pony and Muller, they'll be reacting to it in real time. Yes, Harry?
When we do this draft, it's just Pittsburgh teams, right?
I wasn't preparing for that, but we can do it whatever way you choose.
Yeah, ugliest Pittsburgh jerseys.
All right. Coming up next, a national insider gives his opinion on where he thinks TJ Watt ranks among the all-time great Steelers, and I couldn't disagree more. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber at the bottom of the hour with a very special guest who's going to chime in, who's going to help me out since there's no Doran today. So looking forward to that. Right now, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Detroit Tigers yesterday by a 3-0 final score. Paul Skeens, he pitched 6 innings of scoreless ball, struck out 6 in his start as well. Pirates and Tigers are going to play again. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Like the song says, Rich Hill has been everywhere, man. At age 45, the veteran left-hander has resurfaced in the big leagues with the Kansas City Royals, his record-tying 14th different team. He'll be the oldest player in the majors since 45-year-old Ichiro Suzuki back in 2019, and the oldest pitcher since 49-year-old Jamie Moyer back in 2012. Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon, Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Dealing with a couple of bad accidents. One of them is partially blocking the right lane of southbound I-79 just before the Wexford interchange. Traffic getting by, but very slowly, and stacking back before the Route 228 interchange in Cranberry. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in North Bethlehem Township in Washington County. That has blocked Route 40 in both directions between Dague Hollow and Valley View Roads. It was a fatal accident being investigated. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays now slowing at Shaler Waterworks, while the inbound Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg, outbound at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good stuff from Jeff Hathorn. Little camp primer in the last segment. At 8 o'clock, ESPN ranked every roster in the NFL by talent level. I think you'll be surprised where the Steelers fell. Underrated roster, overrated roster. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. But right now, Kyle Long, who's doing all kind of podcasts, former NFL player, he said when TJ Watt retires, he thinks he's going to be a top 3 all-time Pittsburgh Steeler. I got a ton of heat yesterday for saying that while TJ Watt will be in the Hall of Fame, I don't think he can be considered an all-time great Steeler unless he's much better in the postseason. A guy who didn't register a sack against the Ravens in the last game that the team played. A guy that has 1 sack in 4 career playoff games. He's getting in the Hall. He's getting a jacket. He's getting a bust. He'll reside in Canton in immortality. There's no doubt about that. But this ain't the Detroit Lions here. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's like being in Monument Park, a Yankee Stadium. You can't just be a Hall of Famer and, hey, you're an all-time great for that franchise. You can't just be a Hall of Famer and you're an all-time great for this franchise. And I think the idea of a guy who's never won a playoff game, who has come up small in big moments in playoff games, being an all-time great Steeler is laughable. And top 3 is, I think it's nonsense. Now, he's got time to change that. There's 4 years now on his new deal where he'll be a Steeler. Can he win playoff games? Can he maybe hoist the Lombardi? You'd probably think no, but you'll see. His career is not finished yet. So it's still being written. But I think the idea of TJ Watt climbing over Ben Roethlisberger, Terry Bradshaw, and Mean Joe Green, just to name 3 there, is a laughable assertion right now. I mean, Terry Bradshaw won multiple Super Bowl MVPs. He won a league MVP. He won 4 championships. Ben Roethlisberger won 2 Super Bowls. Mean Joe Green is on the short list for the greatest defensive player of all time. For me, it's him. It's Aaron Donald. It's Lawrence Taylor. TJ Watt ain't jumping Mean Joe. Jack Ham was a 6-time All-Pro who won 4 Super Bowls, had 32 interceptions as a linebacker, and 25.5 career sacks. He had 2 picks in an AFC Championship game. TJ Watt has 1 sack in 4 playoff games. Now, yeah, I know Chuck Noll was the coach. Yeah, he's surrounded by a ton of talent. Fair enough. I'm not saying TJ Watt ain't a great player. He's a great player. He ain't an all-time great Steeler right now. And he ain't ever going to crack the top 3. You going to put TJ Watt ahead of Troy Polamalu? No, you're not. I'll answer the question for you. Troy had a pick 6 in an AFC Championship game. Troy Polamalu was the Defensive Player of the Year. Troy Polamalu played that position in a way we've never seen anybody play that position before. He was outstanding in the 2005 divisional round game against the Indianapolis Colts. Troy was 1 of 1. You're putting TJ Watt ahead of him? You're putting him ahead of Franco? You're putting him ahead of Mel Blount? You're putting him ahead of Lambert? You're putting him putting him ahead of Webster? 5-time All-Pro? Started at center in 2 Super Bowl teams? Like, maybe he can wind up among the top 10, but even that's tough if you don't win a championship. Am I dead wrong on this? Is Kyle Long right on this? I'm not trying to crush TJ Watt. I'm just trying to give respect to the guys who came before him. 412-928-9370. I want your calls, texts, and tweets on this. We have Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up next with Southside Jake, and also a very special guest. There's no Doran today. I need help to beat Jake. These questions are absurd, obscene, difficult. So a very special guest will join me and Harry as we try to best Southside Jake in a battle of wits and trivia. But I want your Watt comments. We'll get to them on the back half of that segment. We'll get to them before the top of the 8 o'clock hour at 412-928-9370. Kyle Long says Watt could be a top 3 all-time Steeler when he retires. I say that's nonsense. You say what? Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, after getting swept by the Chicago White Sox, they won against the Detroit Tigers yesterday by a 3-0 final score. That was the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 is tonight, 6:40 is the start time. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jalen Ramsey. At the ripe age of 30, Jalen Ramsey is ready to prove he ain't done yet. The former first-round defender spent his early NFL years with the Jaguars, quickly becoming one of the most feared quarterbacks in the league. He then spent time in L.A. and Miami, winning a Super Bowl and multiple Pro Bowl nods. Now, after being traded to the Black and Gold in June, Ramsey looks to make a career run on a star-studded defense.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, You see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get to Schultz Ford or check it out online at schultzford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doran, you know what I love about my Guardian indoor camera?
Besides catching your dog on the couch again?
That too, but it's the visual verification. If an alarm goes off, real pros check the camera feed and help to confirm if it's legit.
No more guessing if it's a break-in or your kid launching a soccer ball indoors.
Right now, Guardian's giving you a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. Just call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
It is time. For Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber, we have a special guest helping me out today since there's no Doran Dickerson. We'll get to that human being, I don't know who it is, coming up in a moment. People are blowing me up about this TJ Watt topic, where Kyle Long says when he retires, he's going to be an all-time great Steeler, a top 3 Steeler of all time. I think that's laughable. Someone writes in, Crowley, you're usually a dumbass. In fact, you're a dumbass on a daily basis, but I agree with you on this. Thank you. Southside Jake joins us now. Hello, Jake.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Crowley. How are you today?
Oh, I am wonderful. Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, do you want to introduce whoever's going to help me out today?
Yeah, a surprise guest for you today. Allow me to introduce your colleague, Austin City Limits, as your special guest.
For God's sakes. The guy
Crowley, my radio mentor. I hope I can help save the day.
You couldn't even name 79 Pirates. What are we doing here?
Oh, man, I had to bring it back. You remember, Austin, when we first started this segment, Austin was the producer. So,
good point.
You know, we're back together. We're missing Doran, but, you know, it's okay.
All right, Jake, hit us with what you got. Austin, we'll talk things over as this goes on. Here we go.
All right. Yeah, and Austin, don't forget you have a 50-50 and a lifeline of Ask Callis. Callis can also be involved in this game. So
I hope it just doesn't involve college football if that's the case.
Oh, for God's sakes.
So I just to let you guys know, I fell down a deep rabbit hole last week.
Are you okay?
Weird and interesting Pittsburgh player stats. So
okay.
I got 3 good ones, I think, for you guys. Here.
Let them rip.
So, let us go. All right. The X Generation Penguins again. I know. I had a question on that last week. I don't know. I just keep finding very interesting stuff about them. 2003-2004 team had a leading scorer with 52 points.
Dick Tarnstrom.
yet still boasted a minus 37 plus-minus rating. Who was it?
Dick Tarnstrom.
Okay. I guess, is that your final answer?
Give me the 4.
No, I'm just kidding. It is Dick Tarnstrom. That's pretty good. Wow. Wow, that's pretty good.
I mean, come on, challenge us here, Southside.
Oh, man. You know what was really funny? I was looking at that team's stats. Rico Fata was minus 46. He was the leading minus on the team, which is crazy. Minus 46. That's absurd.
And we loved Rico Fata back then. I mean,
know.
it would be it was him. It was Konstantin Koltsov flanking Ryan Malone, who we pretty much danced in the streets when that guy got to 20 goals. Meanwhile, just a few years later, we would be celebrating Sidney Crosby hitting 100 points as a rookie. Next
question. What Pittsburgh Pirate holds the franchise record for hit by pitch as a batter? Man, I cannot talk today.
All right, so Austin, let's talk this out. My initial thought is Jason Kendall. Yeah, you can give us the 4. That's probably the better way of doing this.
All right. I was just wondering if you want to go free for him. That's fine too. That's a little bit harder, but if it's up to you. A. Starling Marte. B. Willie Stargell. D. Craig Wilson. Or C. Jason Kendall.
Should we go?
Crowley, my original thought was probably Stargell just because of the longevity, and he was also a ball magnet like Kendall. So do you take into effect the amount of years played into this?
I take into account we should use a 50-50.
Okay, 50-50. B, Willie Stargell staying on the board, and C, Jason Kendall staying on the board.
You jackass. Harry, what do you think? Oh, we can't ask Harry. That would be a second lifeline. But this is for 2 out of 3.
You might need that, or you can use it.
No, this is for 2 out of 3. I think we go for the jugular right now. Let's ask Harry. Harry, what do you think?
Well, I don't know the answer to this definitively, and I think you were silly for trying to talk it out before he gave you the options.
Correct.
Because now he had an advantage.
That was poor strategy.
That was poor strategy on your part.
Very.
Yeah.
That's like it being second down and 11, and everyone in the world knows Arthur Smith's calling a run.
If I could clarify, is it hit by pitches as a Pirate or hit by pitches in your career? Just
hit
as by
by
Pirates,
pitches
right?
as a Pirate.
Then I would say Willie Stargell.
I think we go Stargell.
Oh, I'm going to be innate. I'm going to be irate if it is Jason Kendall. But I'm going 2 out of 3 majority here. I don't know if I trust my allies. We're going with Willie Stargell.
Don't let it sound
D, Willie Stargell is incorrect. It was Jason Kendall with 177 hits. 177 times he was hit as a Pirate. Willie Stargell was only hit 78 times, just to let you know that. Fun fact.
So twice I have known the answer before we get the responses, and yet I've only got one correct answer to show for it. All right, let's go.
You are on fire today, Crowley. Go with your gut. You used all your lifelines going for the jugular, so you have nothing left but your intuition. All right, last question. Brady Keys holds the Steelers' franchise record of longest punt return of 90 yards in 1967. This player, more recent, is in second place with a punt return of 85 yards.
Again, a name jumps immediately to mind, and it is...
Do not.
You know what? I'm not going to do it right now. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have 50-50.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, not 50-50. I was trying to train you, though.
I mean, Antoine Randall comes immediately to mind. AB had some great punt returns. Calvin Austin had one last year, but I do not think it was for 85 yards.
So the options you have are A, Rod Woodson, B, Antoine Randall, C, Antonio Brown, or D, Deontay Johnson.
Oh, Deontay.
Oh, Deontay.
We did the same thing. If I lose guessing Antoine Randall, I can sleep well tonight. What do you think, Austin?
Probably. I was thinking AB. I was trying to think how long that punt return against Cleveland was. I don't think it was 85, though. I am not going to sheer away from how you've been on the ball batting 1,000 today, though. So if you think Antoine Randall, I'm going with you.
We're going Antoine Randall.
Lock it in, boys.
Lock it
in, B.
Lock it in.
Unfortunately, it was Deontay Johnson at the 85-yarder. Antoine Randall had an 84-yarder.
You son of a gun.
You were on it. But unfortunately, I got to take the W this week, fellas. I appreciate Austin coming in and helping us out. Obviously, great time, and I think you're on today, right, Austin?
I will be on with Bob today, yes. I'm sorry I provided nothing in terms of my intelligence, which is typically the case on the show.
You suck. Southside Jake, we love you, but in this particular instance, you suck too, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday at 7:35.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
See you. Total crap.
I've never heard somebody brag so much about not knowing certain things than Austin.
Well, that's the whole early onset Molesy disease that Starkey accuses him of.
Sorry, Crowley, I don't know.
I couldn't think of a worse partner for trivia than that guy. And I can't believe I let you guys talk me into Willie Stargell one. I knew it was Jason Kendall the whole damn time.
I didn't know.
Oh, well, there's actually no stakes associated with this. It's not like he gets to...
Well, now he gets to be happy for a week, and now we get to be sad. I mean, whatever that's worth.
Yeah, we don't love that. All right, coming up next, Kyle Long says that T.J. Watt will finish his career as a top 3 Steeler of all time. And the people who have come to the defense of T.J. Watt over the last 2 days have come at me with some of the worst talking points I have ever heard. We'll get into that coming up next, whether you agree or disagree with Kyle Long, whether you agree or disagree with me. I think it's a laughable assertion. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won over the Detroit Tigers yesterday, one of baseball's best, after being swept by one of baseball's worst, the Chicago White Sox, over the weekend. So the Pirates up 1-0 in the series going into Game 2, which is scheduled for tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, listen on the radio, or listen on the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Anted Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident from southbound I-79 near the Wexford interchange. However, we're still looking at some leftover delays back before Route 228 and past the Turnpike ramps. It's also a little heavy in the area between Warrendale and the Wexford interchange of the Parkway North. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg inbound, outbound delays right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and Route 28 jams between the Route 8 at the bypass and the north side. Parkway North getting heavy around Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus, laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, Intradisc Neutrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid, and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on display at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Donaldson's Crossroads, the Zamaya's Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Howie Long's kid, Kyle Long, was on a podcast. He said when T.J. Watt retires, he'll be a top 3 Steeler of all time. I think that is ludicrous. The guy has 1 sack in 4 playoff games. He's undoubtedly a great player. If you're an all-time great Steeler, you got to have the hardware. He got nothing. It's not his fault entirely that the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in his 4 tries, but he ain't helped the cause. And people coming to the defense of T.J. Watt have made some of the most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard. We'll get to some of those coming up in a minute. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peter Township. Howie Long seems like a jackass, too, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there. And Kyle Long, well, the apple don't fall far from the tree. I shouldn't be shooting the messenger. I should just be talking about the merits of the argument, but I think the argument's a feeble one. It's a silly one. Terry Bradshaw, Ben Roethlisberger, Mean Joe Green, top 3 Steelers of all time. Not in that order. I'd have Mean Joe number 1. Arguably the greatest defensive player ever. And then you got 2 multiple Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Like, what are we doing here, Kyle Long? But Steelers fans have come to the defense of one T.J. Watt, and you can do so on the phone lines at 412-928-9370. Here are some of the defenses of T.J. Watt that I've heard over the last couple of days. Because I made an argument yesterday. I said, T.J. can't be an all-time great Steeler. He ain't won, Jack. He ain't been good in the playoffs. He has 1 playoff moment where he picked up a fumble and returned it for a touchdown against the Chiefs, and then the defense that he's the best player on gave up touchdowns on 7 consecutive drives or whatever it was. And here's what you get. Here are some of the defenses. The Steelers are down in playoff games by 20 points before they blink, and it's tough to get sacks when you're losing. I got that a handful of times. This ain't a straw man. I got this a handful of times yesterday. Well, they're losing too bad for him to rack up sacks. I would invite TJ Watt, and this is pretty simple to me. I would invite him to get sacks before the game's out of hand, and then, hey, whoa, maybe it doesn't get out of hand. What a stupid argument. Oh, the Steelers' defense, they're behind the 8 ball. They're down 20 points early. Well, he's a part of the defense. Here's another one. Crowley, he's not a quarterback. You can't put the playoff failures on him. Folks, he's paid like a quarterback. And I'm not putting it all on him. But when you are the highest paid player on the team, when you are now the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the sport, when you're going to be making $41 million a season, you cannot have 1 sack in 4 playoff games. What happened to this town? We used to put guys like Hines Ward on a pedestal because he would make the biggest plays on third downs and he would make the biggest plays in the biggest moments. Now this town wants to canonize TJ Watt, who's got 1 sack in 4 playoff games, and last time out against Baltimore didn't register a sack. We've gone soft. Here's another one. It's the scheme. I don't fully disagree. But the same schemes led to TJ Watt being a defensive player of the year, led to TJ Watt racking up 22.5 sacks in a season that tied the single-season sack record. If you could do it in the regular season when you're being double-teamed and triple-teamed, you should be able to do it in the postseason when you're being double-teamed and triple-teamed. Got a ton of that yesterday. Crowley, he deals with the best players on the opposition. He gets a right tackle, a tight end, a running back every time. Yeah, he does that in the regular season too, and guess what? He racked up 22.5 sacks. Like last season felt like a down year, was a down year for TJ Watt. He had 11.5 sacks. How many seasons do y'all think Joey Porter had more than 11.5 sacks in his Steelers career? It's not many. Joey Porter got it done in the postseason. Joey Porter was the best defensive player for the Steelers in that 0-5 divisional round game against the Colts. In his Steelers career, he never had more than 11.5 sacks in a season. Actually, he never had more than 10.5 sacks in a season. Different era, I understand that. So TJ Watt's best season, or worst season, was better than Joey Porter's best seasons. That guy got it done in the postseason. TJ hasn't. And we want to make him a top 3 Steeler of all time, Kyle Long. Get it done in the playoffs. I know that's an old Manny, rings culture take. And yeah, I know he doesn't play quarterback. But if he were putting up these monumental efforts in defeat, I think you'd have a better argument, Kyle Long. If you could say, boy, TJ's done everything he can to help the Steelers win these games, but the schemes, the coaching, and everything else around him has been so bad they can't get it done. Okay, you might have a leg to stand on. But he's been one of their biggest offenders. They've all come up small in the playoffs. But he's their best player, so he's come up smallest of anyone. Do you think TJ Watt can finish his career as a top 3 all-time Steeler? 412-928-9370. Jeff in Uniontown, among others, waiting patiently on hold. I'll get to you guys coming up after the top of the hour. And ESPN ranked every roster in the NFL 1 through 32. Where did the Steelers fall? Too high, too low? We'll do that next, too. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of Heath Miller, 83, low of 59. Pour one out for Jake Gensel. Clear skies. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offers end 7/31/25.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res. Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 40 in North Bethlehem Township, Washington County, still closed in both directions due to an earlier multi-vehicle accident with a fatality that's being investigated. Crews have closed that roadway between Dake Hollow and Valley View Roads. Watch for the posted detour. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound delays from Roslyn Farms to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams inbound at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28, you're jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North slowing between Bellevue, Westview, and Perryville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
HD1
on Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You think about all the moves that they made. This is usually a conservative franchise, laid back, relaxed, not very aggressive. And here's an offseason where they go and they trade for DK Metcalf. They sign Aaron Rodgers. They trade for Jalen Ramsey. They trade for Jonnu Smith. They trade away Minkah Fitzpatrick. And then they sign TJ Watt to the richest deal that's a non-quarterback deal in NFL history. And it gets, I mean, I said it before, these are not your father's Steelers, and they did not operate that way. And I think they're tired of losing 6 straight playoff games and are being very aggressive to try to do something to snap that streak and make sure that it doesn't repeat itself.
Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show. McAfee taking his horde, his circus, to Steelers camp tomorrow. Steelers report. 26 teams report today, including the Cincinnati Bengals. And, oh, boy, there is big-time trouble brewing in Cincinnati Bengals paradise. We'll get to that coming up in about 20 minutes or so. ESPN has ranked every team in the NFL 1 through 32 by roster construction. Where do you think the Steelers came in at 412-928-9370? Harry, where do you think the Steelers came in 1 through 32 in terms of where they were ranked on their roster construction?
11th.
They were 19th.
Oh.
I would have pegged them as closer to the top 10 as well. There's a couple of things that tend to happen every offseason. Number one is the Baltimore Ravens always get all kinds of pats on their back. This goes all the way back to the Ozzie Newsome tenure as GM, where every year they could have drafted me, they could have drafted Harry Callis, they could have drafted Austin Bechtold and Craig Riley, and they were always going to get an A by the Mel Kipers of the world, from the Mike Mayock's of the world, all those draft nicks. Oh, wow, the Ravens took player X, Y, or Z. That must mean it was a great pick.
And think about how many Super Bowls have resulted from all these acquisitions.
Well, the Ravens are a great franchise. I'm not going to argue with that. But on this list, ESPN has the Ravens having the best roster in the entirety of the NFL. In an NFL where the Philadelphia Eagles exist. In an NFL where I think you can make an argument that the Detroit Lions are a better roster. So the Ravens get overrated. And this happens offseason after offseason after offseason. And I think the point Harry's making is you got Lamar Jackson. You haven't been able to get over the hump. You haven't participated in a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson, let alone win one. This guy's a multiple MVP, had an argument to win his 3rd MVP this year. Oh, the Ravens, best roster in the NFL, as told by ESPN. So they get overrated. And I'm not saying they don't have a great roster. I'm not going to do the homer thing and say they suck.
But they're not the best.
They're not the best. But this happens every offseason. And what happens every offseason with the Steelers is we are told by many in the national media, this roster's not that good. And then what happens? By the end of the year, they're sitting there at 10-7. They're sitting there at 9-8. They're in the playoffs, and then I think the national media just stops watching the games. They don't watch the Steelers in the playoffs. Now, Schefter did. He said so much at the top of that of the segment here on that clip. But every year, the Steelers roster, it's not that good. But look what Mike Tomlin did. He squeezed every last drop out of this team, this roster. Can you believe the Steelers even made the playoffs with this bumbling group of idiots? These 53 knuckleheads that they've thrown out there onto the field. It's laughable. Folks, if the Steelers fail to win 11 games this year, if the Steelers fail to win a playoff game this year, then they have underachieved. I don't think this is a bad roster, not by a long shot. In 19th in the NFL, has them 5 spots below where the playoff teams would fall on this list. The Steelers made the playoffs with Mason Rudolph as a quarterback 2 years ago. They made the playoffs last year, and they fell apart down the stretch. We all saw it. Hell was unleashed upon them in December, not the other way around. But they did make the playoffs in each of the last couple of years, and I think the roster's better now than it has been in each of the last couple of years. They upgraded at one of the most important positions in football, cornerback. Darius Slay, long in the tooth. No argument there. He's 34 years old. I'm 34. When I wake up every morning, my back hurts. I'm not a professional athlete, but when I walk up the stairs, I'm out of breath. Being 34, you ain't young anymore. His legs could fall off midway through the season. He could tear both Achilles. You don't hope that would happen. Like Mark Cavalli. He's old. But you know what he did last year? He led the NFL, Darius Slay did, in passes defense. He was still getting his hand on the football a lot. Graded out pretty well in Pro Football Focus. You bring in Jalen Ramsey, who I think could be a chess piece, who has played safety in his career. He's played slot in his career. He plays on the outside in his career. He graded out as the 16th best cornerback in the NFL last year. Minkah Fitzpatrick was not that good at safety in comparison to what Jalen Ramsey did at corner. And corner is the more important position. Joey Porter Jr. might be the 3rd best corner on the Steelers roster when the season starts. They upgraded at an important position. It should help the pass rush. They paid a lot of money for them for Patrick Queen last offseason. You now have Peyton Wilson in year 2. Deshaun Elliott, you've inked him now to a new contract. He was really good last year. I don't care if you got Juan Thornhill at safety. I don't need my best player on defense to be a safety. Now, if you've got a transformative guy like Troy, that's a different story. Minkah hadn't been that the last couple of years. He had 1 pick in his last 28 games. He wasn't affecting the game the way that you need a player making $24 million to affect the game. The Steelers' roster is better than last year. The Steelers' defense, we can question the scheme, we can question the masterminds and Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin, and we do. And we will continue to do so. But I don't think you can question the roster. Cam Hayward, All-Pro. Until he's not an All-Pro, until he ages out, you consider him an All-Pro. T.J. Watt had 11.5 sacks last year. That was a down year for Watt. You have Alex Highsmith. You have Nick Herbig. I haven't talked about the offense. That's important. But defensively, I look at them. I look at the Eagles. I look weirdly at the Giants and their front seven as some of the more talented defenses in the NFL. Baltimore up there, yeah, sure, too, on defense. But you can make an argument the Steelers have the most talented defense in the NFL, and they should because they're paying for it. That alone puts them ahead of 19th, no? And then I think about offensively, where they were middle of the pack in points scored last year and did nothing the last 4 weeks and then the 5th week in the playoffs last season. And I think they got better at cornerback. I think they got better at wide receiver number 1. I think their number 2 target last year with Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, however you want to slice it, they've upgraded there with Jonnu Smith. You've upgraded from a talent standpoint at left tackle. We'll see if it comes to fruition, though. Broderick Jones, a vastly more talented player than Dan Moore. You've probably upgraded at right tackle with Troy Faltanu. In fact, drop the definitely you have. You've got a potential all-pro at center. I think you got better at running back, though we're not yet sure. You have to see Caleb Johnson get it done. But I wanted Jaylen Warren to get more snaps than Najee the last couple of years, and guess what? Now he will. This is not a bad roster. In fact, it is a good roster. Now, I'm not saying all of this to come to the defense of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am saying all of this because if Mike Tomlin doesn't win 11 games, doesn't win a playoff game, it's a failure. The roster is good enough, all things being equal health-wise, to do those things. I know Vegas ain't as hot on the Steelers. I think they're juiced to the over. 8.5 is their total, win total. The roster's a lot better than that. And if the Steelers wind up going 9-8, if the Steelers wind up going 10-7, falling short of the expectations that I've set for them, I don't want to hear a peep. Wow, Tomlin got a lot out of a bad roster. No, this is a good roster, despite what this ragtag bunch of ESPN writers put together here. The Ravens were number 1 on this list. Where are the Bengals? We'll tell you when we come back. Everyone seems to love the Bengals. There is big-time trouble brewing in Bengals paradise. Some breaking news regarding that franchise. We'll clue you in on that when we come back. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates shut out the Detroit Tigers yesterday by a 3-0 final score. Game 2 of the series is coming up tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45 at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Is your team or organization looking to raise money this upcoming season? Look no further than Keystone Custom Apparel. With their 24/7, 365 online spiritwear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. My sons are involved in so many sports. They're dripped out. That's what the young kids say these days. And looking sharp in their uniforms and jerseys, provided by the premier sports apparel company in our area, Keystone Custom Apparel. Check them out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285. Get swagged out. That's what the old people like me say with Keystone Custom Apparel.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Garrett Wilson. Last week, the Jets' 25-year-old wide receiver was gifted with a 4-year, $130 million contract extension with $90 million guaranteed. Wilson's old Ohio State teammate Justin Fields will now be under center for the New York Jets, and new head coach Aaron Glenn vows to get Garrett the ball, quote, as much as possible. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder, here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 40 in North Bethlehem Township in Washington County remains closed as crews investigate an earlier fatal accident in the area between Dagg Hollow and Valley View Roads. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays from Rosslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jammed inbound in Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. A second delay past Churchill to Monroeville. Crews are blocking a lane there to complete some concrete work. It's expected to reopen at 8:30. Parkway North, you're jammed from Bellevue Westview down past McKnight Road and Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights, cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
ESPN ranks the Steelers roster the 19th best roster in the NFL. I think that is poppycock. I think the Steelers roster is much better than that. Harry loves when I use those silly words. I do it for him and him alone. By the way, join the cast of dozens who are in our YouTube commenter thread, including our very own Mulsey. Mulsey's in there stirring it up a little bit, and he said, Crowley, don't openly admit to being out of breath when you walk up the stairs. Listen, kids, no, this is a teachable moment, a PSA of sorts from your pal Crowley. Don't smoke a pack a day in college. You will, well, it makes the easy things in life difficult. Smoking, bad. Drugs, bad. Alcohol, can I lie to the kids? Bad. I think the Steelers roster is much better than the 19th best roster in the NFL. And I think if the Steelers win fewer games in 2025 than they did in 2024, it's a failure on the coach. Now, I'll throw this qualifier in there. If they're absolutely ravaged by injuries, okay, that happens. Look at Detroit last year. I would have liked to see a fully armed and operational battle station, the Detroit Lions, at their absolute best, go on to play the Philadelphia Eagles at their absolute best. I think those are the best two rosters in football last season. Injuries can derail a year. That team way better than the Steelers, but you get what I'm saying. So there's my qualifier. But if all things are equal health-wise, and the Steelers don't win 11 games in a playoff game, I think Mike Tomlin has underachieved with the roster that's been built. I think this is a good roster, bordering on very good. Now, quarterback's going to get weighed heavily in these rankings, and I think most people think Aaron Rodgers is somewhere in the middle of the pack. So when you have a Joe Burrow, when you have a Josh Allen, when you have a Patrick Mahomes, you've got that prodigious a talent at the most important position, it probably is going to skew the rankings. But if you're going 1 through 53, I'll take the Steelers roster, and I'd put them probably 9th or 10th. But on this ESPN ranking, the Cincinnati Bengals occupy the 9th spot. And I just don't see it. Breaking news from all the NFL insiders. Trey Hendrickson, their star pass rusher, the man who led the league in sacks last year, the man who wants a contract, is not at Bengals camp. Players report today, Trey Hendrickson is in Florida posting Instagram shots. He might hold out the whole year. I never felt like it was going to get to that place with TJ Watt and the Steelers. I think there's some weird stuff going on with Micah Parsons and the Cowboys. Actually, we have to make fun of Jerry Jones at some point during today's show. I never thought that the Steelers and TJ Watt were going to be at such an impasse that he wasn't going to play for the team this year. It could happen in Cincinnati, where Mike Brown is as cheap can be and doesn't want to pay top dollar for an edge rusher. He was behind a microphone, their owner, yesterday, and was talking about their first-round pick, also an edge rusher, who is also going to hold out because he's not under contract. I'm talking about Shemar Stewart. There are some grumblings that he might want to try to go back to college depending on how some legal cases work out. I don't know the truth of that, but is he going to be ready to go week one, even if he signs a deal? It doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. And Mike Brown was talking about, I don't want to guarantee this guy any money because he could wind up in prison. Oh, okay. Let's see if they can bridge that gap. Owner says guy could go to prison. You might not come to terms on a contract anytime soon. Their defense was one of the worst in all of football last year, the Bengals. It was 25th in points allowed, 25th in yards allowed. They allowed 26 points per game. You know what they've done to improve that defense? They fired the DC, Lou Anarumo, who was a hot head coaching candidate a few years ago. If you think he was the problem, you ain't watching ball. They should have fired him, but he wasn't the problem. The roster's the problem. They're paying the quarterback. They're paying 2 wide receivers. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but they've been lacking on that side. They brought in Al Golden. And their 2 edge rushers ain't there. It's important to note that they've also been among contenders, quote unquote, the slowest starting team in the NFL the last 3 years. 2022, they started out 0-2. I mean, Minkah Fitzpatrick had an interception against Joe Burrow in the opener. That's how bad Joe Burrow was to start that year. Minkah couldn't catch the ball. 2023, they started out 1-3 and then 5-6. Last year, they almost made the playoffs. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. They started out 1-4 and 4-8. And you know what they've done to fix their defense? That was a massive liability. They replaced Lou Anarumo with Al Golden. That's it. That's the list. And their edge rushers ain't there. They get benefit of the doubt because Joe Burrow's played in a Super Bowl, and he's a great player. They have the best, if not 1A, 1B, with Jefferson in Minnesota, wide receiver in the NFL. They might have the best wide receiver tandem in the NFL. Riddle me this, Batman. They have those guys last year? Yeah. What did it net them? Not a playoff berth. They haven't improved where they needed to improve. And this isn't even to mention the offensive line. I just don't buy the Bengals. I can't buy the Bengals.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
ESPN writes, biggest weakness, secondary. Offensive line was a candidate, but secondary is a larger issue. If I'm building a football team, I'm building the offensive line, I'm building the defensive line, I'm addressing corner. And ESPN says, oh, they got the 9th best roster in the NFL. Where are they weak? Oh, corner. Oh, offensive line. And this is with the assumption that ESPN's writing this, that they're going to have their edge rushers. They might not. So I'm not buying the Bengals hype at all. Not even a little bit. Just for bleeps and giggles, ESPN, again, put the Steelers at 19th on this list. They had the Steelers' biggest weakness as their offensive tackles. And while that is the case, I would agree with that, they're more talented there than they were last year. Now, what is talent worth? You got to go get it done. I'd be lying if I told you I was super optimistic about Broderick Jones and your quarterback's 41 and Broderick Jones is protecting his blind side. But they do have the talent. Again, if I'm building a team, offensive line, defensive line, secondary. Steelers' secondary's way better than the Bengals. Steelers' defensive line, according to Pro Football Focus, the best in the sport. Steelers' front seven, according to Warren Sharp, third best in the sport. I know they gave up 299 rushing yards last year. I'm trying to ignore that fact for purposes of this argument. But the Steelers are better in, I think their offensive line's better. Their defensive line sure as bleep is better. Their corners are significantly better. Now, you'd rather have Joe Burrow. I get that. But Joe Burrow got them 0 playoff performances last year. I ain't buying the Bengals hype. 412-928-9370. I do want to get to the Ravens briefly when we come back. And then a lot of people arguing with me on the text line about Kyle Long's comments regarding T.J. Watt. He said T.J. Watt will finish as a top 3 Steeler of all time. I vehemently disagree. How do you feel about that? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Detroit Tigers at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, you go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Charter Ridge Golf Course, Drew Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, Hickory Heights Golf Club, MHI Roofing, and Brookline.com. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Molesy wanted me to pass along to you in the YouTube comments that is in fact the real Chris Muller that you are arguing with. Also, City Limits taking it big time on the chin, and we've totally lost Harry, who is now more focused on the YouTube comments than he is the actual show he's producing.
I can't even tell you what they're about, but it's so bad. I did ask, though, if you could be Craig for a day, people, what would you do? And the guy that's name rhymes with Pittsburgh Steelers said, fire you.
Yes, Boobsburg Feelers.
Yeah, he said, fire you. And I'm like, oh.
Fire me?
No, fire me.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Segment brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. You don't want to open that can of worms, Harry. If you were Craig for a day, what would you do?
Yeah. What would you do, Crowley?
If I were Craig for a day?
Would you fire yourself?
I'd fart in front of my wife for the first time in our relationship.
That has nothing to do with being the boss of the station.
I didn't know that it had to be a
That was kind of the point.
matter.
If you could be Craig for a day at the Fan, that was kind of the point. Like, not what would you do in Craig's personal life, what would you do as manager of the station was really what I was going for.
I'd probably move you aside and promote intern Dom.
Are you being serious?
Did you want the honest answer or the funny answer?
Uh-huh.
Now you're left guessing whether that was honest or funny. Perhaps it was both. 412-928-9370. The amount of people in the text line that are agreeing with Kyle Long, who on a podcast said that TJ Watt will finish his career among the top 3 Steelers of all time, is just flabbergasting to me. Bob Pompani put out that Twitter poll when TJ Watt signed his 3-year extension. Do you like the deal? Do you not like the deal? Do you like fresh fish? 50% of people said they liked it. 50% of people said they didn't like it. I'll tell you what. I do think the fan base is split. I think that's a pretty good cross-section there of the fan base. The people who love Watt will go to no ends to defeat him. I mean, they will put him over. I have people ripping Bradshaw. I have people ripping Ben Roethlisberger. No one's ripping Mean Joe Green. Thank goodness for that. You're a smart fan base. Oh, Terry Bradshaw, a 51% completion percentage. He won an MVP. He won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. He won 4 Super Bowl championships. He's an all-time great. And, again, this ain't the Detroit Lions, where if you are a Hall of Fame player, you're immediately bang. In the Ring of Honor, bang. You're a top 3 of all time. No, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers, where you've got all the 70s dudes to deal with and a bunch of others from this century. Everyone's been doing their top 25 list. Watt hadn't even been on most people's top 3 of the last 25 years lists. And Kyle Long wants to put him top 3 of all time. It's laughable. I think in order to be an all-time great Steeler, let's give you the rubric. Let's give you the criteria here. You have to have significant regular season success, accolades, all pros, DPOYs, MVPs. And then you need to have signature postseason moments, and you got to have rings. You got to have hardware. He ain't got that. And it ain't all his fault, but he's not even showing up in defeat. He had one of the worst playoff games you could ever see from a great player last year against Baltimore. To think he can finish top 3 all time without at least a ring, laughable to me. We used to be a society here where we would judge greatness on rings. This is Pittsburgh. And sometimes ring culture is nauseating. But, like, T.J. Watt ain't even put up in these playoff games. You can't even say, well, they lost, but boy, T.J. was awesome. Like, speaking of T.J.'s, like T.J. McConnell, how clutch he was, how good he was for the Pacers. They lost. But they lost in spite of his best efforts. The Steelers have been losing playoff games, and Watt ain't even been showing up. It's a big-time deciding factor for me. Drives me nuts. People come to Watt's defense the way that they are. And I'm not even doxing Watt. If you asked him, hey, have you played well enough in the postseason? He would say, no. It's just a fact. And you could do this even without Watt criticism. I won't, but you could. He ain't Ben. He ain't Bradshaw. He ain't Mean Joe. He ain't Troy. He ain't Jack Ham. You can say those things and not be critical of Watt at all. It's just, for me, a fact. 412-928-9370. Get a ring, we'll revisit the conversation. Easier said than done. That is the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, by the way. Can T.J. Watt finish among the top 3 all-time great Steelers? Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. So we thought things might get messy between the Steelers and T.J. Watt. And you would think he's going to be at St. Vincent tomorrow with bells on. That he's going to be a full participant in practice. That they want to move him around this year. They want to change some things schematically. And Watt will be there for the whole thing. No drama now with T.J. Watt. That's not the case in Cincinnati, as we mentioned before, and it is not the case in Dallas. My God. Wait until you hear what Jerry Jones had to say about Micah Parsons coming up next. Neil Walker at the top of the hour to talk about Noah Hiles now putting out a trade deadline primer, Callis. We'll get Neil's opinion on all that at 9 o'clock. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Detroit Tigers play tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. Pirates won the first game of the 3-game series yesterday, shutting out the Tigers by a 3-0 final score. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound delays before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound jammed at the Greenfield Bridge overpass up through the lane restrictions. A second delay past Churchill out toward Monroeville, where crews were blocking a lane to do some concrete work. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North, you are jammed as you head past Campbell's Run Road all the way down past Bellevue Westview. A second delay approaching McKnight Road and down toward the crossover zone. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound at the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound at Roslyn Farms. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette. He's come out with his trade deadline primer. He writes, multiple sources believe that blank will have a new team by the end of the month. We should soon find out who is willing to pay the highest price for his services. We'll tell you who that is at the top of the hour. Neil Walker going to join us. I'm reading through Noah's piece, and good players are going to move, man. And the guy who's moving them is the guy that got him into this mess in the first place. It's like the hot dog man meme. We're trying to find the guy who did this. It's just, it defies logic to me that you are in this position, 21 games under 500, in year 2 of Skeens. You have regressed year over year so much. And the guy who's in charge of all of it is going to trade maybe a handful of players to try to turn this thing around by next year. It's remarkable. It makes me want to cry as a Pirates fan, a self-loathing Pirates fan. A lot of people defending T.J. Watt still on the text line. I'll answer one more text on this, and then we're done. I'll stop my Watt bashing. Texter writes in, Watt is clearly not top 3 Steelers of all time, but to bring up the Ravens game is stupid because he was clearly instructed to just hit Henry and ignore. Every RPO Lamar ran, Watt was hitting Henry. I crushed the strategy at the time. I have brought that up, actually, now in each of the last 2 shows. I do not disagree. Game plan, awful. But we got to stop making excuses for T.J. Watt. Well, the game plan was awful. Nothing Watt could have done. They write that Watt was charged with hitting Henry every time. How many tackles did he have? Oh, 0. TFLs, none. Sacks, 0. Forced fumbles, nothing. Pass defense, nothing. He didn't register a sack. A stat. Not one stat. Yeah, the coaching was bad. Awful even. Register a statistic, please. Now let's make fun of Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was at a press conference with his head coach. Asked about Micah Parsons, who's next up to get paid. When he does, he will get paid more than T.J. Watt just got paid. That's how this goes. He's also younger. Plays a different position, plays it differently than Watt. He'll get paid more. Jerry Jones, well, just listen.
Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. There's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Jerry Jones, everybody. And then J.J. Watt excoriated Jerry Jones on Twitter, and Micah Parsons retweeted it. So negotiations going well. Jerry Jones really doesn't care if they win. He really doesn't. He just wants to be in the headlines. He wants the Cowboys to be talked about on Get Up and First Take and all the national shows. As long as the Cowboys are front of mind, he does not care if they win or not. He didn't need to pay Dak Prescott $60 million a season. He did it because he can and because people would talk about him. He doesn't need to make Micah Parsons a $50 million edge rusher. I bet you he does. Why? So that people talk about him. He wants to make it interesting and fill it with drama prior to the signing because he's Jerry damn Jones. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Bengals don't have a contract done with Trey Hendrickson. They report to camp today. He's in Florida. Shemar Stewart, the first-round pick, an edge rusher. He's not going to be there. He hasn't signed his rookie deal. Meanwhile, the Steelers sewed it all up with Watt. They got rid of George Pickens. Minka could kind of be a loose cannon. Najee Harris not all warm and fuzzy. We're going into a Steelers camp, folks, and I look around, not a distraction to be found. Going to ignore that the quarterback could be a massive one for now. But right now, it's all kumbaya. It's like, hey, Arnold, let's all hold hands here on the subway. Everyone feeling great. By comparison, got to love the position the Steelers are in reporting to camp as compared to the Bengals or the Cowboys. All right, coming up next, we do not love the position the Pirates are in. Nobody does. They are bad. It is a seller's market. However, the guy doing the selling, we don't really trust. We'll talk to Neil Walker about that. We'll clue you in on who Noah Hiles thinks is definitely gone before the trade deadline in 9 days. That's all coming your way next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 83. Low, Jake Gensel, 59. Feels like a September day out there right now. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Waken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Waken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still lots of morning rush left. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. Inbound Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound delays are at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Parkway West jamming inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays approaching Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 delays past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again from Millvale toward the north side. And the Parkway North, you're jammed before Camp Horn Road. Stop and go down toward Perrysville, then again at McKnight Road and into the lane restrictions and the crossover before the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Fan. It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I was ripping Harry before for being distracted by the YouTube comments. Now I am. Mulsey's been enjoying the show, or at least he's been consuming the show the last couple of days. He's live in the YouTube chat right now. Someone called him Caillou, which did get a big chortle out of me. That can't be the first time, unfortunately, Chris has heard that. And then someone says I'm rocking the J.D. Vance eyeliner. That ain't eyeliner. That is 2 kids, my wife being out of town the last 4 days, and dealing with callus every morning.
Your wife's out of town, too? I didn't realize that.
She was out all weekend.
You're really having a terrible week.
Oh, I had a blast with my kids, but I got run into the gutter. Single coverage is hard enough. I had to handle them both myself. I did once wear eyeliner to a Green Day concert. Also dyed my hair green. And during my theater days back in high school, I wouldn't clean the eyeliner off. I would wear it the next day. It was very seen.
Ew.
That was in my Chemical Romance stage. But I digress. Neil Walker joins us now. See, they got me, these YouTube commenters. Neil Walker on The Fan is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. Neil, I would imagine you've never worn eyeliner in your entire life.
No, I can't say I've done that. I did have a skater period for about a year in high school, but that quickly ended. But
you were probably one of those cool skaters. Like, you could actually probably do a trick or two, right? Because I could barely do a half ollie before I'd fall on my butt.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even getting on a skateboard in any form or fashion.
You just dressed like it,
like most of us. Yeah.
Oh man, you were a poser. That's what they called them back then.
Yep, that's right.
Neil Walker, the poser, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life. Neil, Noah Hiles just came out with his trade deadline primer. I don't know if this is one of a bunch from Noah. Probably. He's always working his tail off. But he writes, multiple sources believe that Keller will have a new team by the end of the month. We should soon find out who is willing to pay the highest price for his services. Man, I have a hard time with Keller because here's a stat that I didn't know, but it doesn't surprise me. He has logged 5 or more innings in 82 of his last 90 starts. You want a bell cow? You want a horse in today's baseball? Mitch Keller's that guy, which is why you want to keep him around, but it's also why he'd be sought after.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And I mean, we like you said, we know the story with Mitch Keller when he's healthy and he's the velo is there. There's a good chance when he's standing on the mound, it's going to be the 6th or 7th inning when he walks off. And I think that's probably one of the things that's so sought after with teams that are looking. I don't know if teams are necessarily willing to pay for a number one, in a normal scenario, unless there's a glaring hole and you're talking about the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Cubs. But the first team that comes to mind if something were to happen with Mitch Keller is the Yankees. Because obviously Garrett Cole out for the season. Fried having a good year, Rodon having a pretty good year. You wouldn't be asking Mitch Keller to be that 1-2. You'd be asking him to be that 3-4, and he would be very good in that scenario. And we've seen in the past that the Pirates tend to be buddy trade partners for the most part with the Yankees. So I personally would hate to see it, but you certainly can understand from a certain standpoint of what is needed at the major league level for the Pittsburgh Pirates is the hitting is just not there. The offense is just not there. And so you obviously start looking at the guys that are the biggest trade pieces, and Mitch Keller's at the very top of that list.
David Bednar's been at the top of his form, too. You have him. You have Dennis Santana that I would also think are hot commodities at the deadline. Ideally, again, you don't want to lose good players. I'll tell you what I wouldn't want to see happen is them trade both of them, Neil. Bednar's looking like an all-star again. What do you think has turned his game around? Because last year I think a lot of it had to do with injury and missing spring training, and you just never get right sometimes when that's the case. This year he gets sent down. He comes back. He's the 2-time all-star again.
Well, we saw David Bednar, and I was fortunate enough to see him a lot in the off season with where he works out and kind of helping with some offensive players in the area. We saw him add, obviously the 3-pitch mix, the 4-seam, curveball, and split. We saw him change the shape of that breaking ball. And, I certainly would never make excuses for anybody, especially at the major league level where you constantly are making adjustments. But we saw him early in the season really have a hard time locating that breaking ball. It had a little bit more depth and a little bit more, top right to down left tilt to it than we've seen in the past. And that was his go-to pitch as far as getting into counts and getting ahead of counts. is very, very low swing rate against that pitch. And when he's throwing it for strikes, it makes both of his other two pitches, the split and the four seam, much better. Now, early in the season, when we saw him struggle, we weren't seeing him dump that in for strikes. We were seeing him in a lot of 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts. And at the major league level, even if you throw 100, you're going to get hit when you're in those counts. So when we saw him go down, I'm sure that the onus was on we got to get the feel better for this breaking ball. We got to find ways to get this over the plate, especially early in counts. And that's what we've seen him do. And we've seen him not only use that as a get ahead and get back in counts pitch, we've seen him put guys away with that breaking ball. And we've seen the split usage kind of go down. It's still fairly prevalent with the left-handed hitters. But he's, for the most part, against the righties, which he faces probably more so, four-seam, curveball. And since he's get back, he's essentially been lights out.
Neil Walker joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Neil, obviously there's a bunch of guys that are dealing with trade speculation right now. The team's 21 games under 500. I do want to get to the positive. We'll talk about Skeens in a minute here. But how do you compartmentalize? How do you go to work every day knowing you're not going to be in the postseason? And in some cases, you got 9 days now until the deadline, knowing the guys I'm with right now, I'm not going to be with, but maybe I do have a chance at the postseason. Like, I feel like it would be hard to keep your mind on your day-to-day typical tasks.
Well, I went through it one time, my second year with the Mets. I got traded, and actually after the trade deadline, when there was kind of that extra period, when I got traded to the Brewers in mid-August, and I can remember just kind of, you're not quite sure what you should be doing. Like, I remember going on. We were in Philadelphia, which wasn't far from New York, where I was staying, and you're taking batting practice, your day-to-day. You're just kind of like waiting for somebody to walk up to you and be like, "Hey, Skipper's got to talk to you." And I can remember it was a night game. It was like a Saturday night or a Thursday night game or something in Philly. And I'm taking batting practice, and I see the bench coach give me kind of like a weird side-eye look while I'm swinging in the cage. And I look at him and I'm like, right, here we go. And he goes, "Skipper wants to talk to you." I go in there. Hey, you got traded to Milwaukee, and so I jump in a car, head back to my apartment in New York. We have a day game in Milwaukee the next day. I pack up as much stuff as I can because my wife wasn't there. She was back in Pittsburgh at the time, and so my apartment's half full. It's 3 a.m. I have a day game in Milwaukee the next day. Get on a 10 a.m. flight. Have 45 minutes to get ready for the game, and I was needed to play third base that day. So that's just kind of a microcosm, but. You do try to compartmentalize it. You essentially, when you get to game time, you're like, okay, I guess I'm not going to get traded today, and that stuff obviously still does happen during games. But there's definitely a different feel leading up into the trade deadline on losing teams and teams that don't have a chance for the postseason, especially if you're on an aspiring contract or you're a guy that is a highly touted after player that's not super controllable.
Neil, Paul Skeens, really good. That's my take. I don't even know if I have a question, man. Every time he takes the mound, he's making history. The stat that came out after last night's game, players since 1901 to have 300-plus strikeouts and a sub-2 ERA through 44 career MLB games. Here's the list, Neil. It's Paul Skeens. That's it. I mean, in 1901's a long time ago. I looked it up. The cause of death, the leading cause of death in the United States in 1901 was diarrhea. That's how long ago that was. Now we drink this pink liquid, and we're fine. Like, this guy, every time out, it's unbelievable. And last night, it's the best team in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, we're running out of superlatives for Paul Skeens, and
that's why I had to use the diarrhea thing, Neil. So I'm running out of things to say. Clearly,
that's a new one. Yeah, that's a new one. No, and the thing about Paul is you sometimes with young and younger pitchers, you don't see them necessarily evolve start to start, or you see them sometimes make pitch mix mistakes from time to time. It's pretty rare that you see Paul do that. He's capable of getting back in counts with the fastball. He's capable of putting guys away with essentially 4 pitches, and he is a high percentage strike thrower. So all those things mixed with 100+ in your back pocket lead to success, but it's not always the case with young guys. Hitters will adjust. Typically, pitchers have the upper hand the first couple times facing them, the first 2-3 times facing them, and then you have to evolve. You know that as a pitcher, and you know that talking to pitchers. And Paul has been able to do that from the jump. And I think he's just a mixture of such an incredibly talented human being, but somebody that's cerebral to the point of understanding that you can't just keep going to the same well over and over and over again. You have to work with your strengths, but you also have to understand the opposition's weakness.
Zach Wheeler has a 2.39 ERA. He has been wonderful this year. I'm not trying to tear Zach Wheeler down, but Paul Skeens has been better, and yet he's sitting here with a 5-8 record. And I was listening to the radio call last night with Greg Brown and John Wehner, and they were talking about whether or not Skeens could win the Cy Young with a losing record. And Greg brought something up that I honestly hadn't even considered, and it's probably an obvious thing to consider. What if he doesn't finish with a losing record? What if you get him one game over 500? Something like that. Like, I don't think that's an impossibility with how well he's pitched. Do you think he'd win it, though, with a losing record?
I think if his win-loss was pretty substantial, call it 7 and 15 or something like that, then I think that you might say, well, yeah, he ran into some bad luck, but I don't know. I really don't know. It's such an interesting topic of discussion. I think if Paul stays in this trajectory and he's in the high ones, low twos through 30 plus starts this season, I think it's going to be a coin flip. And I hate to think this way, but I would have to say if all things were very similar between both guys, Wheeler and Paul, and it gets down to the end of the season and the Phillies are in the playoffs and Wheeler has a 20-9 record, I got to think that the league would probably give it to Wheeler, and I hate to say that.
I'm with you on that, Neil, and that would be a total bummer. Speaking of that radio crew that was on last night, I got to play something for you here. This stopped me in my tracks. I was mowing the lawn last night. I'm listening to the game, and I think because the Pirates are this far under 500 that Greg and Wayner's brains broke. I just got to play this for you. Here you go.
Be sure to stick around after the game. Post-game, kids run the bases. Thanks to Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com/familyfun. The pitch. Fouled back. Fastball got a good part of the zone. Torkelson fouled it back.
What was the jingle? What?
Ask any tuna you happen to see. No.
What's the best tuna?
Oh, yeah. What's the best tuna you happen to see? Chicken of the Sea. Well,
this went on for another minute and a half here, Neil. I can't play the whole thing. I mean, you got to love working with these guys, though, man. Like, you guys all do a great job, and you all seem like you have a bunch of fun. And I know they won last night, and it was a fun game to watch, but sometimes you got to keep yourselves amused.
Yeah, and you know what? It's you compartmentalize. I've found, at least in my brain as a player and now as a broadcaster, you kind of compartmentalize your season into series, right? And for the most part, we do 3 to 6 games, 2 series in a row, sometimes 3, and obviously Greg and Joe do every single game, which is incredible. But you get to game 3, especially against maybe a team that things haven't gone quite so well, and you get to about the 7th or 8th inning, you're like, you got to be kidding me. We're gonna lose 3 in a row to a team like the White Sox, and your brain starts to glitch at times. So those guys are the best, and sometimes you find yourself wandering, and you're like, well, we can't say many incredibly positive things at this point on the brink of losing 3 straight to one of the worst teams in the league. But yeah, Wayner's always down for a nice jingle too. So
it was wonderful. I was thrilled that happened. It was ear candy, and I love that Greg is as emotional as he is about the team. I mean, he's been doing it forever, and he makes every game feel big, and I love that about him. And I love you, and I love Wayner, and I'm just saying nice things now. Neil, thank you for your time as always, buddy, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
Well, let me just add with Greg. Yeah. I know sometimes he catches a little bit of slack because he can be overly positive, but I can tell you unequivocally that this guy cares as much about the Pirates as anybody I've ever seen in my entire life. So I love Greg. I love Joe. The play-by-play guys doing every single game is is about as emotionally and physically maybe not physically taxing, but emotionally taxing as you can imagine. Because even guys that even players get days off. Well, guess what? The play-by-play guys and the amount of work they put in, they don't get days off. But us color guys, we don't do much of anything. We just kind of hope that we don't say something stupid on the air.
You always run that risk. Believe you me, Neil. I'm always worried about walking into the landmines myself. Appreciate your time, buddy. We'll talk to you next Monday. A little deadline breakdown when we speak next, all right?
All right, AC. Have a good week, man.
You too. That's the great Neil Walker. At the end of the hour, inspired by the Steelers throwback uniforms, Harry and I are going to each draft a list of the 5 worst uniforms in Steelers history. Aggressive preparation has been done to get ready for this.
Not just Steelers history, because there's only so many you can pick
excuse me,
from.
you're right.
All
Pittsburgh sports history. I got some humdingers on here. One that I remembered randomly that I'm happy I did because it sucks. And you won't remember it, which is good because there'll be some variety on this list. But coming up next, Noah Hiles, our friend, Pirates insider from the Post-Gazette, he put his primer out there. Mitch Keller, it sounds like, going to be on the move before the deadline. Who are the suitors? Who else is getting big-time interest in this seller's market? We'll tell you when we come back, but first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates won yesterday 3-0 over the Detroit Tigers in the first game of a 3-game series. Comes after they got swept by the Chicago White Sox, so they ended that losing streak. Game 2 of the series tonight at 6:40. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Denny Hamlin continues to turn back the clock. At age 44, he's the oldest active driver in NASCAR's Cup Series. And Sunday, he won his second straight race at Dover for his 4th checkered flag of the season. With 58 Cup Series victories, Hamlin is now just 2 shy of Kevin Harvick for 10th place on the all-time list. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right. 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some morning rush delays left over heading into 9 o'clock. This report brought to you by Inco Beverage. Route 28 especially, that remains heavy from Millville, stop and go to the East Ohio Street off-ramp, while the Parkway North is still stacking around Bellevue, Westview, and heavy as you enter into the crossover zone as you head past Venture Street. Parkway West, you are jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Inbound Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Pop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we've got breaking news here. We have MLB Network on in the studio. It's trade deadline season. You'll never guess who's hosting a show with Steve Phillips on MLB Network. It's Derek Shelton, baby! He's got a face for TV. He's got the beard. I don't know about the baseball insights, though, Harry.
He's wearing glasses. Yeah, I don't know. What is he going to tell them about how to tank the Pirates, how to start hot and slow down right when it's important in the season, how to use Jake Woodford in situations instead of anybody else in the bullpen? Yeah.
There's a better question than that, Steve Phillips. There's a better question than that, Noah. I actually heard Derek Shelton a very good guy.
How to make Rowdy Tellez your best reliever.
Well, Jim Tracy not available?
I'll say this
what
now.
About John Russell?
I don't know where I was at the time when that happened, but I remember that it happened.
What?
You put Rowdy Tellez in 2 games in a row. That's not a bad question.
In 3 in 7 games.
People want to know about that.
He had more appearances in that 7-game stretch than David Bednar did, for goodness sakes. I think this is a permanent show. I'm just guessing. I don't know that for a fact, but on the lower third, it says you're watching the leadoff spot with Steve Phillips and Derek Shelton, which tells me they haven't done a good enough job of selling advertisement. you shouldn't have to write there, you are watching the leadoff spot with Steve Phillips and Derek Shelton. I find that very amusing. But I digress. You're here for rumor. You're here for innuendo. You're here to hear what Noah Hiles has heard about the Pirates prior to the deadline. First, housekeeping, because our show is sponsored, Derek Shelton. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Noah Hiles writes that the Mets, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and the Cubs all in the mix on Mitch Keller. I want to look at this in a vacuum real quick, and we'll get to the Steelers again at the bottom of the hour. I have what I think is an interesting angle on training camp. If I trusted the GM, I would trade Mitch Keller. If it were me running the ship, and I would do it for $80K, could save some money there, buckos. If I were the GM of the Pirates, and I were confident in my abilities, I would trade Mitch Keller. He's making a pretty penny relative to what the Pirates pay people. I want to move money out to move money in. I don't think they're going to add $50 million to the payroll next season. But if I can move his contract off the books, get something in return for him, and then spend a little bit of that money in free agency in the offseason, that's the path that I would forge. I wanted to trade him in the offseason because I believed in the pitching depth, and I didn't think they'd be able to hit. Well, they've pitched well this year. The White Sox series was a disaster, obviously, but they were in the top 10 in MLB ERA prior to that. They're one of the best 5 teams in the NL in ERA. They can pitch. They can't hit. Bubba Chandler struggled. We haven't seen him yet. I don't know when we'll see him. I still believe he's going to be a really good Major League pitcher. Johan Oviedo at the ballpark yesterday. He's working his way back. He wanted, the Pirates, I should say, wanted to get a look at him with their Pittsburgh specialists. He was good the last time we saw him. Mike Burrows, he actually looks the part. Ashcraft, is he going to be a piece in the rotation? If not, I think you got a great bullpen arm there. Majinski, I think the makings of a young, good bullpen arm. You've got pitching. Jared Jones will be back earlier than we thought. When he returns, he'll pitch next year for the Pirates if all things, fingers crossed, go according to plan. Hunter Barco, a top 100 prospect in Major League Baseball. You've got pitching depth. You've got Bailey Falter under control for a while. He's really cheap. You've got pitching depth. In an ideal world, if I trusted the GM, I would trade Mitch Keller. I think that's a good baseball move. Plus, it's a seller's market. Not to mention, he has struggled each of the last 2 second halves of seasons. He's pitching really well right now before he craters out. I'm not saying he will, but he has. And if you're trading him in the offseason, you might not be able to get as much value for him. In a vacuum, would love to trade Mitch Keller. I can't let this GM pull the trigger on that. Now, here's a deal I would let Ben Cherington make. This from Noah Hiles. The Post-Gazette learned recently that the Pirates have a notable desire to move third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes before this year's deadline. Hayes, who is hitting .240 with, oh my God, a .583 OPS over 93 games, has been the subject of a handful of trade rumors this year with the Cubs, Tigers, and Yankees all showing interest. Eugenio Suarez is out there hitting 36 bombs or whatever it is. Can you imagine being a Yankees fan? Oh, we need Eugenio Suarez. Let's get another big thumper in the middle of this lineup. Who'd we get? Ke'Bryan Hayes? Wouldn't feel all that good. But here's the kicker in Noah Hiles' story. One source told the Post-Gazette that the Pirates' primary goal is likely to simply get his contract off the books. Hayes is making $7 million this season. He's slated to make that same total in 26 and 27, and $8 million in 28 and 29. So that's not a lot of money, but it's money the Pirates can spend elsewhere. And if the goal is to not get anything for Hayes, because, come on now, and it's just to get the salary off the books, you literally can't screw that one up. Hey, do you want him? Yes? Okay, see ya. So I wouldn't let Cherington trade Mitch Keller. But to dump a salary? By all means, Mr. Cherington, knock your socks off. 412-928-9370. 7-0. Coming up next, a lot of people focusing on the new players who will be at Steelers camp starting tomorrow. I'm more intrigued by the old players and not in terms of age. I'll explain when we come back, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Detroit Tigers. This will be game 2 of the 3-game series after the Pirates, they won the first game yesterday by a 3-0 final score. If you want to listen to today's game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Kralik.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, let me tell you, the obvious choice is to call the Pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has done a bunch of stuff on my roof. They're the best. They have hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. One of my favorite win total bets this season has to be the New England Patriots. After winning only 4 games last season, I like the Pats to go under 8.5 wins at -105 this year. I'm Ryan Horvath from BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I can't think of anything that I would want to watch less than what is going on MLB Network right now. Steve Phillips and Derek Shelton are interviewing the Marlins manager. Oh, my God.
Clayton McCullough, first-year manager of the Marlins.
Harry, I pride myself on knowing at least some things. The Pirates opened the season against the Marlins. I couldn't have told you his name.
Well,
you could have given me 100 guesses. I wouldn't have been able to come up with this. I was Jack McKeon before Clayton McCullough.
Yeah, I think they had Skip Schumacher before, but then he pieced out, so they're there. Yeah, Clayton McCullough. What are the Marlins going to do, though? They ain't good.
Oh, I know. I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to get done with this. I actually have this TiVoed back at my place. Steve Phillips and Derek Shelton.
You think I could get any of the teams that are actually in contention to say things about
That's my point. I mean, I got two people that I don't care to hear from interviewing a guy that no one cares to hear from. I mean, what is that? Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I mean, seriously. You get the deadline in 9 days. Pennant race is starting to shake out. Let's talk to the Marlins skipper. I'm sure that'll resonate with a national audience. We've probably spent too much time on making fun of them, in fact. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I want to remind everybody, Steelers report to camp tomorrow. We're going to celebrate tomorrow morning. And you can celebrate with Donald J. Football, Donnie's Camp Door. You can join Donnie Football at Dino's on Thursday from 6 until 10 to kick off the start of training camp, cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite, and listen to Donnie's takes on the first day of camp. Donnie was made for this. You go there, you eat, I think, the best wings in all of Latrobe. Really, some of the best wings in the entire area. Go hang out with Donnie. Love Dino's. As I said, players report to training camp tomorrow. And day one, the focus is going to be on Aaron Rodgers, on DK Metcalf, on Jalen Ramsey, on Jonnu Smith, on Darius Slay, on Caleb Johnson, on Derek Harmon, all the new guys. And we'll get into this more in depth tomorrow. I am paying much more attention to guys who will be here for a while with the next, hopefully, franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I know that DK Metcalf, he signed a 5-year deal, so maybe I shouldn't have brought him up whenever I was listing guys off there at the start. But what's Calvin Austin going to become? is Roman Wilson going to be a part of this thing? Is he going to be another passenger? Is he going to be a guy who we don't hear from at all? Like, you used a third-round pick on the dude. What's going to happen with Broderick Jones? Is he your left tackle of the future? Because if he's not, that's going to throw a wrench into what they're planning moving forward with that rookie quarterback. If Broderick Jones stinks this year, and he might, I'm not holding out a lot of optimism for that guy. I think they screwed the pooch royally on him. I blame them more than I blame him. There's got to be some accountability for Broderick. But if Broderick Jones doesn't develop into a reasonable facsimile even of a franchise left tackle, you got all those picks next year. Your first-round pick's going to be spent on a quarterback. You're probably going to have to utilize multiple first-round picks to get that quarterback because you're going to have to jump a whole bunch of teams. When are you getting your franchise left tackle? The second round? It can happen. I mean, shoot, Alejandro Villanueva, he was a tight end, a wide receiver at Army. He wound up being a Pro Bowl guy for you at left tackle. Max Start's not a first-round pick. Like, it can happen, but I would rather just have that guy, and when your rookie quarterback comes in next year, he feels pretty good about his blind side. I mentioned a couple of guys before Broderick Jones. He's the number one guy to watch. Troy Fautanu might be number 2. Is Joey Porter going to take a step from year 2 to year 3? I don't think he was bad last year, but I thought he was better as a rookie. That's not a trend you want to see continue. And it's not even just the young guys. Last season was the worst year TJ Watt has had since he was a rookie. Is he going to bounce back? Is Peyton Wilson going to take that next step? This is a segment I like to call naming guys who were on last year's roster. That's all important to me, though. New guys, great. They'll determine how far this team goes this year. No one's going to be more important than Aaron Rodgers, obviously. And I am fascinated in how they're going to use Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay and how that all coalesces with Joey Porter Jr. Those are all fun storylines. But this offensive line is talented. Can it play up to its talent level? And can guys that have been good at times be consistently good this year? Can Keanu Benton be more of what he was as a rookie? Where I kind of thought he was invisible for stretches last year. That all affects the now and the future. That's how I'm viewing camp. Much, much more on Steelers camp tomorrow. Ray Fittipaldo will join us at 8. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Coming up next, inspired by the Steelers throwback uniforms, Harry and I are going to do a 2-person mini draft of the worst uniforms in Pittsburgh sports history. First, though, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday 3-0 over the Detroit Tigers behind a Paul Skeens start where he went 6 innings. He gave up no runs, struck out 6, and got the winning decision. How about that? Pirates, they're going to play today again against the Tigers. Game time still 6:40. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage beginning at 5:45. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident on the inbound Parkway North. This is around the Bellevue Road overpass, causing delays back toward Bellevue Westview. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed between Parkway Center and the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit tunnels. Inbound Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 a little bit heavy as you head toward Millvale, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hungry for flavor? GetGo's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito Scoops walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customize with your favorite toppings. GetGo Cafe and Market. better believe it.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
At jeepofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at jeepofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have, tuck them in, and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wakem 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Steelers report to training camp tomorrow, baby. We'll have Ray Fittipaldo on the show. We'll have Doug Whaley on the show. All football tomorrow, unless the Pirates make a trade or two. And then it'll be mostly still football tomorrow. Social media's biggest loser is brought to you by Wakem 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Steelers, social media's biggest loser for putting that dump of a uniform out there yesterday, the retro uni. It wasn't absurd enough for me. The uglier, the better. But Harry and I are now going to have a mini draft, just the two of us.
Top 5.
Top 5 worst uniforms in Pittsburgh sports history. Would you like to have the first overall pick, or would you like to go second? We're not doing any fancy snake draft here. We're just going to alternate until we're done.
Well, I'm going to be selfish, and I'll go first since you're offering.
All right, well, wait. Rip it.
All right, first pick of the draft, I select the Pirates red jerseys from 2007. They're alternates, black sleeves, red jerseys, very little black and yellow.
Not a good look. Just have visions of Zach Duke shoving in those jerseys.
That was his year, right, Zach Duke? Where he had the awesome start, and then John Kruk that offseason predicted him to win the Cy Young, which he did not.
Yeah, 2006 he had a really good year. 2007 was the year that he blew it.
And that's when they had the red vests.
Yep.
You've already lost the draft, though, Harry.
Why?
Because while I was considering myself picking those jerseys, they're not even the worst red Pirates vests of all time. Those would be the 1999 futuristic Pirates uniforms with a big old bucko face right on top. So that's my number 1 overall pick.
That's a good one.
Your turn. Wait.
All right, well, I'm going to do Pirates again because they've got some pretty not great ones.
They do.
They're 2004 black alternates. It's just a black jersey with the Pirates spelled out on the front, but the letters are outlined in red.
See,
and the numbers.
I miss the red on the uniforms.
But it's not a good touch. It's black, yellow, and red.
Yeah.
And there's no, that's it. It's a black, you can buy a T-shirt like that in the store. It's black, and then with just generic yellow pirate font, and then outlined in red.
I actually have a Brian Giles version of that.
I don't like it. So
From way
it's my
back
second
when.
choice.
All right, now I'm up. And we've gone too long without the Bumblebees. So I'm going Bumblebees.
See, I think you're gonna lose favor with that though, because they're so bad, they're notable.
That's my argument as well. It's why
it's
why I like them. But I like them because of their ugliness. I love those 1999 futuristic Pirates jerseys because of their ugliness. You're up.
I'm gonna choose the ones that they just put on.
You're going all Pirates here.
No,
Oh, okay,
Steelers.
go.
Steelers,
Yeah.
1933. The ones they just put on. Because the original jersey, actually, it was before numbers were regulated on both sides of the jersey. So it's just the City of Pittsburgh logo on the front with that same design. It's no good.
It's better than the 1994 vintage. You should go with the 1994, 1933 throwbacks. Those are even worse. But I'm not going to tell you how to draft, Harry. The whole rebranding of Pitt was a disaster. The script, I think, is one of the best logos in all of collegiate sport. The color scheme, one of the best in all of collegiate sport. And I'm not even going to dox the Boulder Panther. I didn't mind that on the helmet when Larry Fitzgerald's going up and plucking balls off of dudes' helmets. It's when they went to the block pit on the helmet. That's my third pick for worst uniform in Pittsburgh sports
Well, we need
history.
a year because I had something close to that.
Well, you're going to have to pick something different. I don't have a year right in front of me. I know they wore them in 2011.
Okay, I was going to pick the one from 2000, but they're similar. It was pretty bad. We'll just say that you got that one. My next one's going to be Pirates 2006 alternates. They were pinstriped. And it was like the regular jersey. I didn't necessarily like the black sleeves. I like the flush color in the current jerseys, but they had the black sleeves and then pinstripes on top. It felt forced. It was really nasty.
It did feel forced. I always liked the vests. Those ones were tough. I actually have a Jack Wilson pinstripe jersey. Donnie Football just texted me and said the Penguins dark blue. I don't mind the Penguins dark blue. I don't mind the Penguins light blue. The Penguins do deserve mention on the list. The Stadium Series jerseys they wore against the Boston Bruins are among the most foul jerseys in the history of sport. They have a giant P on the front. They're in the Vegas gold, which I thought we burned. Just terrible. Harry, your last pick.
So I did want to put the Penguins on this list because they had jerseys from 95 and 96 that they were transitioning to that gold that you remember from the 2000s, which was slick, but this color was orange. I think kind of similar to the era that you had, but those ones, they had the Penguins logo on the front with like what looked like an orange gold, and it was not Pittsburgh at all.
All right, I got one more here. My final pick. I got to find the sounder. This is clunky. Taking this very seriously. I'll go Penguins one more. Their Stadium Series jerseys they wore against the Philadelphia Flyers. Jake Gensel, very good in that game. I drank too much beer. My wife had to pick me up. It was a disaster. I was in the second from last row, in Heinz Field, you could just see little ants skating around on the ice. But what I could see was that those jerseys were an abomination. Harry, this was fun.
Yep, I'll post those later. We'll get some more feedback.
We'll do it again tomorrow at 5:40. The Steelers report to training camp tomorrow, my friends. And we are going to do it up. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group. Today, a high of 83, a low of 59. The aforementioned Jake Gensel. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pomp and Joe up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You know that thing called AI? Supposed to make the workplace super efficient? Well, there's something better. DI, Delicious Intelligence. It's tech that helps make work efficient and yummy. Leading the DI revolution, EasyCater, a workplace food platform that connects you to tons of favorite restaurants with tools to save time and stay on budget. Need tacos for 20? Falafel for 40? A variety of vegan breakfast sandwiches? Now that's a tasty prompt. Join the DI revolution. Order now at easycater.com.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Yet another accident, this one on the outbound side of Route 28 between Millvale and Shaler Waterworks. It's causing delays back before the 40th Street Bridge. Inbound, you're still looking at delays between the 40th and 31st Street Bridges down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center to the Ford Pitt Tunnels. Outbound is cleared out. Parkway East inbound is still slowing at Wilkinsburg, while the outbound jams almost to the bend at Bates. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates break off their losing streak after being swept by the Chicago White Sox. They bounce back on Skeens Day, 3-0 against the best team in baseball. It's odd how baseball works. They got swept by the worst team in the AL, and they beat the best team in the NL in Game 1 of the series, 3-0. Skeens, 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts as Jack Flaherty took the loss, only won 3 innings, gave up all 3 runs. As David Bednar completed the save, he's 14 for 14 on the season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Bob is back.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And the infield coach come in too. Yeah. Go back. Fighting this one off a fly ball, shallow right field, drops in for a hit. Pirates take the lead. Spencer Horwitz fights off the fastball, 95 miles an hour, an 0-2 pitch, and drops it into shallow right near the line. By the time McKinstry got to it, Hayes scoring easily, and on to third goes Kiner Falefa. Pirates lead 1-0. Here's a 1-2 pitch from Flaherty. And a fly ball toward the line in right field, long run, and drops in for a base hit. This will score a couple. Brian Reynolds delivers a 2-run single to right, bringing home Kiner Falefa and Horwitz. McCutchen to third. Pirates lead 3-0 in the second inning. League swing and a miss, struck him out 99 miles an hour. 132 strikeouts on the year for Skeen. 0-2. Bednar's pitch. Oh, he just froze him with a curveball for the strikeout and a raising of the Jolly Roger. David Bednar's save streak continues, and the Pirates shut out the Detroit Tigers as they raise this Jolly Roger on a Monday night and give Paul Skeens his 5th win of the year.
First win in a long time for Paul Skeens.
He didn't exactly get a lot of run support, 3 runs. But when he's pitching, that's normally more than enough. Although lately when he's out there, he gets 1 or 2, and he's normally in a no-decision game. Good morning, everyone. Bob Pompiani in, along with Austin Bechtel. Joe is somewhere probably playing golf, not sure. But we're here to talk to you today until 2 o'clock at 412-928-9370. Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what we have today's show. We're going to get into that Pirates game and also look ahead 10 days until the trade deadline. And that's going to be heating up. And I'm sure, Austin, you talked a lot about that yesterday because the Pirates will be sellers. The question is, how much will they sell? What do they have to sell? And what will they get for the sale?
That was the first win for Paul Skeens, Bob, since May 28th.
That's what I mean.
May 28th.
And he's during that time, he's had like a 1.92 ERA in the games he's pitched.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about Skeens yesterday, but mainly Mitch Keller. I had Noah Hiles on, and he said, I think Mitch Keller is going to get traded. He is the best pitcher available on the market. He seems pretty adamant. Now, there's other people that think otherwise, like Jason Mackey doesn't think Keller's going to go. But Noah, who's very plugged in, probably the most plugged in on the beat right now of anybody, he thinks Keller's going to go. So cross your fingers, Ben Cherington gets a decent return.
If you had someone in that GM role who was doing a good job with what he got in trade returns, I would be more optimistic that that could bring a haul.
Oh, no doubt.
Should. There are a lot of teams that are in the running here, and it's really a seller's market. When you look at all the teams that need one pitcher, man, there are like 9 of them, and they're all in contention for something. So that should elevate the return. But since Ben Cherington has made trades before, and since we've had to look at those trades, we've seen that he has not gotten the best out of the deal, and he is oftentimes, lacking in terms of what he got. They can't afford to be lacking in this deal. If they're going to trade Mitch Keller, and I don't know that I would do it right now because of what I just said, I still think they have 3 years. They could do this whole thing back again next year. There's a lot of stuff they can do. He's an important part of the rotation. I just don't know what the result will look like. And I don't know if I trust him to make that result.
It's like those vendors, Bob, that go around and they sell T-shirts in like the parking lots before games. And they're like, $20 for a T-shirt, $20. And some guy comes up to him and says, I have $3. How could I get a T-shirt? And he says, okay. That's basically the deals that Ben Cherington has made. Accepting the $3 when he should be accepting what his players are actually valued at. Like the Starling Marte trade. I think back to the Garrett Cole trade when the old administration did that. All types of moves where they haven't been able to get key results.
And as a result, they don't have a lot in their system with regards to talent for offensive side of the plate. And that's a problem. It's been a problem all season long. So your gut will tell you that you want to trade him, or you're like I have apprehensions because of his track record.
Yeah, I would rather keep Keller, build around Keller, and trade Bednar Santana. I'd rather trade from a surplus in the bullpen. And, if I can move off of Ashcraft, if I could trade Burrows, if somebody wants one of those guys because Chandler, Barco, Harrington can fill in for them, I would be okay with it. But Skeens and Keller I like at the top of the rotation. With Jones coming back next year and ideally what Chandler's going to become. But if the only way to acquire that big fish is dealing Mitch Keller, you just have to be okay with it. I'm just not with who's making the deal.
Well, we'll see. If Mitch Keller's not here, it better bring in a pretty good haul. And I say that knowing that there are so many teams out there interested. As far as last night is concerned, man, Skeens shows you all sorts of stuff. That is one of the best hitting teams the Detroit Tigers have in baseball. And they had a long night Sunday night. They were playing on Sunday Night Football down in Texas, had a fly. And the worst thing you want to see after a short night and get right back to it is Paul Skeens on the mound.
Yeah.
And he mixed his pitches beautifully. He rode his fastball to several swings and misses. And when he's on with that and when he locates it in the right spot, you have to respect the other pitches that he has. You may expect them coming at some point, but they didn't come. He relied on that heater, and he really did heat him up.
It was the most swings and misses that Skeens had all season long on the fastball. And a lot of it is because he was elevating it. And Brault was talking about this on the postgame show yesterday with Jordy Mercer. And just the location of where he was able to blow it by hitters and even get chases outside of the zone. Because, Detroit has, 3 All-Stars in their lineup?
Yeah.
And Torkelson's having a good season.
Riley Green can light it up. He's had a great season, followed by Torkelson. They got a lot of good players. The thing about their team is that they have a great farm system, too. At least it's rated highly. They have 2 other guys ready to come up here.
Yeah, Max Clarkson.
They're only going to get better, you would think. but they've done the right job with how they've acquired this talent, and that's the thing that's been lacking here. So, I wouldn't. I see this stuff about Brian Hayes that they went move him. Again, what would you get? I don't know that it's going to be anything big that would help you. You would remove his salary, which is modest actually, like $7 million a year. If they have to run away from $7 million a year, then they're in trouble. I would, if I did this the right way, and if I did make a case to trade Mitch Keller, would be this way. Okay, we'll trade him. He has 3 years left on a contract at a very reasonable price. I think any team would want that price fixed in. You don't have to worry about it for 3 more years. Therefore, I'm getting more because of that component of the trade all by itself. Then what he's been able to do with going into 5th and 6th innings almost every time he's out there, and a very nice ERA, I would expect teams to give me a lot for that. If you're missing a starting pitcher at this juncture of the season and you have World Series aspirations, this is your time to make a move. So I would expect them to get a big haul, and then by saving the money, I would also expect, but of course it won't happen, that they'll go in the offseason and spend that money they saved in Mitch Keller and put it into good use for offense on top of what they already received.
Sure. I mean, we might just talk ourselves blue in the face until that actually happens.
I agree, but I mean, that's where they are.
So John Heyman put out there, I think this was Sunday morning, Yankees have been in regular contact with the Pirates, who have a few players interested for the Yankees. And he includes Hayes, Bednar, Santana, Keller, IKF. Can we interest you in all the above, apparently?
Yeah, just have a buy one, get 6 free. Just take whoever you want.
Who do you want back in return?
Well, I don't know. All
Stanton,
I know
is he coming back in return?
One-on-one. What are you going to get for IKF, all due respect? What are you going to get for him? Not much. What are you going to get? Santana's a good pitcher. I'd rather keep him here, to be honest. But I don't know what teams are like and what they're willing to give up. If it's not much, I'm not just going to make a whole bunch of trades just because and make it look like I'm doing something to try to help this team. It's got to be concrete offense. And if they don't get it, then they're going to have to find it in free agency, and I don't hold my breath.
So Joe and I had a big debate last week that when you trade Ke'Bryan Hayes, do you think you can actually get something for Ke'Bryan Hayes? Because I think if you trade him to a club like the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, someone like that, Cubs, they would be okay just taking that $7 million, where that might mean a lot to the Pirates, but it doesn't mean nearly as much to them.
Yeah, but what do you get in return? It's always going to come back to that.
I'd be fine. Basically, it's been treated as if trading Ke'Bryan Hayes is just a huge salary dump that you're going to have to attach other people to get rid of, like that Liriano contract. And with the defensive value, I just don't know if that's the case. I feel like you could probably get a bullpen arm, maybe somebody like the caliber of Isaac Madsen that you could call up that might be in AAA, or might be somebody that's had some big league experience but minimal and just needs another opportunity that could end up flourish with that chance. And they've done well at identifying bullpen arms.
Sure they have, but they haven't done well identifying offensive bats. And until that changes, it doesn't matter how many bullpen arms they have. And that's the whole problem here. They've miscalculated what they have in their system. If you trade Ke'Bryan Hayes, you're going to put Triolo and his 190 batting average over? What are you going to do? I mean, at some point they have to figure out a way to get bats in this lineup. They just don't have enough, and until they get creative, they're not going to have enough. And I'm not holding my breath on this trade deadline. It may be silent. Maybe they're going to get a point where they just say, we don't, we'll stand pat. Or maybe Bob Nutting will say, hey, you're not going to trade Mitch Keller. He may interject something. Because I don't know if Ben Cherington is absolutely committed to next year here. Probably is at this point, and I think that's a mistake. But if that's how they're going to do it, then he may not have the latitude to make these kind of trades. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee, and they get money for you. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We want to invite you into this part of the conversation, of course, at 412-928-9370. That's the hotline number. What do you think will happen with Mitch Keller at 412-928-9370? Also, I want to talk about the Steelers because tomorrow it all starts. After all this talking we've done here, Austin, it finally actually goes to the field. Now, tomorrow won't be much other than reporting day. But, man, you talk about a team that has 1,000 storylines that I don't think many of us thought would happen back in April or, March. And here they are. And I'll give them credit for being aggressive. This is very unusual for them to go out and do what they've done. And they've done it without creating any future risk of losing those draft picks so far or anybody else key to their future. But the question is, what do you expect out of a 41, soon-to-be 42-year-old quarterback? History suggests not much for guys who've done it. If you take Tom Brady away from all of this, Who has been productive at age 42 in the NFL at quarterback? Was Drew Brees 42 when it happened? I don't know how old he was.
He wasn't very productive that final year either.
No, but that's my point. That's a tough thing to ask. Now, can he buck the odds? Do you think he will buck the odds?
I think he's got a possibility to throw about 25 touchdowns, and as long as he takes care of the ball, be able to take them to 10-7 and potentially a playoff win. Yeah, like I think we should consider that Aaron Rodgers is a 4-time MVP. He's a little bit built different than a lot of other players, even the Drew Breeses of the world. He's not Tom Brady. No, nobody's trying to claim that he is, but he's also somebody who I think still has very good arm strength. So as long as he's protected, and that's going to fall on Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu to be able to do. If they can protect him, I think he's got a shot.
I think the offensive line is a concern, not so much the starters, although I do think Broderick Jones is going to be under the microscope, as he should be. This is his first time playing left tackle. That's the position he was born to play. And then you have someone who hasn't played a full season, although what we saw last year from him was encouraging. I think Troy Fautanu will be just fine over there. But again, you got to go out and do it. Behind all of these guys, there's not much in terms of depth, at least not experienced depth. You have Cook, who's been around forever. He's the backup left tackle, I think, at this point. Injuries always play a key when you're assessing what's going on here. But we're going to take a look at what we got from the Steelers position by position as we go along in this broadcast. Want to hear from you on that as well at 412-928-9370. But right now, let's go to the hotline, and we have somebody on there who wants to talk about trade possibilities.
There is Rick. He's in Wisconsin.
Hey, Rick, what's up?
How you doing, Bob?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice to have you back.
Oh,
hey,
thank you.
But I'm
going to be gone again soon, so I have a little bit more vacation coming up in
All-time
pump, baby. You know me. That's right, baby.
Yeah, I'll be tuning in a lot because Steelers camp is starting up, so I want to get all the lowdown. So listen, I was a kid back in the '80s, and my favorite player was Tony Pena, and the day Tony Pena got traded, it totally broke my heart. But if you remember, for Tony Pena, they got Andy Van Slyke, Mike LaValliere, and Mike Dunn. And I think also Don Slott. I think they also somehow acquired Don Slott.
That was a separate deal, though, I think. But you're right. Pena was a popular guy here, and sometimes in order to do it, you have to make that commitment to do it. And the return was big.
Right.
And Slike specific.
I think the Pirates are in that same spot. They're going to have to move someone big to get players like that. I don't know if the landscape is similar to what it was back then, but to get something, you got to give something.
So who are you saying? You're saying trade Keller then? That's your take on that, Rick?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking Keller and also Brian
Reynolds.
Brian Reynolds, yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to make a big move here, and the Pirates obviously need something. They need a change. They need to get rid of that losing mentality. I think a lot of it's the players, but it's also the mentality. We need to bring some people in here that that have a kind of a panache for winning instead of being comfortable with these losing.
Yeah, I get it. Reynolds to me with 5 years signed. They need offense. If you trade him, he's been one of your more productive offensive guys. So that's a little bit of a conundrum. But this all is predicated on what they need to make themselves a team that can contend while Paul Skeens is here. And because of that, I'm not trading Brian Reynolds. Instead, I'm trying to I'm going to go back to free agency. This should be a different offseason than it was last year. If Bob Nutting refuses to spend money this offseason, then and I think most of us do suspect, but you will then know that profit is better than production because that's pretty much what that says. You have a chance still with this guy here heading your rotation, once-in-a-lifetime kind of generational pitcher to do something with it, and if you don't, then you'll know his intentions.
Great. Hey, Bob, real quick before you go. That power team from the 90s, I was trying to remember, how did the Pirates get Bonilla? Was he a homegrown guy or was he a trade?
I think he was acquired. I got to double check on that. But I think once he was acquired, they developed him into what he was. I will check on that, Rick.
Thanks a lot, Bob.
All right, man. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Let's keep it rolling. By the way, Limits or Austin? I like to call you Austin. Should I?
I'm good with it, Bob.
Austin?
I'm good with it. You can mix it around too if you'd like.
I'll play a Joe Starkey. Limits, do you like my hat?
I do like your hat, Bob.
It's not Santa Claus if you're watching on YouTube.
Is that a John Daly hat?
John Daly. It's a grip it, rip it, and now grip it and sip it. He is pushing a vodka, which is really good. It's one of those in a can, like Surfside. It's called Good Boy.
Good boy.
Yeah.
Were you there with John Daly in Scotland on your trip?
No, he wasn't there. But I saw him the week before then, and that product's pretty good, by the way, if you like those kind of drinks. You know?
I saw you send him a message about a shot you had. You golfed pretty well, huh, Bob?
I did golf pretty well. I'll talk more about that. Not that I want to, spend too much time on it. But who we got on the line now?
Congratulations on all your success. Let's go to JD and Baldwin.
JD, what's up?
Bob, how are you? Welcome back from Scotland. Chiming in on the Mitch Keller trade.
Yes, sir.
I, for one, would like to see Keller stay. But my concern is, and I'm sure other listeners are thinking the same thing, is that Keller making like $15 million a year, which I
think
know
17.
Okay, well, that's not big money for a lot of teams, but we've seen the Pirates do this before. I just hope that they're not going to shed that contract and trade him for whether it be prospects or maybe a bat that kind of looks like it would help the offense. That's my worry. I mean, I'd like to see other trades get made and Keller stay. I'm just afraid he's going to be the.
Here's the question, JD and Limits. Both of you, like if you look at this team, we believe they have pitching depth. Do we really know they have pitching depth? Or are we just suspecting that these guys are all going to turn out to be good players? Like Mike Burrows has shown some things. I think Braxton Ashcraft has shown some things. Oviedo's down there. Yeah, they got a lot of guys. But do you believe that depth will actually, come to the surface here when it plays in big-time baseball and be the kind of pitcher you want him to be? If you're sure of that, and they have to be sure of it if they're going to make a deal, then you trade Mitch Keller. If you're not sure of that, then you don't. Because you have Skeens, Keller, if you put Chandler into there with anybody else, you have, again, next year, a very formidable rotation that would help itself just to go out and spend some free agent money on bats. That's
right now it's all potential, and that's hard to judge.
Yeah. All right, JD, thanks for the call. Do you you feel strongly about it? Because I don't in terms of I think potentially, again, this word potential is one that I hate to use in baseball. We use it all the time because we've seen people come here and fail over and over again based on potential, but it never equals the production that you would expect from the potential.
Yeah, it's a very difficult fine line for them because, sure, Barco might come up and be good, and Harrington in his short stretch wasn't that good, but he still has some potential. He's a Quinn Priester type of pitcher, and as you can see in Milwaukee now, Quinn Priester is pitching pretty well. So the talent is there as long as you find a way to be able to get it out of him. So they do have depth, yes. But I think, and I've been pretty firm on this, I think that we've overstated their depth a little bit because ultimately if Keller goes, Heaney's going to go, and this team has stayed relatively healthy other than Jared Jones. Like Oviedo was hurt last year. He's still not back yet. Jones is going to miss half of next season. You trade from the very top of that depth, that's when you're really going to be able to see the effects.
Yeah, we'll find out. It's coming up in 10 days. Let's go out to Rob in West Mifflin, who joins us right now talking about Pirates and their deadline. The deadline is coming. Rob, what do you do?
Bob, listen, man. The bottom line is if everybody keeps saying that he doesn't want to win, you cannot trade Mitch Keller if you're trying to win. He's a proven arm. These guys are just question marks. Just question marks. How many quality starts does any of those guys have? That's what I want to know. How many quality starts does Burrows have? Any of them?
Right. I mean, they're still works in progress. I don't think there's any denying that. And that's what you have. So if you think it is going to blossom, then you'll probably make a trade. If you don't, I wouldn't.
I'm not trading Mitch Keller, man. I'm just not going to do it. You got to go out and spend some money, get your bat, trade, package Bednar or IKF, put something together and get your bat. I'm not trading no starting pitching. I'm not going no question. These guys are question marks down there. Nobody knows what they're going to do when they get in the major leagues.
Well, and there are plenty of examples, Rob, to support your argument. We've seen it from players that they've acquired here, and where are they? Are they even close to being up here? And the answer is no. We heard so much about Termarr Johnson. He wasn't a trade acquisition. He was a draft pick, but he seemed to have regressed here in the last 3 months. My point is, they're at a point with, and again, I preface this all by saying Paul Skeens is the centerpiece. You're trying to win before he leaves here. If you have any shot to do it, it's got to happen in the next 2 years. So everything that you do should be based on that. And if you trade Mitch Keller, you're hurting your starting pitching staff in the hopes that one of these guys becomes what you think he should become. But in the past we've seen, they don't become what you think they're going to become.
There you go. That's my point right there, man. Everybody, trade Mitch Keller and get you a bat. Come on, man. Are you serious?
Well, they should be in the driver's seat. Thanks, Rob, for that. On limits, I'll ask you this. Where do you think they can get the most in return for Mitch Keller? If they end up trading him, would it be now or would it be after the season when you have the full off season to think about it?
I think it would be now because in season, and I compare it to Rickard Rakell a little bit, where now it seems like the Penguins are a little bit hands off because they're not getting the return that they want. Teams are desperate in the middle of the season when they're in a pennant race.
The only thing about that is they also have people that they want and they're not willing to part with because they are in a pennant race.
Right.
So you may want somebody on their roster who's off limits now, but once the season is over, he may be on limits again. Using limits as the word.
Yes. I just feel like that desperation is just such a factor. Like it was with the Archer trade. There's been so many trades where we've seen that have come down to the very end of the deadline where it was, we need that final piece to push us over the top. And if some team thinks that Mitch Keller is that guy and is willing to overpay, I think it's more likely now than it would be then.
Describe overpay. Reasons. What would be overpay to you?
Well, they need to find a way to be able to get 2 bats out of this, I think.
And not just
Keller.
Prospect bats who are number 5 and 7 in their food chain, right?
No.
You're talking about legitimate people who have been up here to some degree.
We're talking about either they've been up here for a year or so, similar to Horwitz, higher profile than Spencer Horwitz, and probably another prospect that ranks in their top 3 in a highly regarded system. Like the Yankees system, they have like one top 100 guy. If you're a system that has no top 100 guys, it's completely different when you're taking a look at, well, this guy's organization 1, this guy's organizational 2, compared to like the Orioles who have had a very deep farm system or the Dodgers who have a very deep farm system, teams like that.
Yeah, those teams always do it right. They spend the money, but they still have deep farm systems, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, the Dodgers, look at it every year. Every year, their farm system is still up there in the top 10.
All right, getting back to Rick, who asked about Bobby Bonilla. He was actually with the Mets, I think, at some point before. I'm not sure how it all worked. I got to go back and look at his history because I don't think he was here. He was the White Sox, maybe. I can't remember. I got to look back and see where he is. But once he got to Pittsburgh, that's where his career flourished. But he wasn't somebody who the Pirates drafted. 412-928-9370. How about we go one more before we go to break? Who do we got?
All right, let's go to John in Cranberry.
Hello, John. What's up?
Hey, Bob. How are you? So a little Bobby Bonilla history. So Bonilla was drafted by the Pirates, but then in Rule 5, the White Sox took him.
I knew it was the White Sox because the White Sox had him for a while, right?
Yeah, and then what happened was Sid Thrift. He wasn't happy in Chicago, so Sid Thrift got him back in a trade with Jose De Leon, and that's how he ended up on the Pirates. So a little bit of Bonilla history.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
The greatest contract in baseball history.
Yeah, well, Rick DiPietro has the best in NHL history, too, where he's still getting paid.
So my quick thing, you mentioned Cherington. So we all know there's, everyone's screaming about Cherington, and I'm for him not coming back. But when I look at what he's done, yeah, you're right. The nucleus pitching is there, but I don't know if you guys have seen. Chandler has struggled. Harrington has struggled. There's not a lot. There's no guarantee these guys are going to pan out, number one. But my feeling is I really think they need to make a change, and I think they will. I think they're going to go to another GM. And Matt Arnold is the example I want to use. You see Milwaukee's in first place now.
They won like 11 in a row, too. And they're doing it with a budget that should be where the Pirates are minimum.
That's what they need to find. They need somebody.
Well, the Pirates had a chance to hire Matt Arnold, didn't they?
It was between him and Ben.
Yeah.
And they took Ben. So that's the thing. But anyway,
but you also have to have an owner. Let's just preface this, as we all know. It doesn't matter if you're Matt Arnold coming here and you're told you only have so much that you can spend. You may have the same outcome as Ben Cherington, although I think it might be a little bit different. GMs do matter in terms of player acquisition. You got to have a coaching staff that develops. But before any of that happens, you have the owner has to be willing to spend money when he has to spend money.
Yeah, I think the biggest disappointment with Ben, too, no international signings. Look at Jackson Chourio. Look what the Brewers did. They committed to him early even before he was good. That's the decisions you have to make in a small market. But thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, John, thank you for the Bonilla information. That's right. So Sid Thrift made a nice move. I remember him with the White Sox, but I couldn't remember if he was drafted. So Pirates drafted him. Rule 5 claimed by Chicago, and then he goes back after, makes a deal, and then he comes here and things happen. And not only that, he was front and center to that success they had. It's a shame they didn't win a playoff series back then with all those 3 years.
That's hard to believe.
But it was all different. The only way you can get in is win your division. And so all this wild card stuff didn't exist.
There were only 2 divisions.
Yeah, so you immediately go to, playoff there. If you win that series, you go to the – it's difficult to do. It was difficult to do, but they had a great unit. All right, 412-928-9370. We'll continue this once your feedback. Also, we'll talk about the Steelers and your expectations. Numbers are interesting about their win totals, about what Aaron Rodgers will do. We'll get into all of that. That's part of our six-pack, which is brought to you by Bet365. Thank you for joining us here. Pomp and Joe continues. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with more of your phone calls and thoughts about not only the Pirates, about the Steelers as they are ready for training camp. It's finally here, and so is the 90-degree, almost 100-degree feel-like temperatures at St. Vincent College. Back in a flash right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 3-0 winners against the Detroit Tigers yesterday at PNC Park. Andrew McCutchen with his 2,233rd career hit moves to 180th on the all-time hits list in Major League Baseball, passing Willie Stargell. Pirates and Tigers will do it again today, as the Buccos will send Mitch Keller to the mound against Casey Mize of Detroit to 6:40 first pitch. 5:45, Jeff Hathorn will have the North Shore Tavern Leadout Show, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The July Beer of the Month is Carnegie Lager by New France Brewing, an American lager in collaboration with the Carnegie Public Library. And the Charity of the Month is the Simmons Center for Interstitial Lung Disease at UPMC in the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. As someone who's been playing beer league hockey for years, I can only imagine what it must have been like to see future Hall of Famers Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl playing for your team. And that's what happened last week in Newmarket, Ontario, near McDavid's Richmond Hill boyhood home. Neither superstar scored in the local 6-2 win. Can you believe that, folks? Beers all around. That's what I say. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Looking for the perfect spot to enjoy outdoor drinks and dining? Shooters Golf in Wexford has one of the best outdoor patios around. It's the ideal place to kick back, grab a bite, and sip your favorite cocktail. Our outdoor bar and patio are open Monday through Friday from 5 to 11, Saturdays noon to 11, and Sundays noon to 8. Want something more private? Reserve a cabana by emailing info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf, where summer nights come to life.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's time for Pitch, Hit, and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Give the kids in your community a chance to flex their superpowers, and they could earn a trip to the national finals of the 2025 World Series presented by Capital One. So go ahead. Be the one who powers their dreams and sign up to host the local Pitch, Hit, and Run event. It's a free and fun way to promote baseball, softball, and your organization. To learn more, go to pitchhitrun.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Running a small business is tough. Protecting it shouldn't be. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free indoor camera and 3 free months of visual verification. That means if an alarm goes off, trained professionals can check your camera feed to confirm the threat and speed up the emergency response. No more guessing, no more false alarms, just smarter security that works when you can't be there. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera. Terms and conditions apply.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We're back talking about the Pirates at the trade deadline. Bob Pompiani along with Austin City Limits, who's in the hot seat today, producing, multitasking as Joe Starkey is away for the week, but he'll be back next week as well. 412-928-9370. Top of the hour, we're going to break down the Steelers, look at what they have, and ask the question, how effective can a 41, soon-to-be 42 quarterback can be? We look back at some of the history of people who have done it, what their results have been. Of course, Tom Brady is the guy who's accomplished the most since turning 40 into 45, but who did it before that? We'll get into that at 412-928-9370. Right now, let's go back to the hotline here. Also, we got Todd in Wexford who's been waiting for a while. What's up, Todd?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good. What's going on?
Good. Nothing. Hey, I really would rather Pirates trade nobody, to be quite honest with you. In terms of the Kellers and the Reynolds and the Bednars, because they're relatively young, and if you trade them, you're going nowhere. You're just going to set yourself back. It's not going to happen. Pirates have proven they haven't been able to draft, successfully. And i.e., when you draft, you had 2 overall number 1 picks. Paul Skeens, great pick. Henry Davis, horrible pick. You can't do stuff like that and expect to win. In that same draft, you could have got Jackson Merrill. Padres drafted him the 27th pick overall. That was much better use. And then people will talk about the Cardinals. Why are the Cardinals good? Because they go out and get, as you're saying, Bob, earlier in the show on free agents, they go out and draft. They sign players like Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Wilson Contreras, Sonny Gray, all good veteran players that were, not to say past their prime, but they got them probably in the early 30s, and they got 3-4 years. They mixed their good guys in there, and they're doing well.
Yeah,
and we don't develop.
It's a mix of everything, and you're right. And if the Pirates don't engage in free agents seriously, then you have to rely solely on your system, which has not been good. So you're of the mindset that you're not going to get any kind of return based on Ben Cherington's inability to show it previously, and so you're carrying that over into this trade deadline.
Exactly. And then they got to do something with, like Jack Sawinski, I don't even know why. You find somebody else in the minors that could do something better than him. If they have nobody better than Jack Sawinski, he's never hit over 224 in the 4 years he's had at-bats in the majors. And then the next thing is O'Neal Cruz. If you strike out, for a guy that has his bat speed, striking out 122 times in 322 at-bats, are you kidding me?
See, that's the thing about Cruz that I was a little disappointed in this year. Thanks, Todd, for the call, too. We appreciate that. Is that here's a guy who has enormous ability on the bases to steal bases, but you got to get on base before that can happen. And he started the season like he was, more of a, put the ball in play kind of attempt. But the bat speed will take care of itself, right? It will. He has that kind of bat speed, even if you just try to make contact, the ball is going to go a lot farther than most. He needs to get on base more and utilize his tools that he has in the tool chest. He hasn't been able to do that other than the long ball. He started out so hot, stealing bases. Where is he now? He hasn't done much of that in the last 2 months.
Nope. No, and that's just a huge part of it. Like the development and the acquisition of other players that they found, whether it be in the Musgrove trade, whether it be the Adam Frazier trade, trying to bank on Hoy Park, stuff like that.
Another name, Hoy Park.
Hoy Park. They think that they can be able to find a steal from somebody, bring them into their system, and they change. It's kind of like Tomlin with wide receivers when he drafts them, and ultimately doesn't end up being the case. At least Tomlin has receivers that have talent. The talent is just not fully there for the Pirates, and they develop these guys.
Yeah, and, that's the whole thing. Whatever, you mentioned Quinn Priester, right? Quinn Priester was acquired for Nick York, who's still not up here. And at the time, it looked like he was going to be one of the guys. Again, this is the problem when you fall into the prospect game where, oh, look at this guy, what he's going to be able to do when he comes up here. Well, where is he? Why is he not here yet? And meanwhile, Quinn Priester's figured it out. I don't think they've changed a lot of what Quinn Priester's doing in Milwaukee. They just supported him in doing it and worked with it to fine-tune it more than change it. If you remember when they had Tyler Glasnow and traded him, they wanted him to become something he wasn't here.
Right.
When he went to Tampa, they said, no, you got a 99, 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Let's use that to your advantage.
Yeah, a lot of it is just about pitch usage and location and how you're attacking hitters and how you change the eye level of hitters as well. And that's something that's working really well for Priester now that ultimately it didn't work here. And they didn't have the right messaging with him because the stuff was there. The location just wasn't. And I think a lot of that might be philosophy.
Yeah, it's the wrong philosophy. That's what's going on. They got to get better in that department, no question. Who's next on the hotline, Austin?
All right, let's go to Emmanuel in Carnegie.
Emmanuel, what's up? Uh-oh.
Thanks for taking my call. Oh, sorry, I dropped my phone.
A fumble. We had a fumble. This is on the day before Steelers training camp, but there's a fumble. You know how Mike Tomlin hates fumbles. You can't do that, Emmanuel.
I can't be. I can't cost us another Super Bowl. That being said, if I was the Pirates, I'll trade it. And anybody who's on the trade and butt schemes. That's how it is. I agree with one of the callers earlier, even Reynolds. I'll put him on the trade.
Yeah, but aren't you concerned about what you're going to get in return? Let's say that he makes a trade for Mitch Keller, and it turns out to be similar to what they got in some of these other trades that he's made, which is to say nothing. Not much.
This is why I want to go with process. I want someone that has a little bit of a track record, someone that is young and has a track record. I think a change of scenery for some of these guys will be a good thing. And as in regards to the Steelers, I think we're not really focusing on the defense as much. 73-0 in the first quarters of all these playoff games. I think Rodgers is going to be good, but we need him to be great if the defense is lacking like they have in the last several playoff games. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. If you take a look getting to the Steelers, and we'll talk more about that in the next hour here, but even with T.J. Watt signing, which kind of reduces his cap hit now in this season, the Steelers still will commit more money. By far, this will be the fourth consecutive year limits that they are the top spending team on defense at almost $170 million. That's $20 million more than the next team, which is the Giants, and then after that, it's the Colts. Let me ask you something. When I say to you Steelers, Giants, Colts, best defense on paper, at least in terms of money, they haven't had anything to show for themselves in terms of playoff success.
Nope.
Which tells you a little bit about where some of this other money should be going.
And think about the last time that they were good and the last time that they were in the playoffs and winning playoff games. It was Ben, A.B., Le'Veon, Martavis Bryant, experienced and paid offensive line with Pouncey, DeCastro, Ramon Foster, Villanueva, Gilbert. They invested significantly on offense, partly because they drafted better on offense and had players that they wanted to build around and be able to pay. But that's clearly the key in this NFL, Bob, where it's a pass-happy league where you win on the offensive side of the ball. Kansas City's done it. The Eagles did it. Yeah, they still had good defenses, but they were younger, they were inexpensive, and they developed well where they spent more money on offense because defense wins championships. Now only happens not in a blue moon, but a lot rarer than offensive spending and offensive philosophy.
Yeah, Kansas City's done it very interestingly by not putting a lot of big-time money. Chris Jones was the exception when he was there, and when he was up for a deal, they paid that. But generally speaking, they get some young guys and they put them in a scheme that works, and Spagnuolo has them working well, and they dedicate a lot of their time to offensive players and money there. So you can do it a lot of different ways, and I'm not going to say defense doesn't win. If you have a really good defense, you can ride that, especially in a playoff game if your offense is capable of scoring more points. Now, the Steelers have changed their offense around radically here in the last 2 years, But that's also made possible because they missed on their one pick that they thought would change the quarterback position. When you miss on those picks, just like we were talking about with the Pirates, you end up trying to get the same draft pick or whatever to come in and do the job that you shouldn't have had done if you did it right. If they had gotten the right quarterback when they took Kenny Pickett, and maybe there was none available in that draft, maybe they should have not done that at that time. But when you keep chasing and you don't have it, you're going to keep chasing. I've never seen them ever back-to-back years have complete change in their quarterback room, 6 different quarterbacks. And now here they are. And we know this is going to be it for Aaron Rodgers. And then next year they're going to go through this exercise of trying to find the one that they hope they can ride with. However, if it doesn't work out, now you're doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, if it does not work out, it might end up being to their benefit, getting closer to a high draft pick for a quarterback too. So that's why I think, obviously they're all in as they can be this year because they didn't give up significant assets for the future to be able to sell out for this year. Clearly they're going for it with Rodgers, with Darius Slay before those guys ultimately retire, Ramsey, stuff like that, re-signing Watt. But it still leaves open the possibility that next year they can just completely reset, do a whole 180, do a whole 360 based on basically what they did last year. Wilson and Fields to Rodgers. They did a full 180. They have a chance to do so again to go to a rookie quarterback as long as they get it right this time.
If you get the rookie quarterback right, then you have so much more money to spend, so many things you can tackle as opposed to trying to figure out the quarterback position. It's actually a benefit if you do it the right way because you can stack your roster with other players. 412-928-9370. One more call before we take the break here. And who would that be, Austin?
All right, let's go to Craig. He's on the road.
On the road again for Mr. Craig. What's up?
Yeah, I am. I'm on 28 right now. When Cherington came here, he was stuck with their Latin American scout. The chief scout in Latin America was Rene Gallo, and Rene was ripping them off. He was pumping up prospects that had no talent and paying and collecting big fees, which he took split with the family. They got rid of Rene about 2 or 3 years ago, and they've done much better since. They sent 2 guys to the Futures game at the All-Star game, and one was this Merlin Valdez, who's one of their signings. They've got a big left-hand hitting outfielder in the very low minors named Edward Florentino, and he's 6'4" and can run and hits the ball a long way. They have a catcher in Altoona named Omar Alfonso. Now he was an international signing, but his father played in the major leagues for a long time. And he's a left-handed power-hitting catcher.
Okay.
So...
But your point is what?
Cherington is slowly fixing the organization. He should have done it from day one. But, a major league organization is a huge operation. And, you need to have people around that you can trust. And he took it on faith that the people that were there were trustworthy, and they weren't. They brought in a pitching development coordinator from the Rays several years ago, and all of a sudden they're turning out pitchers like crazy. And now they need to do that with a hitter.
Well, clearly they need. And thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you driving on 28 and taking time to call. But they certainly need to develop better. They're not doing it. I'm not sure the root cause of it, why it happens. There are a lot of people involved in this, but they have to develop the people they have. Either that or it's just they're not good at identifying talent. And if you look back over the years, you can make that case as well. They've drafted some players who are not even in this organization anymore, as opposed to players who have thrived in other parts of Major League Baseball.
Was he trying to advocate to keep the GM around because he's starting to build up the international system better?
It sounds that way, but that's why, What do you think about that, by the way? Do you think they've made a decision on him one way or the other?
I think that they have come pretty close to it, I would imagine, and that why they haven't done it now, though, it gives me some pause. Maybe they just don't want to completely change up the entire structure of the organization by getting rid of the general manager now, which would, it's easier to get rid of the manager.
Okay, fine, but still, at some point, it goes beyond the manager. It's about the talent the manager has to utilize. And so I asked this question to you, and I think it's going to be an interesting one. If they retain Ben Cherington, all right, then Don Kelly will be the manager.
Yeah.
If they don't, should the new GM have every right to come in and say, look, I am not I have my own ideas of who I want here. I have my own ideas who I want to be my scouting director, all of it. He should get a clean slate on this, or do you think the Pirates may say to him, well, that's fine, except you're keeping Don Kelly?
No, the Pirates should not say that.
How about if they do?
That should not be a mandate. Then the new general manager should have a choice whether to come here or not, whether he wants to. That shouldn't handicap the new general manager, considering he should be able to determine his own guy at manager. Like, this is not Kyle Dubas inheriting Mike Sullivan, who won 2 cups. This is Donnie Kelly, who has a 8-game under 500 record over the course of his managerial tenure. Like, I like Donnie Kelly. Don't get me wrong. I think he's made some good decisions. I still want to see more from him.
Right.
But I think that if you can get a experienced manager, again, Francona would have been my pick. If you can get a similar type of guy like that can mold young players, but that's been around for a while and can create a culture, because they haven't had a culture in 6 years, longer than that, dating back to, the last great culture they had on this team was those 14, 15 teams, 13, 14, 15, maybe a couple years after that, it lingered over. They need somebody that can set a culture, define what this team is going to be, and get the best out of young players. And if they could find somebody better than Don Kelly to do that, they should.
This is why I don't like to react to, one way or the other as this season goes on. It's 162 is a lot. Bob Nightingale came out with a tweet after Don Kelly had won 6 in a row and his team went on a streak, saying that he should be in consideration for Manager of the Year. And when I saw that, I said, really? That soon you're going to make? And they immediately then lost 6 in a row. It takes time.
Very premature.
And while I would understand, I think Donnie Kelly could be an asset to an organization.
Yeah, no doubt.
I also think that manager, general manager coming in, should have the right. If you're being told you got to keep him around, fine. But he doesn't have to be my manager. I could use him in other roles. And if he doesn't want to hang around for that, that's up to him. But I think that's going to be part of the conversation moving forward if there's a change at the helm. All right, listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 10-15-minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's Route 19 in Peters Township. Check them out. And as far as today's weather, where you're going to like it, or maybe not, maybe you don't like all this heat, it's going to be sunny, high of Heath Miller, 83. 89 degrees tomorrow, and then 91 on Thursday, with the heat index actually rising to close to 100 degrees. If you're going to St. Vincent College, you better wear a hat. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. When we come back, we're going to break down the Steelers. Want to hear from you on what you think about the Steeler roster as it is right now. ESPN came out and ranked all the rosters. Where do you think the Steelers ended up ranking in their assessment of roster composition? 412-928-9370. It's the Pomp and Joe Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow is report day for the Steelers to St. Vincent College as preparation for the season will officially begin. The first practice open to the public is the 91-degree day on Thursday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You can find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots,
50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, there will be no distractions, at least as of now, at Steelers training camp, as they will report tomorrow with T.J. Watt signing his 3-year, $123 million extension earlier in the month. So Watt signed, Rodgers good to go, signed, and there. And there's a report from Jerry Dulac in the Post-Gazette that indicates that Mike Tomlin wanted the deal with Watt done to eliminate all distractions before the start of camp. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We are back. Bob Pompiani without Joe Starkey today. He's on a well-deserved vacation. Austin City Limits is back there behind the glass at 412-928-9370. We shift into the Steelers, and here we are. Taking a look at their roster. It all begins tomorrow when they show up. Mike Tomlin didn't want any distractions. Whenever you have Aaron Rodgers on your team, I think there is potentially a cause for that, or Jalen Ramsey for that matter. But this is a whole new roster, man. They've changed it quite a bit. Love to hear your thoughts on it at 412-928-9370. So ESPN, Austin, put out who they think are their top rosters, and they ranked them all. The Steelers ended up 19th on that list as far as rosters are concerned. Do you agree with where they're placed?
I don't. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where some teams that are ahead of them include the Bears, the Cowboys. Like, what?
Well, the Bears are one of those teams that they're just right now fashionably the team to pick because of all the additions they've made, young players, and they believe that Caleb Williams is going to be that guy.
Chargers are also up there as well in a similar spot as the Steelers. I think they have a better roster than the Bears. I think they have a better roster than Dallas for sure. But the more and more I thought about it, they're probably right around the middle of the pack, like right at 15, 16, Bob, where I thought their roster was a little bit better than that. But
well, from an experience point of view, they are. They're the second to the last oldest team. There's only one team, Washington, believe it or not, it has an older roster, even though they have a young quarterback who's been very good. But they have an older roster, at least by age, and the Steelers are right there. But they have a lot of experience, too. So let's break this down as we look at each of these positions, because I still believe there are needs here. And we'll start with wide receiver. They obviously made a big move with DK Metcalf. They got rid of George Pickens. They brought in Robert Woods one of those guys who, to me, is not going to move the meter all that much. Scotty Miller, same thing. Ben Skoranek, same thing. I mean, those are good guys to have on special teams. But it appears to me that Metcalf and Austin, along with the hopes that Rome and Wilson will be enough to make things happen in the wide receiving. Now, that's not to discard any of these other guys. They could step up and play well, like Robert Woods, but I still think there's a need for another wide receiver there.
There's no doubt. And I think their wide receiver room is better, partly because Metcalf is a better receiver than Pickens. He's a more well-rounded receiver than Pickens. You also eliminate the headache. But outside of that, you didn't really improve it much. Robert Woods, his career is better than Van Jefferson. They played together at one point with the Rams. But is Robert Woods at this point in his career better than Van Jefferson was just a season ago? That still remains to be seen. So they're just, again, very short amount of better, but they are. And I feel that way about a lot of position groups.
All right, let's talk about Roman Wilson specifically, because I think the coaching staff over there now believes that they, with Roman Wilson, have a guy who's capable of coming in and making an immediate impact, even though he didn't last year as a third-round pick. You know that Calvin Austin's on a better track. He's going to be a very important part of this offense. But can you expect Roman Wilson, if DK Metcalf is completely covered? Now, this is where tight ends will come into play. We'll talk about that in a second. What do you expect out of Roman Wilson in his first full year, if he stays healthy?
I expect him to factor into the offense, but unless he has a couple of really good breakout games in the first couple of games of the season, might get lost in the shuffle, Bob, and that's because they have two tight ends. And Calvin Austin and DK Metcalf will probably end up factoring in a lot of two tight ends and a lot of two wide receiver looks with a running back. It wouldn't surprise me if they run some two running back roles, too, with Warren and Caleb Johnson, if both can end up flourishing.
They could.
Do you think that Roman Wilson, I think he still has some talent, and I think he could become a good blocker for them, too, and just a good physical receiver, but do you think that they trust him at this point to be able to call him like a wide receiver 3?
Well, he's had a very good minicamp by all accounts, and if that's the case, they believe in what they've done, which is take him in the third round. If you watched him at Michigan when he was there, he was a good blocker. He was a guy who would do it ever necessary. He was also McCarthy's number one target. And
he had 10 touchdowns that final year.
He was very good in that role, and I think they think they can get a little bit of that going with him. And if so, it may mean that you don't have to go out and sign someone. There's not all that much left, the same old usual suspects we've been talking about. That does not mean, however, that if you go through training camp and they find that Roman Wilson's not living up to this, that they can make a move and bring somebody in. It may be somebody who's cut from another team. We've seen that happen before. I still think that's one player short of being a complete group. Now, you mentioned tight ends, Jonnu Smith could be that de facto number 2 receiver, or number 3 receiver, however you want to do it. He's shown with 88 catches that he has wide receiver numbers. He also has breakaway potential speed and 8 touchdowns. Now he's older, and that was really his only season where he put up these kinds of numbers. How do you think they utilize him? More in a, kind of a hybrid tight end / receiver role, because he can line up and do some things in different spots?
Probably. I would imagine that he and Freiermuth are going to be on the field a lot, and one's going to end up playing in the slot. And Jonnu Smith is going to end up playing probably similar to a wide receiver role at times. Like Freiermuth, I think, is a better blocker than Smith is. So I'd imagine that they would keep Freiermuth in closer to the line and spread out Jonnu Smith, where he also has some pretty decent speed to him. He can be their wide receiver 2, but he's not a wide receiver 2, if that makes sense. Like, would you rather trade for somebody, Bob, like if Jawan Jennings did come available because he wants a new contract, or would you rather sign a Gabe Davis hoping he can come back to his form that he was with?
I would probably go with Gabe Davis. They brought him in only because I think whenever you have a guy who wants a new contract, and Jennings only had really one good season that I saw in San Francisco. He was also helped by the fact they had some pretty good talent out there at that same position, which opened up things for him, and he took advantage. But if anyone who wants a new contract, I don't know if I'm going to go in that direction. I do think that Darnell Washington should have a bigger role. And when I say that, I'm specifically talking about red zone. When you have guys who are that big and you get them down there close to the goal line, jump balls are always advantageous, I think. They did it a lot with wide receivers. Why not a guy like him?
Yeah, they tried it once, and it was when Mr. Unlimited rolled out to the right and basically threw the ball so high it would hit like the top of the UPMC building.
So you're saying Mr. Unlimited was limited in that specific play?
Just a little bit. Darnell Washington, like you could barely miss him if you tried. and he did by a mile. So I would like to see Rodgers try to utilize him like Mercedes Lewis, like he compared him to, and utilize him in the red zone. Like, that would be ideal. This also doesn't bode well for Connor Hayward. Like, what is Connor Hayward's
It's a numbers game now for him.
It is.
It is.
And unless Cordero gets cut, but he doesn't play a similar role as Cordero, the roster spots are thin.
All right, speaking of Cordero Patterson, now we'll go down to the running backs because they're typically not going to keep more than 3 of these guys around. 4, it depends on how the other parts of this roster go. But Jaylen Warren will come in as a starter. Mike Tomlin likes to defer to veterans. I think he's earned that opportunity. However, I still think they're better off with a split shared workforce there with Caleb Johnson and Jaylen Warren. I think them together can continue what happened last year with Harris and Warren. Kenneth Gainwell is a guy that tortured the Steelers last year. I think he had like all-purpose yards of 156 in that game. He can do a lot of different things. He's sneaky, he's small, and he could come out of the backfield and make catches. So I think those 3 guys are definite on the team. If they go beyond that, it's Trey Sermon or Cordero Patterson. You think Patterson is going to make the roster again? Because I thought after last year he wouldn't even been around at this point.
So if Cordero stays, like, are they legitimately, Bob, going to cut a lineman just to keep Cordero on the team? Or like a special teams player? If it's James Pierre, I'm fine with it. I feel like James Pierre has been around for a decade now, and he ends up having to play a couple of games on defense and ends up getting burned like toast at least once or twice. Good special teams player, but is Cordero going to take a roster spot away from somebody like an extra lineman that they might need for added security if Broderick Jones is not good or if Mason McCormick struggles? So I don't think Cordero is going to end up on the team. But why not cut him now? Like, why not already have his money off the books? And sure, they have a lot of cap space. They don't need the money right now. But do you need Cordero on the team when all he does is return kicks?
Patterson would have been good in his 3-4 years from now ago when he was still very good at doing that. I don't think he's as good as that. You mentioned the offensive line, so let's tackle that before we go to the phone lines. 412-928-9370. I know a lot of you have thoughts about the Steelers roster at this point. But the starters. You got Broderick Jones at the left tackle. You're going to have Isaac Seumalo aside from him. Then you have Zach Frazier, Mason McCormick, which 2 guys who were draft picks last year. That bodes well for them. And then Troy Fautano. They spent a lot of time and money on first-round picks, second-round picks to get this offensive line where it is. Well, we've talked about Broderick Jones being the key, and he is the key. I look at their backups, and I have concerns because anytime you're in a season this long, you're going to have injuries. They often do. In fact, Zach Frazier got his job because Nate Herbig got hurt last year, and he wasn't able to go. So he got in there and did a good job. Mason McCormick, same thing. James Daniel got hurt. Mason McCormick comes in. But behind these guys, you have Dylan Cook as the backup left tackle. He's been around forever, and I don't know that I would expect. Behind him, somebody named Gareth Warren, who is...
Who?
Gareth Warren.
Is he related to Jaylen Warren?
No, I don't think so anyway. But he's an undrafted free agent this year. Spencer Anderson was in and out of that lineup at times. I've been lukewarm on him.
Yeah, he's fine.
Ryan McCollum, we've seen him, but there's not enough time to analyze him. They brought in Max Sharping. He's going to be the backup at right guard.
Good for him.
Do you know anything about Max Sharping?
No, I know nothing about him.
He played from Washington. He's been around. He's been with several teams.
I would like to see them, Bob, get like a Chris Hubbard type or a B.J. Finney type. Somebody that's been around for a little bit, albeit they kind of brought those guys up and, weren't they both Munchak disciples?
Yeah.
That he figured out how to utilize them. I would like to see something similar there where can you spend additional money? Why don't you pay $5 million for a backup swing tackle? You might need it depending on how Broderick Jones is going to do. You might need it for insurance for Troy Fautanu after he was down with an injury all of last year.
Well, as of right now, their swing tackles are Dylan Cook and Calvin Anderson. And I'm not exactly sold on those two as far as, long periods of time where they're going to have to play.
No.
But we'll see.
Or somebody to be able to help the run game as an extra tackle that could play a Zach Banner type of role.
Right.
I'd be okay spending $5 million on that. You have the money.
And they have $25 million to spend here yet. And so I would imagine they're going to do it. They're trying to win now, and I give them credit for that. Let's go out to the phone line and see what people think so far before we get to the quarterback, which everyone wants to talk about. But, Steve, what do you want to talk about?
Here's Steve in Gibsonia.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. What's up?
What do you think about trading a couple picks for Cooper Kupp for number 2 wideout?
Cooper Kupp, I think they They like him where he is out there. I think Seattle thinks he's going to be, I think the days of the time for trading guys is over. I think, if anything, they're going to sign a free agent who's out there who hasn't, Amari Cooper's still dangling around. I have no idea why. I thought he was, a guy who could come in and play somewhere, but he hasn't got any sniffs, at least from what we've seen. Gabe Davis is another one. Or they could just take somebody off someone's roster as the preseason moves on. But I don't suspect at this point they're going to be making any kind of trades like that.
So Aleve's out of question as well for the Saints.
What's that?
Aleve, I think that's his name, for the Saints.
Yeah, Chris Olave. I think it's too late for that. They have their roster where it is. I think those were names that came up at one point. And again, though, I will give you this. If they go through this preseason and they find that some of these guys are really struggling and they don't have a lot of insurance behind DK Metcalf, they may do something of that nature. But I don't think it'll be a big name. But it could be somebody else other than what we see on this roster right now.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. All right, now we go to the quarterback. And then when we come back, we'll get into defense here because that's the area that they spend the most money in. But at quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, we went through this little drill here, talking about guys over 40, 41, 42. Now, there haven't been all that many who have done it well. Tom Brady would head the list on that. But you mentioned something interesting about Warren Moon, because Warren Moon did play effectively at age 41. Not so much after that. He hung around for 3 more seasons. But he had a pretty good year that year, Warren Moon, didn't he, at age 41?
Warren Moon made the Pro Bowl in Seattle in 1997. Now, he did only have 25 touchdowns and 16 picks. 25 touchdowns, pretty good.
Yeah, 16 picks, not so much.
16 picks, not great. And they went 7-7 in Seattle. He played 15 games, and he started 14 of them. Before the next year in Seattle, 11-8 at 42, and then he was the backup in Kansas City for a couple of years after that. But regardless, it is possible. Like, would you be okay with a season from Aaron Rodgers with 25 touchdowns? Now, the 16 picks, I think nobody would be happy about.
Yes, I think 25 touchdowns would be a really good season for someone, given where he is in his career. But I think he's been better than that with, even though last year he threw the ball around, had some picks, and he had him here in Pittsburgh. But typically he is a good protector of the football. In fact, he had one of the best seasons ever in terms of the fewest amount of interceptions, and I think it was in 2018. I'm not sure. But if he stays away from those things, but I do want him to utilize the middle of the field. I do want him to utilize his big tight ends, and I know the Steelers have not been necessarily in agreement with that middle of the field philosophy, but that's a big part of it. If you have Metcalf going deep and taking 2 guys in his area, then you can create some stuff underneath and in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Rodgers is the best all-time at quarterback rating and then also interception percentage.
Right, he does not throw the ball around, which is a good thing, and that's another reason why Mike Tomlin likes him, I'm sure.
But it's been the last 2 full seasons that he's played. 12 picks in Green Bay, 11 picks with the Jets.
Right. The 2 biggest totals have come later in his career.
How is he trending? Because, he's had years where he's thrown 2, 4, 5. Typically, he just throws 5 interceptions compared to 25 touchdowns at least.
All right, Vinny Testaverde, I want you to look him up because he played into his 40s. I have no idea how well or badly or good, if he had a good year, but he played. He got injured but came back from the injury and went on, deep into his 30s, into his 40s. I don't know how long.
He played forever until 44.
And how effective? The bigger question was how effective was he?
So in 2007, he was a backup with Carolina. He played 7 games. He started 6, 5 touchdowns, 6 picks. Wasn't good. At 41 in Dallas, he started 15 games, 17 touchdowns, but he led the league with 20 picks.
Okay.
So not very
not
good for Vinny Testaverde, no.
No.
Now, Vinny Testaverde is also not in the Hall of Fame. He's just a 2-time Pro Bowler. Him and Warren Moon was a really good quarterback. I still think that Aaron Rodgers should be put on a higher of a pedestal. Now, you can't just completely erase and scoff at the interceptions that he's thrown over the last 2 years. You just can't do that. Especially the Green Bay number is concerning. The Jets, that was just such a dysfunctional organization or
but
dysfunctional system.
But he had a lot to do with dysfunction. He created a lot of the problems by bringing in his own coordinator, by forcing trades for guys he wanted there.
He didn't force any trades outside of maybe George Pickens, and if that's the case, that might be for the better. And he's not bringing in any of his coordinators. Sure, he's familiar with Tom Arth. Sure, he's familiar a little bit with Arthur Smith. But this is not Aaron Rodgers, a hostile takeover of the Steelers.
No, but it's also Aaron Rodgers who has his wants, needs, likes when it comes to offense.
Right.
And it's going to this whole season may come down to not just the tackle and how those guys do in protecting him, but also his relationship with Arthur Smith. And Arthur Smith should defer to him. You know, when you get a guy of that, full-time NFL MVP, I would defer to what he likes to do, incorporate a lot of what he likes to do in my offensive game planning. So I think that's the thing that we're going to see more of, difference that we have over the last year with Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I think you'd agree. You should not let Aaron Rodgers at 41 be in charge of personnel decisions. Maybe if he says, hey, I want one wide receiver in here to help out a little bit, sure. But, I mean, he basically got full reign with the Jets, which, of course, an incompetent organization like the Jets have been for the last however many years that just wants to get relevant and wants to be good is going to cater to Aaron Rodgers. At this point, though, Rodgers is just showing up, trying to ball out, play one final year, and go out on a high note.
Mike DeFabo of The Athletic had an interesting tweet on this. I think it was him talking about how many quarterbacks, 40 years old or older than that, have started more than 10 games in a season. And I think he concluded that only 6 have ever started double-digit games. And that's it. And Warren Moon's one of them. And that's that season you talked about where he was a Pro Bowler. But, the over and under numbers on how many games Aaron Rodgers will play is an interesting number. 13 and a half I saw. Would you go over or under that?
I go over. And I think one reason because of that also is he stayed healthy despite being sacked 40 times last year behind an awful offensive line. You might think that the offensive line of the Steelers is needing significant improvement. It does. It's not what the Jets' offensive line is or was. They don't have an all-pro center. They don't have Sayamalo as a guard. The Jets have some pieces, there's no doubt, but as a constructive unit, I'd say the Steelers' offensive line is better. Would you say the same?
I think their starters are, but again, I think the depth is an issue. I think anytime you go through an entire season, you're going to have to deal with depth. And their depth right now is, to me, very much a question mark. Because it's just not a lot of guys I've seen, and I think this is probably true of every team in the NFL.
Right.
There's only so much money you have to spend, and when you spend it on your starters, you don't have a lot for what's left over. So that's going to be interesting to see. When we come back, we're going to talk about the defense, which has also changed. A lot of new places, or players in a lot of new places, not just draft picks, but guys they've brought in via trade or free agent acquisition. We'll get into that as we continue with this program. I want to remind you about fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line is always brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And our hotline, as always, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And right now it's 11/29/29. How about that? A specific time. That means it's time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency to get help on those premiums. 724-443-5610. One other note to tell you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your updates. When we come back, take a look at the Steeler defense as it is right now. But before that, it's an Austin Bechtold headline right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
How about this, Bob? Shamar Stewart is the only first-round pick that remains unsigned. He's of the Bengals. He went to Texas A&M. He was doing some workouts there. Now, Texas A&M has scoffed at any idea that he will go back to college, but Stewart still remains unsigned. The Bengals don't want to give him guarantees in his contract and just continues to make it a waiting period as the Bengals won't sign their first-round pick. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Julian Sayin came to Ohio State as a 5-star recruit and early Heisman hopeful, but now the buzz has cooled. After a rocky spring and a dead-even quarterback battle with Lincoln Kienholz, Sayin won't even be at the podium when the Buckeyes take the stage at Big Ten Media Days later today. For now, the quarterback job in Columbus is still very much up for grabs. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon, Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? And come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. Credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities, and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sunny with low humidity, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Bob and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Hey, I want to remind you, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, along with WAMO 107.3, are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh PBS Backpack Drive. It's all presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping some off at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson, also the Northway Mall. All of those places you can check out. And for more details, visit 937thefan.com and drop off your donation. Before we get to the defense, let's take a call here, Austin, as we just broke down the Steelers' offense, which is ranked 19th by ESPN. I think it's better than that. What do you think? Dan, you're up.
All right, here's Dan in Murraysville.
Thanks for taking the call, guys. You know, these guys are so athletic. You got Washington at tight end. Why he doesn't get reps at tackle, I'll never know. And then just to transition into defense along that same line, Joey Porter Jr. is sort of more like a free safety body than a corner body anyway. If you put him back at free safety, maybe he doesn't get so many pass interference calls.
Yeah, well, that's something. Thanks for the call. I think that's a good point. He has to make sure if he's over, he's not going to be. They're going to put a cornerback. That's what they draft him to do, but he's got to be less handsy.
Well, and the other issue about that too, Bob, is that Joey Porter Jr. can't really tackle that well. Like he's gotten better, but tackling is still an issue for him. Like he's a good cover corner as long as his hands are off the receiver enough. Tackling is still a work in progress.
They'll let you get away with a little bit of that hand stuff, but not as much as he was guilty of doing last year.
Rookie year, he got away with a ton of it. But this past season, I don't know if it was wide receivers making a point to point it out to the officials or whatnot. It got called significantly more. And I feel like he was a little bit more handsy last year than he was his rookie year, but not by that much. It was just that it was being noticed a lot more.
All right, let's take a look at the defense now. It is still a base 3-4, although they don't do that as much as, situational kind of management with some of these guys, and especially this year, I think. But up front, it always starts there. Last time we saw them, Austin, they gave up a ton of yards to Baltimore, couldn't get the ball back at all, couldn't make a stop, so the game ends with 10 minutes of possession time for the Ravens. And throughout the course of the season, they gave up a lot of rushing yards. That has to change because it does impact the outside linebackers. If you're running successfully, all of a sudden those outside linebackers are not going to have as many opportunities in down and distance situations. So they bring in Derek Harmon. The guy looks ready to go already. He's a big dude. They need help there. There's no question. Cam Hayward's up there in age. I still expect him to have a good year. Keanu Benton took, to me, a step back a little bit last year. Those three guys are your top three defensive line guys. I think it's an upgrade. I hope it's an upgrade, but it better be an upgrade.
That better be an upgrade. I mean, they got pushed around by the Ravens twice. Kansas City, Philadelphia toyed with them. Joe Burrow in Cincinnati especially beat them up and did enough to be able to beat them in the final game of the year too. Like, this is a defense. We talk about the defensive spending. Sure, everything's trending towards offense. But if you're going to spend that type of money on defense, you better have a damn good defense. And they better show up and show out and play well with the guy that is supposedly the one running it, and that Terrell Austin is just a figurehead for Mike Tomlin's defense.
Yeah, it's been too passive. They haven't done enough things, and this is another reason why I want to see them invest more in blitzing, more in disguise blitzing, things that you don't expect. It comes in handy. They did not do it nearly enough that I would have liked, but it starts up from those guys. I think Derek Harmon's going to be a right step in, ready to go player and do well. I really do. The key to me is, can Cam Hayward post another season like he did a year later, and can Keanu Benton take a step forward after taking a step back?
Unless I see otherwise from Cam, Bob, I think he's going to be able to perform. I mean, other than age, what makes you think otherwise? But age, injuries obviously, but age for Cam, I mean, he's been better at 34, 35, right around 36 than he was at like 28.
Yeah, yes. He's had some of the best years of his career after he turned 30.
It's kind of odd. But he's just been able to figure out how to work his body into the position that it needs to be. And he's so good at – Cam is also a mountain of a man. Like, standing by him at celebrity softball, I mean, other than Darnell Washington, I don't know if I've seen just a bigger dude.
He's just thick. It's hard to deal with him. And they have to double-team him a lot of times just because he's that effective. Behind those three, this will be very important as well. We talk about depth all the time. Logan Lee is back. I don't know, what to expect from him, but they brought in Y.A. Black from Iowa. That dude is like a house in the middle. You know, if he can do anything similar to what Casey Hampton used to do when he's in there and just occupy people, I think that'll be a big year. Isaiah Loudermilk has disappointed me over the last several years. They moved up in the 5th round a few years ago to get him. He's had his moments, but not enough of them.
No, I would expect either Y.A. Black or is Dean Lowry still on the team?
Dean Lowry's still on the team, yeah, but you don't see him all that much in games.
No, I would expect those two guys.
How about DeMarvin Leal? He's another guy we haven't talked about, but he's a guy that they had very high hopes for.
You know the problem with DeMarvin Leal, Bob? I completely forgot he was on the roster. That's the level of production that DeMarvin Leal has been able to put out there.
You can almost say the same about Loudermilk. They need to make bigger statements, especially in the backup role. But Y.A. Black is going to be somebody interesting to watch as he wears the old Dwight White number at 78.
How many games was Leal even active for last year?
I don't know. Maybe they tried to put him to outside linebacker or move him on to just try to find areas where he could succeed, but he wasn't doing it.
Wrong. 5.
5.
5 is the answer, Joe.
Wow.
Wrong. Yeah.
All right, linebackers. Now, you know about, I think this is the strength of their team, obviously.
No doubt.
When you have Watt and Highsmith as your 2 edge rushers, followed by Nick Herbig, I think he got a little exposed when he played a lot last year. He's good when he doesn't have to play a lot. When he comes in there and gives them, kind of this excitement that he brings when he's in the game. And then Jack Sawyer will be someone we'll also be watching, but he has a big history at Ohio State, and he seems to be the perfect type of player for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Herbig was the type that I really wanted to see get an opportunity where I would have been okay trading Highsmith, but when Highsmith was ultimately out, you could just tell the value that Highsmith brings as a run defender. He needs to tune that up and also not go invisible like T.J. Watt at times during the season, too. Like, Highsmith should be a 13, 14 sack a year type of player. Like, he is that talented to be able to do it. But there have been times where he has not been able to produce, and it was more so, I think, middle of the season. He was also banged up. So I want to see a good, successful bounce-back year from him. But I think the 2 X factors for me this year, Bob, are Keanu Benton and JPJ. Like, we are not talking about Benton enough as somebody that needs to take a quality step and somebody that needs to become somebody who next year at this time we're discussing as, okay, should they try to extend Keanu Benton? Is he a worthy candidate to that? Because right now, over the last couple of years, there have not been a lot of guys where you say, all right, time for that second contract. It's been 3rd contract for Watt, 3rd contract for Cam. They did Minka a couple years ago. Alex Highsmith got a contract.
Yeah, but none of their guys they've brought in, very few of them recently who have been draft picks get to that level, and that's important.
Now, Freiermuth got it, but Najee, Pickett in the 1st round, other just Joey Porter Jr. right now, unsuccessful picks that they've had, whether it be the 1st or 2nd round, that have not been worthy. Broderick Jones, will we be discussing that a year from now? I doubt it. Hopefully the 5th-year option year will end up being the one where you say, okay, Broderick Jones is actually established now. And that's been a big reason.
Well, the outside guys will be complemented by the inside guys. I'm really looking forward to Peyton Wilson, who should be a starter this year. He's one of these guys who is, 5th-round pick. They didn't expect all that much in terms of immediate contributions, but he got in there and made plays. Big interception in a game that was purely athletic, and he'll be complemented by Patrick Queen. Now, there is a return of Cole Holcomb. That was a really difficult injury he went through. And, how effective he will be is something that is difficult to try to project. But if he does get some of that back, boy, he is a good tackle machine in the middle. They also brought in Malik Harrison from Baltimore. Again, just somebody to have in there. I don't expect him to be getting a lot of the playing time. He'll come in and spot some guys here and there. And then Mark Robinson, who's always around. Mark Robinson he makes a couple of plays on special teams here and there, but I think, he was a 7th-round pick, so it's hard to establish guys, 7th-round picks as starters or contributors on a regular basis, but he's a nice guy to have in the middle. They also brought in Mark Bruner's son, Carson Bruner, as a draft pick, so he'll be in the middle of that linebacking crew. That's, to me, from outside to inside, their strength is linebackers, without a doubt. But the linebackers will be successful if the guys up front make it a little easier for them and they don't have to deal with rushes, straight at them, giving up big yards, and then it limits what they do. If it's 3rd and 2, it's a lot different than 3rd and 7. When you're 3rd and 7, T.J. Watt can tee off on you, and he'll find ways. I also expect them to move T.J. Watt around. they're not going to do the same thing they've done for all these years here, which is just put him over there and take on left tackles. And some of them he does well against, even double teams. But I would imagine they're going to be a little bit more creative with T.J. Watt. And also, I would expect his snaps to go down a little bit. In other words, conserve him for as long as you can, knowing that if they do get to the postseason, they have to do much better, and he has to do much better.
And they've done things like limiting snap counts and rotating.
But now they have guys who can do it.
Yeah.
I think if Sawyer comes in and proves he can handle it a little bit, they have guys who can do that.
I'm excited for Sawyer, Bob. Like, I think it's kind of part of that whole you go younger, you go cheaper on defense. It's can Jack Sawyer, can Nick Herbig emerge, where if you decide that you do want to trade Highsmith at some point for, like, let's say next year, and I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but you're looking to try to acquire a quarterback. Don't you think trading Alex Highsmith for like a second-round pick can help acquire another pick to be able to help you move up? And
sure.
And if Nick Herbig or Jack Sawyer can emerge?
If you have guys emerging, it's always a better situation for the franchise. No doubt about that.
So that is definitely their best unit, because Sawyer and Herbig, they could be starters on other teams potentially. Now, we got to see it from Sawyer, but I think he's got the potential to be able to do that. Yeah, I'm excited for him.
All right, cornerbacks and safeties. This will be the interesting thing to me more than anything, just usage. Darius Slay is 34 years old. He did not come off a good season in Philadelphia, I thought, last year. They gave him a one-year deal, $10 million. I don't expect, I don't know what I expect, but I don't expect eight interceptions, 5 interceptions, 3 interceptions. I expect him to be a veteran who can help. But Joey Porter Jr. is going to be the guy they're going to have to really get to reach that potential that I think he has. They have the secondary a little bit, I don't know. Deshaun Elliott and Juan Thornhill don't do a lot for me, and that's just being honest. I think Deshaun Elliott was a good signing. I do. But I also think that Thornhill's been injured. He hasn't had his best stuff. I think if there's a vulnerable area down the field, it's going to be in the middle, which may lead to Jalen Ramsey moving over there. Right now, he could be at, kind of the inside guy there. We'll see how they line him up. But he's versatile enough to go deep if he has to.
So are you down on Elliott because Minka's gone, or do you think that a second year with Elliott maybe?
I just think he's better in the run game than he is covering down the field. I just think that teams may take shots at the middle of the field, whereas last year they didn't. And I think he could be vulnerable there. But Juan Thornhill does not. I don't know about you. Think about Juan Thornhill.
No, he does nothing for me.
He's listed as a starter right now. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, who else is going to play back there? Like, you're not moving JPJ there.
We haven't talked about Beanie Bishop. What happens to him?
Beanie Bishop has basically been phased out, it seems like.
What about Corey Trice? Both of those guys, they were high on.
Corey Trice is a depth piece so that James Pierre doesn't see the field.
James Pierre's still on the roster.
James Pierre, he's still here, yes.
They have an interesting guy in Dante Kent. He's a small guy. He's a really good return guy.
Yeah, could be a punt returner.
Yeah, and that's why a guy like Cordero Patterson could be on his way out.
Was Cordero even returning punts? It was Calvin Austin.
That's what I mean. If he can't do that, what's he going to do on your team?
And Calvin Austin did well.
You're not going to have a jet sweep once in a while or a little. I'll give him this. He's a big guy. And when he gets going, he's hard to tackle. But we haven't seen much of that on a regular basis.
Cordero?
Yes.
Yeah, that's because he's slow. He can't move anymore.
All right, now, real quick, I think it's going to be interesting to see if Corliss Waitman can beat out Cameron Johnston, who got injured last year early on. Waitman came in and did a very good job as a punter.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a very interesting thing to watch, and I'm going to be interested to see how they utilize those guys in the preseason.
Well, they paid Johnston, like $4 million a year, $3 million a year
and
to be able to come in and punt?
From Houston, I believe, and he was a really good player down there for them.
Yeah, so the punting competition will be a low-key battle that will take place. And didn't they also sign the kicker from Pitt?
Yeah, Ben Sauls.
Ben Sauls.
But he has no shot of making this roster.
No, not over Boswell.
But he will get some opportunity to show his talent so someone else can maybe take him. But, but he's a good guy to have. Why not?
Yeah,
he
I think
did some really good things.
The Steelers probably did that at 1 because Ben Sauls is really good, and 2, maybe as a favor to Pitt, like this guy was absolutely booming the ball in our stadium. We might as well give him an opportunity in the preseason for him to get a chance with another NFL team. If a kicker gets hurt or somebody's ineffective, it happens. So I think Ben Sauls is going to stick around in the NFL. This is just his opening opportunity.
I agree, and he's got a strong leg, and you don't see many left-footed kickers do it either. So we'll see what he does in the preseason as well. The 11:50 is the time, 11:55 actually. So we'll tell you the 50-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Also, call now and win 4 tickets to the Pony League World Series at Lou Hayes Pony Field from August 8th until the 13th. As far as the weather, it's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny today, high of Heath Miller. 83, 89 degrees tomorrow, 91 on Thursday. Feel like over 100 degrees. If you're going to St. Vincent College, wear those big hats and bring plenty of sunscreen because it is going to be hot to start this training camp. When we come back, Brian Batko, outstanding writer for the Pittsburgh Post.
Caller number what wins the tickets, though, Bob? Who do we want to pick? Who do we want the caller to be? Caller number what wins the Pony League World Series?
Choices do we have there?
We have 8 choices.
I'll say caller number 7. Lucky number 7.
Number 7.
I saw Ben Roethlisberger yesterday, so that was in my mind.
Wow,
his son was playing in a golf event and doing really well, by the way. So Ben has been all hands-on with these kids, getting them involved in sports, and it's good to see. And
Bob,
his
did you
son
ask
can
Ben
play.
to be on the show?
No.
Do you think he would come on?
No, he's got his own show to worry about. So
he could promote his own show on our show.
I think he could, but he probably is not interested in doing any of that, I don't think. Anyway,
so?
I didn't ask. We were talking mostly golf. Anyway, his son's doing very well. So Brian Batko is coming up next from Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He'll have all things covered, and he'll be in the heat of Latrobe starting tomorrow. We'll talk to Brian next as we continue. Pomp and Joe Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After a 3-0 victory yesterday against the Detroit Tigers, the best team in baseball, the Pirates and Tigers will do it again with Mitch Keller on the mound. Casey Mize goes for Detroit. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 our coverage begins, and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, here's a message from Joe.
If you're ready to sell your home and want it sold quickly and for the most money possible, call my friend Gina Giampietro. Jeff was ready to sell his home in Monroeville and reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Jeff said Gina and her team took great photos of the home, and with her impressive marketing plans, Gina was able to get multiple offers for Jeff's home, and he accepted a cash agreement for over $400,000 from the first person who went to an open house at his home on the very first day. In his 5-star review, Jeff said Gina and her team are the very best. I agree. Gina will sit down with you, agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes, the home isn't sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental, so you can't lose. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina at RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752 or Google Giampietro at RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back. Not your wallet.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, Intradisc Neutrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Ugh. Kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider! A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It all begins tomorrow as the Steelers will report to Latrobe and St. Vincent College and begin training camp 2025 for anticipation of Week 1 in New York against Justin Fields and the New York Jets. The first practice open to the public will be on Thursday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's 12:06. Pomp and Joe Show continues here. Want to remind you about Fan Twitter. It's brought to you by Southwest Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southwestkia.net. And, of course, the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. 412-928-9370. We've been talking about the Steelers and their opening up of training camp, which technically will begin on Thursday. They all arrive there tomorrow. There'll be a run test. A lot of interesting stuff going on and a lot of interesting storylines. I want to remind you that all the 3 preseason games will have for you on KDK TV, beginning with August 9th in Jacksonville against a struggling team that I don't know what to expect from Jacksonville. And then after that, it's Tampa at home and then Carolina on the road. Right now, we bring in a man who covers this team, does a great job doing so. That would be Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Hello, Mr. Batko. How are you today?
Doing great, Bob. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Yeah. And so where are you right now? Are you up there or are you going up tomorrow?
No, I'm going to go up tomorrow morning. Campus opens for us around 9, and players should start rolling in around 10 a.m. Who you got? Who's going to be number one on the scene at Rooney Hall, you think?
That's always a good question to ask. But, you know, we've seen a tempered approach over the last several years. It used to be Antonio Brown with everything else he would bring, whether it's a chauffeur, coming in with a helicopter. James Harrison always was interesting in his. I don't know if I'm going to look at this. I don't know I don't know Jalen Ramsey. I don't know if he has these things that he does. Would he be someone you would expect to show up first and do it in a dramatic style, or do you just think it's going to be offensive linemen show up? They don't even care if you're watching, right?
It's going to be Ben Skoranek that shows up first, and he's going to be wearing just a plain T-shirt because Ben Skoranek, you win with guys like Ben Skoranek, according to Kabali.
I was going to say Zach Frazier or Mason McCormick. Yeah, just rolling up very quietly in the truck and bringing in their mattresses or whatever. As far as whether there will be a notable entrance, yeah, there really hasn't been one in recent years. Honestly, one of the last ones that I can remember, didn't Eli Rogers come in on like a fire truck or something?
On a fire
he
truck,
didn't even make the team that year. So
yeah, you have to have some status in the league before you pull stuff like that, I think.
Well, he did, but he just overestimated, I guess, his status with that particular team. So maybe that was a bad sign, and they were like, all right, we saw what happened there. We're not going to risk making that same mistake. Landon Roberts was in like a cowboy getup last year. That was pretty funny. He had a mustache and a cowboy hat and stirrups or whatever. Vince Williams, I remember him in the Stone Cold Steve Austin vest.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But yeah, no one's really replicated the Steelers report day splashes of yesteryear, like AB and the Rolls Royce, and the helicopter was the big one. Brett Kiesel, didn't he show up in a big rig one year? James Harrison in a clown car. I think a lot of that too, Bob, is probably earned by team success. And when you're in a little bit of a cycle of slightly above mediocrity, then maybe it's not quite as cute to pull some of those stunts.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did AB, when he went to out west, did he arrive once in a hot air balloon? Was that part of his history with?
He may have.
I can't remember what it was.
I lost track of him other than the frozen foot.
Yeah, the frozen foot was interesting. I still laugh about that. 412. By the way, where is he? Do you know where he is? Have we found AB?
AB, no.
He was in Dubai, wasn't he?
He might still be in Dubai. Brian, do you think that Aaron Rodgers might pass out ayahuasca at everyone? Is that something that could happen at the beginning of camp?
I was just thinking about that, limits of how much of a cluster it's going to be if he actually does stop and chat with the media on the way into Rooney Hall. I kind of have a feeling he won't. I don't think Russell Wilson did last year. I don't think we heard from him until that first practice. So, or maybe he did. I'd have to go back and look. But obviously, Aaron Rodgers wants to do things somewhat differently on report day because he does not want to get a pretty good rough calf strain pushing the weight sled there during the conditioning test around 4 o'clock.
No, especially since he's already gone through that year 2 of this. So let's talk about him since you brought him up first. We went through, Austin and I, the list of these 40-year-olds who've played, and not all that much success. If you take Brady out of the occasion, you're dealing with maybe Warren Moon. Vinny Testaverde did it for a little bit. I don't know how old Drew Brees was when he was, his final couple of years. But what kind of success do you think Aaron Rodgers could have, knowing he's going to be 42 in season?
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly has to give you pause, and I think that gave a lot of teams around the league pause, or else he would have been a more sought-after free agent this offseason. Clearly the Jets decided they wanted to go in a different, younger direction. I mean, I think it is less of a concern for quarterback, don't get me wrong, than corner or really any other position, but it's more of a concern than if you were a kicker or a punter or a long snapper. You still need to be able to move around, climb the pocket. I mean, I think that's the big question I have with him is he going to have that first step, that initial burst to, climb the pocket, evade a little bit of pressure if teams bring that. And he's going to know where to look, but is he going to be able to step up and buy himself some time and drift the way that he used to do? And, even at the height of his powers, I mean, he wasn't necessarily running past people, but I mean, he was always good extending plays and scrambling and keeping his eyes downfield. I still think he's going to need to be able to marry the physical part of playing the position with obviously the cerebral aspect of it, which he should be better at than any quarterback in the league at this point.
How do you think the relationship will be between he and Arthur Smith? Knowing that you're dealing with a 4-time NFL MVP who's had success, and a lot of times that success came from his way of doing things. Do you think there's a pretty good give and take from what you can tell so far on this, and how much of his ideas will be incorporated into their offensive game plan?
I think there will be. I think there will be a lot of mutual respect there as well. There are some connections between the two, even though they've never worked together. I mean, Matt LaFleur from Green Bay was Arthur Smith's offensive coordinator in Tennessee, and then he succeeded him and then went on to great heights, of course, with the Titans. A lot of, just mutual connections there. And I think it's interesting. I mean, they both know what they're signing up for in getting into this, but I wonder too, this is still a big year for Arthur Smith. I mean, I think he's going to have some leeway, but if he wants to get back to being a head coach, then you can't just kind of throw away this year and chalk it up to, okay, we had an over-the-hill quarterback. I mean, you need to show something with this opportunity with the Steelers to get back to those those places that he wants to be that didn't go well in Atlanta for him. So, it's kind of fascinating to watch how that rapport plays out, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern. I think Rodgers and Smith will get along well. They kind of remind me of each other just when it comes to their personality, dry humor and a little self-deprecating. So I think those two will see eye to eye on a lot.
Do you think that just because of his age and everything, he's going to be limited? Like, will Rodgers get the benefit of like a vet's day off like Watt will get or Cam will get during camp? And do you think that's something that they should have? Or should they just continue to build up chemistry and give him as many reps as possible?
Yeah, I don't know. And then you spin that forward to preseason. How much will he play in preseason? I don't know.
How much do you think he should play in the preseason? Because we had this debate the other day, talking to some of the guys, with Charlie and Chris and different. That's always a tough topic, isn't it, Brian? When you have a veteran quarterback, he doesn't need to show anything except this is a new system. So would you suspect that he will play a little bit at least?
Yeah, and I think with him not being here for OTAs, which is always, a nice bonus, and it gets you a head start on working out the details and the chemistry and the relationships with your receivers and everybody else on offense. Yeah, I mean, I think every rep is valuable for him at this point. And preseason, you can't really simulate game-like situations other than that. I mean, football. What does Mike Tomlin always say? Practice is football-like, but it's not football. So I think the intensity always does ratchet up, even when you're in a meaningless game where the final score doesn't matter. Seeing guys in different jerseys where you aren't protected by the training camp setting, that can be good and bad. It can speed up things for you and allow you to get off on the right foot come week one, where every play matters, or yeah, you can put yourself in harm's way. So I'm sure that's the kind of stuff that we'll be trying to suss out the rest of this month and certainly into August as we get closer to those exhibitions.
Brian Batko, our special guest here on the Pomp and Joe Show. Aside from quarterback, what is your biggest storyline heading into this one?
Man, I think there's so many. I mean, the biggest question that I still have is what this Jalen Ramsey addition is going to entail, because it has a lot of there's a lot of people in that orbit, because where he plays has an impact and a trickle down on Joey Porter Jr. and Darius Slay and the safety spot with Juan Thornhill and then Beanie Bishop at slot corner. So I just think figuring out what their plans are for him, and I assume they do have big plans for him. Otherwise, you're not going to swap out a pillar member of the franchise like Minkah Fitzpatrick to make that move. So that's probably the other big one. I mean, we also haven't heard from Jalen Ramsey. He's kind of gone quiet, gone underground. We heard from Aaron Rodgers, that first day of mandatory minicamp once he got here. So yeah, all the veteran acquisitions from the outside to me are overshadowing the rookies in the draft picks a little bit this year, which maybe the Steelers like that for Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson. They can kind of come in and work not in anonymity or obscurity, but they're a bigger fish to fry, I suppose, for the outside world with the Steelers.
Last year, Dante Jackson was brought in to figure out one of the issues at corner. I don't necessarily think he did, but what do you think would constitute a successful season for Darius Slay this year?
Well, I think, helping this team get over the hump is really what he was brought here to do. I mean, he got his Super Bowl ring over the weekend, I think it was, with all those Eagles reuniting for their ceremony. So he checked off that box on his resume. If he's got one season left in those 34-year-old legs at corner, then yeah, helping the Steelers, have a little bit more franchise success than they have is probably what it's all about for him. I don't think he's someone who really has a Hall of Fame case, but he's the Hall of very good. He's got a lot of nice individual accolades on his resume. Here's some sort of Steelers trivia for you guys on the doorstep of training camp. Did you know there are 10 Super Bowl champions on this team as they report to St. Vincent tomorrow?
Bob, can you name them?
Well, I'll say Slay.
Let's see how we do.
Since you said Slay, I'll say Ramsey.
Slay, yep. Ramsey, Rodgers. Kenneth Gainwell might be the hard one.
Well, no, because he just got the ring too.
Yeah, so he's on there.
Yeah, that's so 5.
Sick. You said 10?
Yeah.
Wow, there are 10. Well, think about it.
Someone limits slandered at the outset of this segment.
Ooh, I slandered.
Slandered. Who did he slander? Let me think.
I don't know about slander. Slander might be a little strong, but he diminished his usefulness. At
Robert
the
Woods has one on the Rams, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, he does.
He has one. Scotty Miller has one with the
the
Buccaneers. In fact, he caught a big pass in that Super Bowl, didn't he? Or in the NFC Championship game. I can't remember which.
I can't even remember who I slandered. Was it Juan Thornhill?
Well, he has one, but I don't think you said anything.
No, I slandered him.
He got one
said anything patronizing about him.
Thornhill got one with Kansas City, correct?
Kansas City.
Yeah. So where are we? 7, 8?
I think you guys have 3 left.
3 left.
Yeah, 3 left.
Patrick Queen? No.
Not Patrick Queen.
Patrick Queen.
Did Skylar Thompson get one as a backup somewhere?
No, he was with Miami.
Are we including Will Howard's national championship ring?
No,
we are not.
That would be a trick question.
That would be a trick question.
Oh man. Now we're getting down.
Would you like to go to the hint well?
Yes. Who did I slander?
Okay.
What position group? I can't even remember.
Same as Robert Woods. Won it with the same team, same year.
Oh, Brandon Johnson? No, he's on that roster. No, Lance McCutcheon.
What?
Nope.
Lance McCutcheon he's on their roster. You know that.
Lance McCutcheon is on their roster?
He's a wide receiver. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Not to be confused with Andrew.
No, please.
Oh my goodness.
He's a blocking wide receiver limits. He was on the team last year.
Skoranek.
Ben Skoranek. Yes.
I didn't think I slandered Skoranek.
San Francisco 49ers.
I like Ben Skoranek.
You patronized him. You definitely patronized him.
Yeah, well, because Kabali made a joke with us once that you can't win without a guy like Scotty Miller or without a guy like Ben Skoranek on your team that does like all the little things well.
All right,
a
that
running
leaves
joke
us
on the
with
show.
what then? One more?
2. I think you guys have 2 left. I'll give you another hint.
Dylan Cook.
He's another former Eagle who won it, but not with this most recent
Isaac Sayamalo.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Now, who's the last one?
Number 10 is going to be tough because not only is it a long ago Super Bowl, but he's someone you even forget is on this roster.
Remember when Chris Oladokun left the Steelers and won
he's-
2 Super
how
Bowls,
about
Bob?
that? Chosen ahead of Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Geez, now you're going through.
He might be better than Brock Purdy. We've never seen Oladokun get a shot.
I give up.
This guy's in the running back room with Kenneth Gainwell. There's 2 rings in there.
Cordero?
Patterson?
Cordero Patterson. Ding, ding, ding.
Wait, when did
where
Cordero
was
win a
he?
Super Bowl?
Yeah, he was with them in Atlanta when
Patriots.
he was with the
Yeah,
Patriots.
you're right. He was with the Patriots
Wow.
and won one.
That's a good trivia question, and there's no
You
question.
guys want to do another round of this? Because there's also 10 Pro Bowlers on this team.
Please.
Some of whom overlap.
All right, DK Metcalf.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Ramsey.
I would say Patterson probably.
Darius Slay.
And his, he's. You mean like people who are current Pro Bowlers?
No, just have been at any
All
time.
right, Patterson has to be on that
in their
list, right?
career. Yep.
TJ
Cam
Watt,
Hayward,
Cam.
TJ Watt, Patrick Queen, Darius Slay. Who else? Jalen Ramsey. Well, I don't know what that brings us to.
That brings us to 8.
You guys are running through it, though. This is impressive.
I'm trying to think.
Alex Highsmith made a Pro Bowl.
Chris Boswell. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good pick, Bob. Boswell. Hasn't Highsmith made one, right?
No.
Christian Kuntz. I'm stretching. I like Christian a lot.
Not that I know of.
Did Cam Johnson, the punter, make the Pro Bowl?
Not that I know of. If he did, then my list is also bunk.
Miles Killebrew has to be it.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? I forgot about Killebrew. So they're actually more than 10.
Oh, okay. So there's one more that we're missing.
Did you say this was a weird one last year? He was an alternate.
Russell Wilson made
From
the
the
Pro Bowl
Steelers.
last year.
Yeah, but he's not on the roster this year, though.
Yeah, I know. That's still
He was an alternate.
flabbergasting that he made it.
He's with the Steelers and was an alternate?
Zach Frazier?
No, but he was part of the last trivia answer as well as a Super Bowl winner.
No. Fascinating. Any idea, Bob?
I don't think you mentioned him.
He was a Super Bowl winner. We didn't mention him.
No, I don't think you mentioned him as a Pro Bowler. He plays next to Zach Frazier.
Sam Allo made it as an alternate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Oh, and you know what? I think you guys named 11, and I think I actually missed one. So my own accounting is delayed. I forgot Jonnu Smith did make it last year.
Yes, he
With
did.
the Dolphins.
Yeah,
so that
that's
gives us a
right.
tidy dozen.
How about that? A lot of experience, which also means a lot of age. How concerned are you about the age?
That's the flip side of it, for sure.
What does that mean for you? Because I think a lot of these guys are going to face, 17 games a long time.
Yeah, it is. But I think it does make sense as you're trying to make this. It's going to be a 1-year run with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
We know that.
Yeah.
He basically said that. So it does. If you can add these guys without really costing yourself much in the future, which Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, they did that. I mean, they did add guys that aren't going to break the bank for future draft picks. Now, if Minkah Fitzpatrick goes on to have a resurgence as a veteran safety well into his 30s, then it's not going to look like a great move. But clearly the Steelers don't envision that happening. Darius Slay didn't hurt them in the compensatory draft pick formula because he was released by the Eagles. So I get it. I can understand what they're going for, even if it does lead to inevitably a lot of jokes about how a lot of players on this roster who are going to be wearing the throwbacks were actually alive for the 1933 team.
Well, I will say this. I give them credit because I think a lot of people thought coming into this season before all these moves were made, Brian, that this was going to be a throwaway kind of season. They don't operate like that, and I've known that for a long time. Every year is a different year, and they have done something completely out of character without compromising next year. So next year still will be the key in terms of the most important position out there. But this year it should be fun. What are you expecting in terms of the
they're
division?
not putting all their eggs in one basket for this season, but no one really does in the NFL except for, I guess, the Rams did that for a year or two.
Right.
I mean, most of the smart teams are, they're knowing when to push more chips into the middle, but they're always trying to keep sustained success, and that makes a lot of sense too in a parity-driven league where your fortunes can turn around quickly. Look at the Commanders with Jaden Daniels. I think the only aspect that hurts that argument or mindset for the Steelers is there are just so many young, high-powered quarterbacks on this side of the NFL. Even the Commanders' outlook would be a little bit more bleak if they were in the AFC versus the NFC, where, you get your guy under center, and all of a sudden you can kind of rocket up the standings.
Yeah, what is your outlook on the division itself? I still think the Ravens are the team to beat. I can make a case that they can actually this year maybe even be the Super Bowl winning team. They have a lot of guys on that team who've been there for a long time, and I think it may be time for them to win it. Do you think that optimistically if you're a Baltimore fan or not?
I do think that optimistically about the Ravens. I mean, I think you said that well. I like the vibes out of Baltimore. It seems like they're kind of shoring up some of the trouble spots that they've had. And, every roster is going to have weaknesses in a salary cap league. So you can't have a defined answer at every position across the board. But, man, going out and getting Jair Alexander for next to nothing at corner, getting DeAndre Hopkins, granted in the twilight of his career, but maybe a receiver who can still specialize in some of those combat catches or, bring one down in the end zone. They are putting the finishing touches to the roster around Lamar Jackson. And, I've been saying for a long time now that I think Lamar is too good that the ultimate prize will elude him for his entire career. But like I said, I've been saying that for years now. So there's a lot of great ones who never did get all the way there. So, the Bengals, they're kind of the opposite. The vibes are terrible in Cincinnati with all the contract talk and Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart. They've got the talent, all the talent amassed on offense. If they could just get one stop every once in a while on defense, they'll be a force to be reckoned with. But they can't even get players under contract on their defense, let alone out there making plays for them.
Yeah, that's true. That's been there, and they may have the same thing this year, 40 to 39 games all over again. And, of course, we talk about 40-year-old quarterbacks. How about if Joe Flacco ends up? He's 40, I believe, as the starter for Cleveland. He could very well be that guy, although I would be somewhat surprised if they did that. Were you?
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to turn out. I mean, I guess there's going to be a morbid curiosity kind of surrounding Cleveland Browns training camp this year in Berea, Ohio. What did you guys think of the throwback jerseys, the alternates unveiled yesterday?
I liked them.
I thought they were unique.
I
thought
the
they
helmet.
were cool. The helmet's cool.
Yeah, I like the helmet.
A lot of people wanted the Batman.
Yeah, I like
jersey.
the helmet a lot. I like the top. The pants are weird to me. I think that I know a lot of people have said this on social media and maybe calling in. I think they would have looked better with black pants.
I totally
don't really understand that beige.
It complements more. If you're in the fashion industry, they will tell you black pants will complement that than that look, whatever that is. So I agree with you there. But I like the top part of it for sure. And that's going to be on display
Something
Green Bay game, right?
I am wondering, what are the Packers going to wear for that game? Otherwise, there's going to be
They had some dreadful ones last year.
Deluge of yellow at Acrisure Stadium that night.
Do you remember their last ones? They had. I didn't like them at all. I don't know if it was a throwback or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. It was a big throwback.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Some of those are good.
There's like no lettering on them.
Good.
I mean, they're like the original football jerseys ever made. So, but yeah, maybe they should wear those. They'll at least be dark and in contrast, or maybe all white. I don't know. All white might look weird against the yellow and gold get-ups that the Steelers are going to be wearing on Sunday Night Football. That we'll see what the Green Bay Packers come up with that one, but it's going to be a funky uniform matchup no matter what.
Brian, we thank you very much for your time. Look forward to seeing you at St. Vincent College and in the future #1 Cochran Sports Showdown shows that we have. Thanks. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. See you, fellas.
All right, that's Brian Batko, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He'll be up there, and this will be this pilgrimage that we make every year to St. Vincent College in Latrobe as the Steelers get ready to put this training camp together and see what happens with some. It is intriguing to have to admit, Austin, this whole season is going to be one that I think most observers of National Football League in general will focus on the Steelers, given all that they've done.
I imagine that tomorrow the amount of national media members is going to be significant. Like, everyone's going to have a big-time guy there. And I'm sure, the McAfee show is going there next week on Wednesday. So it's probably going to be national guys and gals alike that are going to report to this constantly to check in on Rodgers, Ramsey. Just a ton to focus on.
The Rodgers thing will just be nonstop all season long, every game in and game out. All right, we want to hear from you, too, at 412-928-9370. Want to tell you that you can join Donnie Football at Dino's. Great place Thursday up in Latrobe from 6 to 10 to kick off the start of training camp. Cool off with a nice cold Miller Lite and listen to Donnie's takes on the first day of camp. And he was made for that. Wings, although, he doesn't consume as many wings as he used to, right?
I don't think so.
Awaken
180, Donnie.
But he still may be able to consume a few, not as many as normal.
Donnie can still pound wings like the best of them.
They have good wings. There are so many good places up there for wings, though. The whole Ligonier and Latrobe area filled with great places. But I'm glad that Dino's is still operational, too.
When is night practice, Bob? I always like going to that.
That's next. Is it next Friday?
Is that next Friday on the 1st?
The 1st, I believe, yep.
I might have to go to that.
Yeah, and a reminder, we have our training camp shows all access every Saturday night, 11:35 p.m., as we recap each week as we get closer to the start of the preseason and then the games. And then before you know it, will be September and we'll be starting this whole process over again. And with a lot of interest, because nobody does it better than the NFL with regard to, the perfect amount of games, week in and week out, the drama. Every game is special because of it, and it's so close. We'll find out if the Steelers are going to be a playoff team again, and if so, can they finally win one in that postseason? 412-928-9370. We will continue right here on the Pomp and Joe Show with Austin Bechtel behind the glass right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yesterday, Andrew McCutchen passed Willie Stargell on the all-time hits list, 2,233. He's 180th all-time in baseball history. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Two minor league teams, the Inland Empire 66ers and the Louisville Bats, are going completely silent this week with nothing night. No music, no PA, not even take me out to the ball game. I get the purity angle, but minor league promotions are supposed to be over the top and silly, not puritanical. If I wanted quiet, I'd go to the library, not the ballpark. I'm Maggie Gray.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Must finance HMM low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMM dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai
Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Okay, we're going in, and at most, we can spend $150.
All right, we got this.
All right, so how'd we do?
$387, and we forgot 2 things.
Ugh, man.
Try Mac.bid, because it's built for your budget. You control the cost because you name the price. You can save up to 80% off retail prices.
So, just got everything on our list from Mac.bid, and look.
$140. Nice work.
I'm so relieved.
Spend smart, stress less. Only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights canceled with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant. 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be a
afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We are back. Bob Pompiani with Austin Bechtold as Joe Starkey is enjoying the week off. 412-928-9370. He's probably playing golf, but I just got back from a golf trip, and it was a very interesting one.
As far as I know, he was spending a couple days in Buffalo as well.
Oh. Are there good courses up there to play in Buffalo?
Possibly, and to visit his family. Yeah. How was your golf trip, Bob?
It was awesome, and I would encourage anyone. I know it's a little bit pricey to do this, but I've waited until now, and it's one of those bucket list items that as you get older, you want to kind of check off. And going to Scotland, which is the home of golf at St. Andrews and all the other courses, including Carnoustie, it's worth doing. You know, because at the end of the day, all you got left are memories and things you want to do with your family and friends. So if you get a chance, you should do it.
No doubt.
And they have such a different kind of lifestyle over there. You know, it's laid back. I mean, their day starts later, ends early. They make time for, a little happy hour. It's a whole different kind of outlook as opposed to the hustle bustle that we have in this country, it seems.
When do the days start, basically, for them then?
Well, I know when the day ends. The sun doesn't, go down in the summertime until 10:30 at night.
Really?
So they take tea times all the way till 6:30 at night. You can get on. That's your last tea time. So if you want to play at 6:30, it stays light until 10:30, unless you play in 6 hours, and then you'll never get done.
When does the sun rise?
Early, like 4 o'clock in the morning. In fact, I found that out the hard way because in the hotel room, you know how you leave a crack open and you don't even know it in your window? And all of a sudden, it's like a laser beam's coming in. I'm like, what? And I looked at my watch, and it was like 4:42. It's already sunrise.
So you were getting, 6 hours of sleep then on this trip?
Not that much. And it was hard. I don't know about you, but I have a hard time sleeping away from home. I just do.
Sometimes I do, yeah.
But I think that's a great trip. Anyone wants to do it, check it out. There's some great courses that are on the St. Andrews property, which are not St. Andrews, the old course. But one's called Jubilee, one's called the new course. They have all these different courses, and they're all really good to play.
So they don't get 8 hours of darkness then? in the middle of the night.
Well, that's just for this time of the year, yes.
How do they sleep?
I don't know.
Everybody has blinds?
You must have those blind things, yeah. Whatever it is, you got to have them because it's too light.
When does the day end? Like, do they work 9 to 5, or do they work
a lot of them,
9 to 3?
Sure some do, but I think most of them are out. They're little pubs. There are pubs everywhere. They're great little pubs. They talk about their days. It's just a laid-back kind of thing. Very little crime, if at all, which is great. So you don't have to worry about that so much when you're out late. But we went to another course called Dumbarnie.
Dumbarnie.
They start with everybody takes a shot of Dumbarnie whiskey on the first hole to start your day. They bring it out to you on a big tray, and here you go. That was good, except I hooked my drive. I was seeing it was strong whiskey.
Very strong Dumbarnie.
What did you think of Scotty Scheffler winning again?
Pretty impressive, Bob, and he ran away with it.
And he's not going to be denied. The only person who can stop him is him, I think.
What was so impressive is that he won his 4th major in the exact amount of time that it took Tiger to win his 4th major compared to when they won their first.
However,
unreal.
I mean, he's been, he's got a long way to go to catch Tiger in some of these things. But at the same time, he's doing stuff that we haven't seen since Tiger, right? So I think, he's going to complete the career Grand Slam pretty quickly, I would think. Although I thought that about Rory McIlroy, too. And it took him a long time to finally do it. But he did it eventually. It took a big weight off his shoulder. But that's a very competitive thing. You got to be like, look at DeChambeau. If he didn't shoot 78 in the first round, he would have won the thing.
Yeah, he was incredible.
Because he came back like really big after that. And just, that's the bottom line.
That's the thing for DeChambeau. He always has like one day that just crushes him when he doesn't win the tournament. Like, obviously, he's had U.S. Opens and a lot of big events where he's been able to finish the job. But whenever he loses and you're like, man, Bryson just missed out, it's because of days like that where they have a big blow-up number.
That's the thing. You can't have those. And if you do, it takes you out of contention. But this is interesting about Scheffler, some of the stuff he's done. When you talk about players to win multiple majors by 4 shots or more in the same season, there are only 3 guys who've ever done it. Ben Hogan did it in 1953, Tiger Woods in the year 2000 when he was at the height of his game, and then Scotty Scheffler in 2025. So when he wins big, and he does not lose when he leads after 3 rounds. Another thing that Tiger did. So now they got Ryder Cup. Are you a Ryder Cup fan?
Not really, no. I'll watch all the majors, and I'll watch some PGA Tour events, but that's basically it.
Well, they're going to play this year at Bethpage Black in New York, and it's a really raucous crowd in New York. They'll come out and hope that the Americans can win. Americans don't have as much lately than compared to the Europeans. They're really, as a team, they seem to work better together. I don't know why that is, but that's how that seems to work.
Who are the Americans sending out there?
Well, Keegan Bradley's the captain. He's going to, you go by the point standings, who are the best, and they're obvious ones, obviously, with Scotty Scheffler leading the way. Keegan Bradley probably should call his own name and become a player coach, whatever, because he's been that good. And here at Oakmont, he was in contention too. So that'll be interesting to see because that's always, and I want to give a shout out to Nathan Smith. Do you know who he is?
I do not.
He's a great local golfer, one of the best amateur golfers in his time, and he is going to captain the Walker Cup team. And that's the best young American players versus overseas, and that'll be out at Cypress in the Pebble Beach area in September.
Ooh,
so it's a big honor for Nathan Smith, so congratulations to him.
Congrats, Nathan.
We got to give those guys some props when you get a chance. 412-928-9370. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Jeff Hathorn will be here. We're going to get back to trade deadlines. If you have a take, call now. Try to get in on that, what the Pirates will do. I look at standings here, and I'm trying to figure out how many teams are actually in need of starting pitching. I don't know about you, I counted 6 teams that could use a bona fide starting pitcher at this time of the year, and they're all in contention to win something, whether it's a wild card berth or whether it's a division championship. And they have injuries to deal with. It's all going to be part of this whole thing. So Toronto right now is on a roll. They've won a lot of games in a row. They've taken over the lead in the American League East. The Yankees are in second, 4 back. The Yankees could need some starting pitching help. They've had some injuries there. The Red Sox have creeped back into this thing. Tampa Bay is now fading the other way, even though they're over 500. But Detroit, they don't have to worry about that. Cleveland, too far out. Kansas City, I don't think any of those teams are going to be. Houston's another team. Houston had 2 injuries, one of which is, I think, the guy's back. But they're in first place, and they're in quite a battle. Seattle's behind them, and then Texas is trying to get back into this thing. So those are the teams in the American League. And in the National League, The Phillies and Mets are tied up big. The Mets are probably the one team, given all their injuries. They've been mentioned with Mitch Keller. And I looked into their system. I don't know what they have, but I do like some players on their current roster, which to me is the conundrum. If you're trying to win, you want to bring in a pitcher like Mitch Keller, but you have to give up someone from the roster that has been helping you win so far this season. That's a tough thing to do, which is why I always think you get more in return if you wait till the end of the season, in the offseason.
That's still, I mean, I understand the reasoning for that, but at the same time, MLB Network just put up a graphic on one of their shows earlier today, MLB Central. Potential available starting pitchers at the deadline. They included Mitch Keller with Edward Cabrera of the Marlins, who's a young starter, 16 games at 3.61 ERA. Will they trade him? Who knows? Andrew Heaney's on this list. Charlie Morton, Eric Fetty of the Cardinals, who's having a decent year, and Herman Marquez of Colorado with a 5.67 ERA. What stands out above the rest on that list, Bob? Mitch Keller.
Mitch Keller. He's
clear and obvious, the number one.
3.38 earned run average. Quality starts every time he gets out there.
If they think that this is the list of the most likely available starting pitchers, Mitch Keller is the best.
Well, Andrew Heaney has gone backwards here. He's given up more home runs than anyone, I think, in the National League. And he got clobbered the other day. So he looked good at the beginning of the season. I don't know, out of gas now, although he has postseason experience. There are teams that would like that, and we'll see what happens here. All right, what do we got? Callers on the line at 412-928-9370. I think Austin's actually taking one right now, so I'll wait till he gets done with that one. If anyone has to take on the trade deadline.
Let's get to Larry. He's in Mount Pleasant.
What's
He wants
up,
to
Larry?
talk about the Pirates.
How are you? Oh, where did he go?
Oh, Larry hung up.
Larry hung up. That was too rushed. I should have waited a little, let it breathe a little bit. You just got off the phone with him, so maybe I rushed that whole situation. But tonight, the Pirates and the Tigers. Are you a believer in the Tigers as a legitimate World Series team?
I think they need more offense. Like, their pitching is very good with Skubal, and Casey Mize is good, and Jack Flaherty, I think, is better than his numbers have indicated. Their bullpen is solid. If they can find, like, another bat to lengthen their lineup, then I believe that the Tigers can make a run in the playoffs. Considering what they did at the end of the year last year, they just picked up where they left off. They're the best team in baseball. They were over 20 games over 500 coming into the series before losing last night.
All right, when you look at wild cards at this point, the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Red Sox are in those positions with Tampa Bay a game and a half back. See, I look at teams like that want to make one push. Boston can use some help. But again, I don't know how much they would be willing to give you at this point of the season, because they need, and I'm not interested if I'm the Pirates, unless it's a big-time prospect. I am not interested in just taking, another franchise's 10th or 13th ranked prospect. They have enough of those. They need people who are close to, if not in the majors already, and if that happens, it would help them moving forward to try to end this ridiculous streak of offensive ineptitude that we've seen throughout the course of the season. And again, the crime of it was that they knew this last offseason that they needed help with offense, and they didn't do anything about it. 412-928-9370, and we'll see if this offseason, and it should be way different for the Pirates and way different for Bob Nutting. But it all start with what they do at this trade deadline, and if Ben Cherington makes some significant moves that could result in something that would help them. But his track record indicates that that's not something that you should expect, although he's at the last leg potentially of his tenure here in Pittsburgh. Who knows? I don't know what the future is for him. I still don't know what his contract length is. So Shelton's gone. He had time left on the contract, and so Cherington is next up, and a big decision will be on him. All right, who do we go to now? I saw we got a bunch of them.
All right, let's go to Greg in Youngstown. He's on the line.
Hello, Greg. What's up?
Just driving back from one of our dealerships. Hey, the thing about the trades, I don't want to trade Bednar. I don't want to trade Santana. I don't want to trade Keller. I want to win next year. So we trade all of our good players. Our pitching staff after Keller and Skeens is not good. It's not. It's a hot mess. Everybody's overrating our pitching staff, except for Skeens and Keller and Bednar and our other closer. The rest of it's not good. So I don't know what people are thinking.
Well, what we're thinking is if Bob Nutting doesn't open up the wallet, they got to do something because it all starts with him. All of this talk we have, it's nonsense to bring up all these different things without really hitting the biggest problem of all, and that's his lack of spending. To your point, Greg, if you keep all those guys, and I would understand that, because if you put those two at the top of your rotation, if Chandler should come up, and a lot of ifs, I get that part of it too, which makes you wonder about the actual depth. It looks good on paper. But you can easily fix your offense in the offseason if you're willing to spend money.
I know. Did Bednar say he was going to sign a team-friendly deal? I mean, why don't you sign the guy? I mean, what do you got to lose? Trying to build a bullpen again is going to be a disaster. So now we're going to have to pick up relievers again and see if they work. I mean, you got to sign some players. They have to, put some money into this team. You just can't abandon ship and let these guys leave. Bob, you know for a fact, if we start losing players again, we're going to have to start bringing other players in. We have no clue if they're going to be good, especially if they're AA or AAA players. Again, and then Skeens is going to get upset, and then Skeens is going to want to get traded, I guarantee, next year. I mean, it's going to be a disaster.
Well, Skeens doesn't strike me as someone who would do that. He's just going to wait his time. He'll know when it's time, and they'll know when it's time. If they're going to meet that'll eventually take care of itself. But I'm operating under the assumption that you have him for at least 2 years. And in those 2 years, you should do everything in your human possibility to go out and get what you got to get to make this team better. So, Greg, you're right about that, and thank you. I'm not interested in AA prospects. I just am not. Who's next, Austin?
All right, let's go to Vinny in Springdale to chime in.
What's up, Vinny? How are you?
Hey, Bob, how you doing today?
Good. What's up?
I'm just listening to that last caller. He's right and he's wrong, in my opinion. I think Bednar should go. I think we need to keep Santana. He solidifies the closer role. We can give up Bednar. But you're right, 100%. It's coming down to nutting. I could talk to you about trades, but if he doesn't open up the wallet, it don't really matter.
Yeah, to me, it's a simple solution, at least an easier solution than just trying to wait for guys to develop, because that could take longer than you have. And again, I'm trying to time it with Paul Skeens in the roster for the next 2 years at least. Vinny, thank you. Appreciate that at 412-928-9370. Next up.
All right, here is Jeff. He's in Jeanette.
Jeff is in Jeanette, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Good.
Listen, back when the Pirates were getting ready to draft, when Skeens was available, me and you had a discussion about hitting and pitching. And I made a point that pitching is more important. You made the point that hitting, right? Well, here we are, and your point's proven true.
Well,
okay?
I mean, obviously, they needed to shore it up several years ago, and they didn't do it in their drafting. None of the guys they've taken have panned out so far. And that's the problem, right? That's why hitting. I mean, you got to have both. Obviously, if you get starting pitching that's good, Jeff, that gives you a huge advantage over a lot of teams who don't have that.
Right. So we can keep the score down. So if you score 4 runs, 5 runs, you should win the game with good pitching.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's been proven, I think, this year, hasn't it? Their record would be markedly different if they had any sort of, they're dead last in runs scored in Major League Baseball. You're not going to win. I don't care how good your pitching is when you're dead last.
Absolutely. But do you abandon the pitching?
Well, I mean, there's ways to do it without doing that. Again, spending money in the offseason is one of them. If you can't develop it, then you got to get it somewhere.
If we were at like 125 million, 130 million payroll, okay, like if we just increased it 30 million, 40 million, we could have those players. They're available. They're available out there, hitters that can hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're just not doing it.
They're not doing it. It starts with the owner.
You have to offset both sides. You have to offset both sides. Our pitching is unbelievable.
Well, it's been good all year, no question. Unbelievable is a statement that I don't know if I'd go that far after what I saw with the White Sox, but I get what you're taking. Jeff, I got to move on, but thank you, man.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Bob. Take
One
care,
more,
buddy.
Alston, before we have to bring in Jeff. No more? Okay, no more. So Dwayne in Pittsburgh, I'm not going to be able to get to you, but maybe we'll do it in the next hour if you want to hang on. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And the hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Weather today is a high of Keith Miller, 83. It'll be 89 tomorrow, 91 on Thursday. It's all brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll be back.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Tigers today after the Buccos won yesterday's game 3-0 as the Pirates were able to put together some early run support for Paul Skeens. Skeens won his first game since May 28th. Horwitz, an RBI single in the second. Brian Reynolds with a RBI single that brought in 2 runs as the Pirates were able to win it. It's Casey Mize against Mitch Keller, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jonnu Smith. Somewhere, Arthur Smith is smiling. The Steelers add another tight end on their roster. This time, Jonnu Smith. Born in Philadelphia, Smith joins his 5th NFL team here in Pittsburgh. Drafted by the Titans, and then having stints with the Patriots and Falcons, Smith was most recently with the Dolphins. After making a Pro Bowl last season in Miami, Smith was traded to Pittsburgh this summer, and now he'll look to become a key piece in the ever-growing Steelers offense. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have, tuck them in, and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with Awaken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with Awaken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You can find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to BillsHappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day. Up to $5,000. At BillsHappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow is the day that the Steelers will report to training camp in Latrobe at St. Vincent College with the first official practice that's open to the public taking place on Thursday, and we'll have all kind of coverage for you. Jeff Hathorn joins us next. He will be there providing updates throughout the week and throughout the weeks of training camp. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back as we get into the fourth and final hour of this program. Bob Pompiani along with Austin Bechtel, and now Jeff Hathhorn, sports director here at 93.7 The Fan, a man who wears many hats, has joined us. How are you, Jeff?
I'm good. I'm enjoying the AC for as long as I can.
Yeah, and starting tomorrow, do you wear bucket hats? Those big...
I don't.
You should.
I don't. I know I should.
Because it's the one thing that covers your ears. And I found through having gone through this myself with this melanoma crap that if you don't cover your ears, you're risking something there. So...
I mean, I bring sunscreen, but I don't look good in anything, let alone a bucket hat.
I don't either, but I've gotten to the point in my life where it doesn't matter. I don't care. I just want to protect myself.
But there's going to be some new Steelers, and I don't want their first view of me to be, who's this dork in the bucket hat? Who's Gilligan over here?
You won't look like that.
Yes, I will.
No, you wouldn't. All right. Let's start with this training camp because now it begins. All the talk we've had for the last 3.5 months or whatever it's been, trying to assemble this roster. They finally have it done, although I do think it's still a little incomplete, and I think there could be changes by the end of the preseason schedule, which takes them, through 3 games. They'll have a better assessment of who's doing what. Your biggest storyline going into this training camp would be what?
I mean, it's always about the quarterback. So we didn't get to see Aaron Rodgers do much during the 3 days of minicamp. I mean, he threw some outs, some 10-yard outs. I want to see him let loose. I want to see what he looks like in a camp setting when they have the first team offense, even if it's just, 7-on-7. Like, let's see what that looks like. You've seen it for 20 years, but you've never seen it in black and gold, never seen it at age 41, or at least with the Steelers at age 41. So, I mean, that's the biggest one. There are some other ones. I mean, where does Jalen Ramsey play, Bob?
I think he's going to be sort of a hybrid guy.
Seems like it.
But it would depend on down and distance. It would depend on what they looking at in terms of the other offense. So, but I would see him. I told Austin early on I was not a big fan of this, and I like Deshaun Elliott, but Thornhill and those two guys as your two guys back there. I think that's potentially a problem.
Maybe they only have one back there.
Maybe they could do that too.
I mean, maybe it's only Elliott, and maybe.
Part of the interesting thing of this whole makeup.
I mean, does Peyton Wilson, is he fast enough that he plays kind of a hybrid linebacker safety and Ramsey? I mean, there are a lot of options. If you're Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin and you sit in a room and you think about all the different ways you could form this defense, I'm sure it's a lot of fun with all the games you could play. But then it's like, okay, this looks great on paper, but how are these guys going to play together? That's another one of the fascinating things. Where does this guy play? We heard all last year about the communication issues. Minka felt like some of those were solved or at least heading in the right direction before they traded him. Obviously, they felt like he was a part of the problem or he would still be on this roster. So how does that work? Who steps up in the secondary? Is it Deshaun Elliott now as the big man? Does Ramsey come in because of his experience, or does a guy like Slay, because he's the longest tenured veteran in the group, does he become that guy? Like, how does that stuff work? Are things I'm going to be watching the first few weeks.
Do you have a breakout player or two that you can talk about here? Because they have guys, and I'm not going to include the rookies on this because that wouldn't constitute a breakout, but someone who's been around here for a while who hasn't done maybe what you expected, and now you need that person to do it. One on offense, one on defense. I'll start, and the first one I'll do is Roman Wilson. Year 2, I have to see something from him. If they're going to count on what they have in their wide receiving tandem and their roster at wide receivers, they need him to be a real contributor to it. And on defense, I think that Keanu Benton is a guy who really has to be breakout.
Those are good ones. To be different, I would say Calvin Austin needs to be more consistent with what he's shown. I mean, he's shown some flashes of being an impact-type receiver, and you talk to any one of those coaches over there, and they'll all tell you our number 2 receiver is Calvin Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, period. We feel good about what Calvin Austin can bring this team this year, especially with the tight ends, with his ability maybe to get lost because of the defense having to worry about those big guys.
Right.
So that would be one for me, and it's a contract year for him. And I would say Peyton Wilson is the other one for me. I know it's just year 2. How far has he come? How much does his speed play? Can he be an impact if he's in the box? Where has he taken his game now that you don't have a Landon Roberts as that run-stuffing linebacker?
Well, they do have, coming back into this Cole Holcomb, and I'm not so sure how much you can expect from a guy coming back. That injury was a significant injury. It's taken him a long time, and I applaud anyone who comes back from something like that. I mean, you really have to – you do that rehab in the darkness with no one around. You have to be committed. There's no cheating. You got to be honest with yourself, and he's done that.
And he's a guy who's had triple-digit tackles in seasons in his career. And, I think he can do a little bit of everything, but to your point, until he establishes himself, I think the two linebackers are Wilson and Queen, with Holcomb being that third that could either come in situationally. If he has a great camp, then Wilson could be the guy that's just doing a lot of odd things.
I think that's a big strength for them, linebackers in general, outside, inside depth. The one area that I do not have a lot of confidence in is backup offensive line. I think, there's some questions for the starting offensive line, but if they hit what they're supposed to do and do what they're supposed to do, that becomes a good part of their team, because I think they'll give Rodgers time. But if there are injuries, I was looking at Dylan Cook here as, one of the key tackle swing guys. Nothing against him. He's
crazy athlete, but just hasn't done it.
No, he hasn't done it. They've had it
Calvin Anderson is an experienced guy who started a lot of games in the NFL. I think he's a good player to have. I think Ryan McCollum is a good guy to have.
Spencer Anderson was a former pick of theirs. But he's
a guy that can flip guard spots, and you can even move him out to tackle, and he can play center in an emergency. I think, whereas maybe with Herbig you had someone that you could plug in for half a season, I think the guys that you have now, maybe for a couple of games, but any longer than that, you're probably looking outside.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. We talked about wide receiver, and if Roman Wilson isn't the answer, is Jonnu Smith sort of that? We're talking about the word hybrid a lot. That's all we're using here, a lot of these guys. He's a hybrid guy. He plays tight end. He can do a lot, but they can line him up differently. And he's shown the ability to go down the field with yak yards.
He is going to line up wide. It'll be Freiermuth on the line of scrimmage, because Jonnu Smith is there to catch the ball, not block. And he's not a great blocker, but he went from 27 catches just 2 years ago to 88 last year. It's a crazy rise. It's been a meteoric rise for him with his last two teams. They have to have big things from him. They went out and spent a lot in Minka, obviously getting Ramsey back as well, but he's got to have a big year for them, and they've got to open up the middle of the field. I know there was a lot of talk, and Lemus was part of that too. You heard all that talk last year that Arthur Smith doesn't throw it in the middle of the field. Well, they better this year, because two of their best three pass catchers are tight ends.
They put up some caution tape there, Jeff, right at the hash marks to make sure nobody would go in between there.
And it was as much Russ maybe as
fearful
it was
of
Arthur.
Making a mistake. Yeah.
So
when Tomlin pounds that into your head a lot, it makes you think. I don't want to. But Rodgers has been pretty good about not making interception mishaps, although the last 2 years he's had two of his worst years in that department.
I think Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith can pound things into Aaron Rodgers' head. It doesn't mean he's going to listen. and I think that could be a good thing for them. For if he goes rogue a couple of times, even though there'll be a mistake here or there, and could show them, hey, when you play aggressively, look what can happen. That part of me, I'm not. When it first was proposed about Aaron Rodgers, I thought, no way. But the more you hear about it, maybe it's just wishful thinking. I go into it really curious to see how this is going to work.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's going to, and again, one area has to support the other. If your offensive line is not good, that's going to make things difficult for plays to develop and him to have the time he needs to do it. On the other side of it, we talked a lot this morning about their defensive line. It's nice to have outside linebackers who can get after you, but you need down and distance in your favor to make that happen. generally speaking, if you get throttled in the run game so that guys are just running the ball down your throat, it limits what your linebackers can really do in those situations.
Yes. And let me bring this up with the offense as well, because we talked offensive line and backup offensive linemen. It's got to work with Broderick Jones.
Yes.
I mean, he's got to be what they drafted, because if not, then you're leaving a tight end to block on that side, which is limiting who you can use. Does that mean that Freiermuth doesn't play in some passing downs, that you don't put Jono, or that you have 3 tight ends in obvious passing downs because you need 1 to block, 2 to go out wide? I mean, it can really limit what this offense can do if they can't trust Broderick Jones on that left side.
Yeah, he has to be the player that they envisioned him to be when he came out. I think Troy Fautano looks like someone who will be that player. We got a good look at him last year before the injury, and he looked like a man at that position, like he was going to be able to take care of whatever.
Well, and you studied tape, and you called some of those games. Like, his athleticism
It's
is like a tight end.
Yeah, it's really big.
I mean, he gets to the second level like a tight end. And, I mean, can he hold up over a whole season? How is he going to handle guys bull rushing him? Like, things like that we just didn't see at the pro level. But this guy, they were so excited about him. I mean, think about it. It was going to be a situation where he might not be the starter, but they let him battle, and he won that battle, and he was
Right.
They were expecting him to have the same type of season that a Zach Frazier had last year as a rookie.
I'm curious about playing time. We asked this to Brian Batko with Aaron Rodgers. I believe that all these guys should take snaps in the preseason. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something to kind of get up to speed in a game-type situation. Aaron Rodgers, however, is 41 going on 42. He's been down every one of these kind of situations. Does he need to get time with a new group of guys? Doesn't have to be a lot of time, but at some point of this preseason, should we see him in a game?
All right, so there's 2 questions there. Does he need it, and will we see him out there in it? I think the over-under might be 2 series that we see him the entire preseason on a football field in a preseason game, because to your point, he's 41. I think he feels like he's going to get those things addressed in camp, and that we're not going to see a ton of him out there. I just don't. I mean, I think all those guys could always use more time. I mean, look at the first couple of weeks of the NFL season over the last few years.
Very sloppy play.
Exactly. Yeah. And the Steelers, given their situation, especially with the early bye week, like no team can afford sloppy play. But, man, you would like to see this be a little bit sharper, especially with the new pieces. And I would hope that the offensive line gets a number of reps together in the preseason.
I think they need to have that's a whole different line now, and you need to get that. Will Howard, we've talked a lot about him, and in a perfect situation for the Steelers, you'll never see him in a game this year. And I say that out of respect for him. I know what he did in college, but if Rodgers plays the majority of games, I suspect he'll be out a game or 2 with something. Mason will come in. As far as the preseason is concerned, how much would you divvy up Mason Rudolph versus Will Howard?
Oh, Will Howard gets the second half of the first game.
And becomes a fan favorite?
So that'll be my guarantee limits, is that after the first or second preseason game, the calls / Joe will be, this guy's the quarterback.
And they're going to say immediately, I told you, Limits, how dare you try to put down Will Howard the way that you did.
We've seen it so many times.
I see it every preseason.
And that doesn't mean he may not be a good quarterback. The beauty, I think, for Will Howard is this. He gets to sit back with no pressure.
Right.
Learn, watch. Aaron Rodgers has talked a game about how he likes Will Howard, and whatever he asks him, he's not going to volunteer information, but if Will comes to him, he'll let him know anything he wants to know. We've seen it in the past that Mason Rudolph is an outstanding teammate. He's going to share information. I think it's a really good setup for him, whereas if there would not have been Aaron Rodgers and Mason would have been the starter, it would be a different scenario for him to learn it. There'd be more opportunity for him to potentially get on the field, but the chance to just sit back and learn would be minuscule.
I can see it right now. Oh, this DeMarcus Ayers, he's a really good player. What do you think, Charlie? Could he make the roster? Will Howard, do you think he could have an opportunity? I can see it, Bob. That conversation's had every year about a player.
Every time we do preseason games, you're going to have conversations like that because that's what we have to do. I mean, you got to talk about some of these situations.
One of the undrafted free agent wide receivers that they sign will absolutely be a camp phenom.
That's right. It's going to be Montana Lemonious Craig. You watch, and he'll get a fan base.
This Kobe Hamilton, Charlie, I think he might be able to make the team.
That almost sounds like Montana to Craig, right?
Well, it is almost with a Lemonious in between.
Right.
So he's on the roster. We'll see. And I think they're wearing him at 21. I forget.
Do you remember Montana DeRapo, the relief pitcher that the Pirates had? Do you remember him?
Yes.
He wasn't very good, Jeff.
There have been a few of those.
Just a couple.
Want to remind you about Fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. And check out the newest edition of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread on 93.7 The Fan YouTube page. Jack Hillgrove went into, how do you say this? Gianellis in Greensburg to chat with his grandfather. How about that? That's interesting. And Bill talks about his long career as a broadcaster as well. It's a special segment found on the Saloni's Instagram page. Bill reveals the former partner with whom he would like to be stranded on an island with. That would be an interesting conversation, too. Who do you think Bill Hillgrove would like to be? Do you think it's Tunch? Yeah, probably.
Do you think that was a hard guess to book for Jack?
Probably not.
No, you don't think so?
I think
one quick phone call.
Hey, grandfather, I need granddad, whatever you call him. Pop, you got a minute. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, I asked Jeff about the schedule the Steelers have because we remember last year how difficult it got at the end of this year. I can make the case this year is even more difficult as the season ends. We'll talk about that when we continue right here on the Pomp and Joe Show with Jeff Hathorn, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomorrow's the day the Steelers will report to St. Vincent, and Jeff will have coverage throughout the day as the first practice will be on Thursday. Pirates, they will play tonight against the Detroit Tigers in Game 2 of the 3-game series as it's Mitch Keller on the mound, who some believe to be the best pitcher available on the trade market. A 3.48 ERA and a 1.14 WHIP and 119 innings so far this season, despite a 3-10 record. Casey Mize will go for the Tigers. Mize this season has been terrific and was an all-star pitching for the American League. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Caleb Johnson, selected in the 3rd round of this year's draft, running back Caleb Johnson will begin his NFL career in Pittsburgh. An AP scholar in high school, Johnson showed he could excel on the field, spending 3 historic years in Iowa. Named the Big Ten running back of the year last season, Johnson will now take Najee Harris's place alongside Jaylen Warren in what Pittsburgh hopes becomes a dynamic 1-2 running back bunch. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Blame Tom Brady. His ability to compete for Super Bowls into his 40s has other athletes following suit. In the NBA, LeBron James is setting every possible record for a player over 40. Now, Chris Paul wants to try it out. He signed with the Clippers yesterday for one more chance to get his first title. But the problem is, everyone isn't Brady or LeBron. The Clips will get some leadership out of Paul, but actually moving the needle for winning a title at 40, that seems like an exception more than a rule. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chill out with unbeatable value at GetGo. Enjoy cool drinks and cooler prices this summer when you mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Featuring Gatorade, Celsius, Pure Leaf, and more. Plus, new WetGo members enjoy a sparkling deal. Buy 1 month of unlimited washes, get one free. GetGo. Before you get going.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We're back here talking football with Jeff Hathorn, sports director. This has been one of the more active off seasons we have seen, Jeff. Many surprising moves that cost a lot of money, moves that are designed to make them try to win this year, and I give them credit for that.
Yeah, I watched Judy Bautista, who you know very well, who is very tight with the late ambassador, and to watch her face as she's like, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they're making the most blockbuster moves. It's been such a different, and I think there's a narrative that I don't think is fair of the Steelers of like over the last 50 years that they've been passive in free agency. I don't think it's that. I think they've just had a philosophy of this is how they build, not that they've just been passive for all of these years. It's just this year they decided, man, we're gonna change the way we do it, and they've really have changed the roster.
Well, a lot of this has to do with the fact that they still haven't figured out a quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger left. And every year it changes, and when you get so much activity at the quarterback position, it takes on a whole different level of conversation just because of 6 and 6 in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, they've drafted one in the first round. They took a flyer on a 26-year-old, 25 at the time, and Justin Fields, and that didn't work out the way they wanted to. And then now they've got a temp at quarterback as they look to get a new steady quarterback, if you will, in 2026.
And that'll be all the focus next year, especially when the NFL draft comes to Pittsburgh, which should be high drama for sure.
And, Bob, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. In January, the Steelers had one quarterback under contract, Skylar Thompson. He was the only one under contract for the entire year. And we went, you go with, well, what did they bring Russ? What are they going to go in the draft? I mean, all of that offseason talk. And then finally, Justin Fields signs with the Jets, and like, okay, that's off the board. Then is it Aaron Rodgers? Could Russell Wilson come back? And it ends up being Russell signs with the Giants. You still don't know going into the draft. You wait till the 6th round. I mean, it's been a fascinating offseason. And then to trade a guy like Minkah, Minkah behind Cam Hayward and TJ, like if you want to say that they were a trio, he was a big part of that trio.
Sure.
And to trade him has been
And not just him.
What an offseason.
George Pickens gone. They took a chance. They knew his talent, and his talent was obvious, but all the other stuff came back into play that they were warned about by college analysts who found there were red flags in his game. And then to make a massive deal for DK Metcalf, that's pretty interesting, which leads us to this season. I think it's going to be fascinating right off the bat. Steelers-Jets, of all things, that should have been a night game, and I think they made this designation before Rodgers was actually signed here, I think. I'm not sure how that worked.
They did.
And
because everybody was speculating, they've got the Jets because the NFL knows that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign here.
Right. So that's going to be a tough game. I don't think there's any question about it. I think the Jets roster's a pretty good roster, actually. And I don't know what Fields will do it. I think they like him, and we'll see what happens.
Know this. Justin behaved as the perfect teammate, but he wasn't happy with how it all went down here.
No, that's why he took the contract with New York.
So they can say that I'm not circling a game. I mean, it's the first game. This is going to be a big deal for Justin Fields.
And he has the things that Mike Tomlin has always coveted, with the athletic ability to be mobile everywhere, and he's probably the best in the game at doing it.
And he was 4-2, and they kind of lowballed him on a contract offer. And
right.
I mean, when you get spurned by an employer that you feel like you've done well with and you got along, with the room, this is going to be a big deal for Justin Fields.
But on the other side of it, it'll be a big deal for Aaron Rodgers, too,
Obviously,
because he leaves that team that he went to thinking that they could, get over the hump and get into a playoff situation. Never happened. That's going to be a tough game. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets win it. After that, it's the Steelers home opener against Seattle, a whole different kind of team out there in Seattle.
Metcalf Bowl.
Exactly. They're going to have these ties and these storylines throughout. But, they've changed quarterbacks. They've gone now. And, Dalton, I don't know if he is the answer there. They gave him a lot of money based on what he did in Minnesota, but when the games really mattered, he didn't do as well as he had done.
Yeah, Sam Darnold I've never really believed in him, but he had a monster season in Minnesota. But much like people are questioning Jalen Hurts, did he have a monster season in Minnesota because their offensive line, especially their tackles, are elite? They've got a couple of elite wide receivers, and their offensive plan is top notch. I mean, is that why it was good, or was Sam the big reason why it all came together? And that's what Seattle's banking on.
And they gave him $100 million plus. And that's a pretty big banking on. After that, the Steelers will go to New England. This could be a tricky game because I think New England is one of the teams that could sneak up on you. We'll see how the quarterback play goes, but I think Drake May will take them better than where they were last year offensively. And I think defensively they have some good. You've got a new coach too, and Mike Vrabel. So how do you see that one?
Well, it's hard to find a most improved list speculating for 2025 without Drake May's name on it. I mean, there are high expectations for May to take a big step this year. They've added more talent around him. And they had a lot of youth last year. Now with Vrabel in there, they feel like they've got something going on this year. And they could be, and that's another, if you look at different polls of like teams that could make a big step this year, New England's on all those lists as well.
No question. After that, it's the game in Dublin at Croke Park. It'll be the Vikings and the Steelers. And the Vikings are a tough team to figure. You know what they have, and they have really good talent. But they've entrusted J.J. McCarthy to be the guy.
He's got the swagger of a starting quarterback. Absolutely. He won some big games in college. He's never done it at all in the pros. I mean, I still believe they have a good team. They obviously have they still have their receivers. They still got a good offensive line, same coaching staff. So, I mean, you think it would be a plug-in situation, but you just don't know until he does it. I mean, listen, there have been other quarterbacks that had big college careers, and you put them into an NFL system, it just doesn't work.
Even though he didn't want to miss the season with the injury, I think that sitting back probably helped him a little bit, and he learned a lot, just as you talked about Will Howard, benefiting by that sort of thing. Then it's the Browns and the Steelers. I'm going to go to the next three games just real quick. You got the Browns and the Steelers, then the Steelers and the Bengals, which at this point we don't know what they're going to be looking like other than similar to last year, and then the Packers and the Steelers.
So Cleveland at home, you'd like to think, okay, now Cleveland will have had 5 weeks to figure out its quarterback situation. Will they have a starter, or is this the time where they're going to start monkeying with other guys because they don't know if the guy that started the season was the right, let's say Kenny starts the season and the Browns are 1-3 or 2-3 at this point because they don't have the early bye. Is now Shedeur going to come in and make his debut? I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that could happen with Cleveland because they're just so up in the air. At Cincinnati for prime time on that Thursday night, short week after Cleveland. I mean, that's going to be
Steelers don't do well on Thursday night.
That's
generally
a tough matchup to have to travel there after playing a division game. And say what you want about Cleveland, their defense is physical. It will be that's going to be a challenge because Cincinnati's got Joe Burrow, so they're always in games. And remember, this was Cincinnati. They lost 7 one-score games last year. 7.
Right.
If
and
that would
they
have
were all
happened here,
high-scoring games.
if that would have happened here, we'd be, Steelers just need to turn that around.
Right.
Well, if Cincinnati does get their defensive players signed, then maybe they're going to be a challenge. In Green Bay, Jordan Love, obviously for Packer fans, anytime you see Aaron Rodgers, there's going to be some things there. I think the rosters have changed enough that there's not a lot of Packers that played with Aaron, but for Aaron, this will be a special game.
He has it circled, I'm sure, already. After that, Colts come to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh doesn't do well in Indianapolis. I suspect they'll win that game. Then they have to go to another night game, Steelers-Chargers, which is never easy on them. And then they come home right after that. The Bengals are back in town, and then a trip to the Bears before we get to the final games I want to talk to you about. But those are not easy. None of these games will be easy.
I mean, Chargers are expected to be good with Harbaugh. They're another rising team, and they're going to pound you, and that's the Harbaugh mentality. But they've got a quarterback that can also throw for 300 on you pretty easy in Herbert. Colts, I don't know what their quarterback situation is going to be. And then you get Cincinnati again, and at Chicago, is Caleb Williams the real deal? There is some talent there in Chicago. Do they get it going? Is that game in the middle of November when you're playing all those in a row with Buffalo the next week? I mean, that could be a real challenge.
So we talked last year about all the Christmas situation where they had these 3 games against really good teams, and it turned out to be their downfall here. But this is the way this season ends now, Jeff, and I find it interesting because you can make a case that it's very hard, if similar to last year. They have the Bills coming to Pittsburgh on November 30th. So you have the Bills. Right after that, the next week, you got to go to Baltimore and play there. That's also a 1 o'clock game, not a night game. Then the Dolphins come here. The Steelers have to go to Ford Field to take on the Lions. Then they have to go to Cleveland, which has never been good, before the Ravens end the season here. So you have the Ravens twice. You have the Bills. You have the Lions, a team that many people think are going to win a Super Bowl this year. And thrown in there also the Dolphins and the Browns.
And not to mention that 3 of those 5 are on the road. And the ones on the road, 2 of them are at division rivals, and then one's at Detroit.
Right.
I mean, that is and you will have the longest stretch of any team as far as time away from your bye week and playing into that stretch.
And for a team that's second oldest in the NFL, that bye week comes at a bad time, actually, right?
I mean, yes, and I love the fact that Baltimore's the last game. I mean, I think that sets up like Pitt Penn State should be.
Yeah,
that's your rival.
I love it,
and
hopefully it'll have as much meaning as as you would expect in the AFC, because I think the Ravens are going to be a team. If the Steelers can somehow, move ahead of the Bengals, which I think they can. They did that already. Didn't they do that last year, or when was it? They finished ahead of them. It wasn't last year. Was it last year?
Last year, yeah.
So they can do that, depending on what the Bengals do.
And they've had
with
success
this.
against Baltimore, even though you could argue that Baltimore's had a better roster over the last few years.
Yeah, so it's going to be fascinating how it ends up. So look forward. It all starts tomorrow. You're going to be out there with your bucket hat. I've talked you into it. I know it. You're going to wear a bucket hat.
Are you coming out?
Not tomorrow. We have some unfinished things to do with Elite 18. And also, Rich Walsh will be out there. Cassidy Wood will be out there tomorrow. It's a reporting day before they actually – I'm always interested in the run test. I still have visions of Jermaine Stevens throwing up.
Well, we can't watch it anymore.
I know.
Back in the day, we could watch it.
There are a lot of things we can't watch anymore.
I know one thing that will not happen. Aaron Rodgers will not push a sled. There's one thing I know.
No blocking sleds this year, no?
That will not happen this year.
If it happens, whoever's...
But you know what's cool about this? We've talked all these scenarios. Some of them have come true. So many of them haven't. Now all of that talk finally gets onto a field where not only can we see it, but like for people like us, we can report it because it's not secret in the South Side. Like, everybody sees it. So we'll all be able to see what exactly they look like, and we'll be able to tell everybody that's not there.
But also keep this in mind, for every good pass completion that DK Metcalf makes, it's probably Jalen Ramsey on the other end of it who allowed it to happen. Those two guys have had battles when they were with the Rams in Seattle, physical, crazy battles. And I'll be interested to see if they're paired up on it.
Well, given that Joey used to work a lot against George Pickens, I'm guessing that Joey's going to tell DK that I want you.
Yeah, I want you. That'll be fascinating to watch. Jeff, as always, look forward to your coverage out there. Thanks. I want to remind you also that we continue our countdown to the NFL draft in Pittsburgh on KDK TV every Wednesday at 5:55. We've counted down that we did 52 weeks out. We did one a week, and we're counting it down until we get to the number one best draft pick out of Western Pennsylvania. And there are a lot of people in contention. You'll find out who's next tomorrow at 5:55.
Who is your last one? Because I've seen a couple of them. I'm thinking, wow, that's that far out. When you forget about some of the talent, not forget, but.
Well, I mean, we've had, guys like Rob Gronkowski in there, and they're have nice careers. Charlie Batch, another one. As we get down to the final 10, though, it's really difficult. And we had a kind of a meeting about which of these, what order do we do? So you'll be intrigued to find that out. But that's all the way until April. We do it every Wednesday. Jeff, thanks very much. Always appreciate your coverage.
Thanks, Bob.
We'll see you. I want to remind you, too, about the 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Yes, indeed. Today, sunny. High of Heath Miller, 83. 89 tomorrow, 91 on Thursday. Heat index rises to almost 100. Be careful going out to St. Vincent College. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Up next, it's the PM team. Austin will take over tomorrow here, and we'll see you again tomorrow, 10 a.m. for another edition of Pomp and Joe with Austin Bechtel on the hot seat. And you guys have a wonderful rest of the day.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Bob, one topic of conversation, is this the final start that Mitch Keller will ever make at PNC Park? He will go against the Detroit Tigers and Casey Mize, 6:40 first pitch. 5:45, North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking the Astros on the money line in Arizona against the D-backs, and we love this pitching matchup for the Stros because anytime Framber Valdez is on the mound, he's worth betting on. 10-4, 2.75 ERA. It'll be Eduardo Rodriguez for the D-backs, who is 3-6 with a 5.94 ERA. But the Astros are a buzzsaw with Valdez. They have won his last 12 straight starts. Take the Astros on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up Oscar!
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets. Get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Paul Skeens silenced the best team in baseball last night. 6 innings of shutout ball. Pirates win 3-0 over the Tigers. They'll look to make it 2 in a row tonight. First pitch right here on 93.7 The Fan is 6:40. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 93.7thefan.com. Now, it is time, both on the radio and on YouTube, for the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
1-2 pitch and a fly ball to center field. Back is Cruz, warning track, and he'll have room to make the catch. Final out, that could be the final batter for Paul Skeens. A 1-2-3-6. 6 shutout innings for Skeens. 0-2. Bednar's pitch. Oh, he just froze him with a curveball for the strikeout and a raising of the Jolly Roger. David Bednar's save streak continues. And the Pirates shut out the Detroit Tigers as they raise this Jolly Roger on a Monday night and give Paul Skeens his 5th win of the year.
Part of the fun of sports, I would argue with you that it's most of the fun of sports, is not wrapped up in, oh, your bet cashed, that's cool. It is not wrapped up in, ooh, I'm checking out to see what my favorite player's WAR is. Is not wrapped up in necessarily reading copious articles or consuming any other sort of things written or said about your team, although that's very important. I say things about teams a lot, and I want you to consume them. The most, perhaps, fundamental part of enjoying sports, of enjoying an individual athlete, is actually watching them do their thing, which might seem like a ridiculously obvious assertion and obvious observation to make to start today's PM Team. But that is where I want to start today's PM Team. Reminding everybody why we all do this, why we all lift them weights, why Donnie's sitting there and I am sitting here and you are sitting wherever, watching or listening or both to this show. Because at core, we like to watch people, if we're lucky enough to do so, who are really good at what they do, sports-wise, do that thing. Most of the fun of having a great player on your team boils down to watching that great player perform great feats. Simple. obvious conclusion. And yet I do think what we got last night from Paul Skeens, yet another reminder that he is that dude in baseball, hasn't been as easy to enjoy as it should be. Hell, I'm not even sure it's been as easy to acknowledge or remember to enjoy as it should be. It's where we start today on the PM team, 412-928-9370, which is the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pony, a surprise absence today. Well, surprising maybe to you if I was saying at the end of yesterday's show that he was going to be back on, and he's not on today. Pony, though, Donnie, falling victim to something that you will soon fall victim to. His in-laws, I think, took ill on their trip. They would have been watching Little Stella today, and guess who was left as the last line of childcare? Andrew T. Filipponi himself. So he's got a daddy daycare day. He should be back ready to roll tomorrow, which coincidentally is the start of Steelers training camp, which is a day I think he would have to have an amputation scheduled to miss. But we start today with Paul Skeens, and we start today with perhaps the obvious. It would be like a weatherman saying, hey, check this out. The sun is shining. It's the ball of gas in the sky, in the universe that gives us life on this planet. Check out that sun, man. Isn't that something? I will admit this much to start today's show. I probably have not sat back and actually enjoyed how good Paul Skeens actually is. I've probably not done a good enough job of making his games in my house appointment viewing, where I try to get other things done, try to get the kids playing something or settled into something where I can, not in peace, but just with some focus, watch him ply his trade. I haven't made it a point where in real time, not going back and watching it on DVR, I've had my rear end parked in front of the TV when 30 is on the mound. And I think I came to that conclusion last night. We were sitting on the deck, my wife and I, our neighbors, a couple of our neighbors were over, a couple of kids in the neighborhood were playing with my kids, so it was one of those nice, good weather, settled in evenings where you're hanging out, and I noticed I had the conscious thought of, wow, Paul Skeens is on sort of as background. I made sure I had the game on, but was I paying super close attention to it? I would look up, I'd crane my neck over, I'd peek at the TV. Oh, wow, he's still shutting them out. Tigers are awesome. 20 games over 500. They're great. They're the best team in baseball by record. That offense is really good. Scooble's awesome. I kept looking over. He kept making guys miss. Guys couldn't really do anything with him. The Tigers got, I think, very little in the way of what I would call serious opportunities, especially as the game wore on. And I just realized that he does this almost all the time. We talk about it almost all the time. And yet I felt like I was sitting there having almost missed it. Paul Skeens has gone now through 44 career starts, I believe it is. Of those 44 starts, it should be 44 of 44 feel like required viewing. How often do you get to say you watched one? It looks like one of the best to ever do it already. Ply his trade wearing your favorite team's uniform. Should make it an appointment. Problem for me. And I'm wondering, and this is where I want to really start today's show, I'm wondering if it's the same kind of problem for you to any degree. And I get it. I get paid to watch this stuff, so I'm always going to watch it. But sometimes it's with a level of detachment. Sometimes it's with a level of I'm paying 80% attention to this because I know I don't have to pay 100% attention, and I can always go back and watch something again if I need to because modern technology is great. I am wondering, though. I am. If you've come to the same sort of existential conclusion that I have about Paul Skeens, watching him do what he did again yesterday, against the backdrop of all the other Pirates convos that we are having, have you caught yourself going, wait a minute, I should stop and smell the roses more. I should actually try to force myself into enjoying his games in a vacuum more because I'm not doing it enough right now. Has it been tougher than it should be for you to actually appreciate, to enjoy, to do the thing that you are supposed to do as a sports fan, which is enjoy watching your team in some way, shape, or form for some reason? Like, we all have favorite players. We all have random players on our favorite teams that might not be the best player, but that we have a soft spot for watching. Hey, I like the way that guy plays. I like what he does out there. If it's basketball, he's a glue guy. If it's hockey, he's a stay-at-home defenseman who always makes the right play, and so on. If it's a baseball player, it's somebody who's always positioned in the right place at the right time, whatever. Hell, you could even love defense at third base and say, Brian Hayes might not be able to hit, but I love watching him field his position. Fields a bunt from Austin Meadows and just makes it look routine last night, for example. Have you found yourself, I wonder, in the same situation that I have? Last night having this like sledgehammer realization that, I'm not really enjoying what is going to be a very limited, how many starts is he going to make as a Pirate? If you're lucky, watching him. Say 4 more seasons after this, 3 more seasons. Maybe 150 starts as a Pirate. Am I appreciating what I'm getting to see every 5th day out of this dude enough? 412-928-9370. We were blessed because we still have this guy doing his thing for the Penguins and still doing it better than just about anybody. The Penguins are in their worst run as a team of Sidney Crosby's career. You got one crummy year to start with for the team, and then it was basically uninterrupted greatness. They were challenging for or winning a Stanley Cup for how many years straight? From 07 to 08, all the way through 20, I don't know, what would you call it realistically? 2021, you could cheat yourself into thinking that they had a shot at it. But certainly for a solid decade, they either won a cup in 3 years or they were challenging for a cup in other years. It was easy to appreciate how great he was because the team was great. You didn't have any conflicting feelings about the situation. I had plenty of conflicting feelings. Let me tell you what happened last night. I had intrusive thoughts pop in about baseball when I was watching Paul Skeens deal. You'd see him miss a bat. You'd see that four-seamer look as lively as it did. You'd see him make it look as easy as he ultimately did. And the one I had last night was, the conscious was, wow, look at what he's capable of. Look at what Paul Skeens doing to this team. Look at what he's doing to this lineup. Look how bad he's making them look. The intrusive little whisper was, how are they not building a better team around him? The little devil on my shoulder kept butting into the conversation, the internal monologue, and going, how is it still this bad aside? And it was hard for me, and I don't know if I'm on an island here. That is why I am kind of putting myself out there this way. It's hard for me to sit there and feel like I'm enjoying it as much as I should. We do this, get into this job, you're lucky enough to have the job because you're a fan of the team and you're a fan of sports first and foremost. If you're listening to this show, if you're watching this show, if you're commenting on this show, it's because you're a fan first and foremost. Being a fan is about being happy and rooting for things, even if it's not your team, rooting for players. I do wonder what that experience is like when it comes to Paul Skeens and how conflicted you feel, if at all, as a Pirates fan. 412-928-9370. Also, hit us up on Twitter at 937thefan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Don, how did you feel about this one? We've got an existential Mulsey to start with today's show. Maybe inspired by Scotty Scheffler last weekend. Or I think Ken Carman likes to claim that when he does stuff like this, he's being deep thinker Ken. So I've brought deep thinker existential Mulsey to the airwaves today.
It feels like we are having this conversation every time he does something cool, which is what sucks. Of, okay, how long do we have this guy? Oh, only a couple of more years if we're lucky. Oh, there might be a lockout in 2027. Some people think that next year will be the final full season with him. Like, it's a double-edged sword every time we have a Paul Skeens conversation. But you have to...
You're right, by the way, as a very quick starter here, you're right that it only happens when he has another great outing. It feels even worse when they win. When they blow it, like the ready-made conversation is, if he gives them 7 shutout and they end up with a no decision or a loss, then you come in and you foam at the mouth. In this case, it was like, no, they won. They actually handled their business, finished the game, and I felt this kind of weird way.
I just think with him, it's like, okay, there's nothing that can ultimately prevent the inevitable down the road. But let's worry about that when we get to it. We do, I think, owe it to really ourselves as Pirates fans who put ourselves through a lot of misery over the last 3 decades and then some. When you have an opportunity to watch this guy do better than pretty much anybody else in the sport, we have to enjoy it for what it is. Like, because at least for a little while, he's going to be a Pirates pitcher. And I think every single time that he's on the mound for them, we have to enjoy that.
I want to get your thoughts on this. We only have one line open as I see it, so this might have struck a chord. Here's what we're going to do, 412-928-9370. It's a thought question. It's not, this is maybe, I'm tugging at the heartstrings here, maybe a little bit differently or playing a different sort of emotional role here. You watch Paul Skeens, like, he just dealt, dude. Donnie Kelly said he I think, alluded to the idea. I saw Alex Stumpf write this for MLB.com. They were going to have him on an 85-pitch count or thereabouts because they want to ramp him back up because they're trying to watch how much he pitches. 86 pitches to mow down the best team in baseball. I mean, just completely silence them. And one of the main takeaways I had was, why have I not made sure to make this more appointment viewing? And is it all connected to just how frustrated I am by the other 24 or 25 guys on this roster with him at any given moment in time? How do you feel when you watch Paul Skeens do what he did last night? Do you have some feelings that remind you or that are similar to what I just expressed? Is it hard to enjoy Paul Skeens knowing that you should be doing that given everything that's happening around him? 412-928-9370. Get you to a fan headline with Donnie, then your phone calls on this one coming up next. Here's the man right now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6 shutout from Paul Skeens last night. Just 3 hits, no runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. Spencer Horwitz had 3 hits in the Pirates' 3-0 victory against the AL best Detroit Tigers. Tigers and Bucks again tonight, 6:40. First pitch at PNC Park. Mitch Keller gets the ball. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don Shorkey, Mitsubishi North Huntington, the place to go. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you. You want to get your deal your way. What a great day. All that good stuff. One place, Shorkey, Mitsubishi North Huntington. They got the inventory. They've got the deals. Right? Meow. Yes, I said it right there. That's a callback to 15 years ago on this station. It starts with the Outlander, the 7-passenger Outlander, these great deals. I drive one. It's a crowd favorite for a reason because anytime you're getting 7-passenger capability, safety features like, of course, all-wheel drive, duh, and then things like all the bells and whistles, the tech. I mean, you drive one, you can get one with the panoramic, like sunroof, moonroof, whatever you want to call it, the styling that you get. It's all incredible. Add in the fact that right now you can get one with 0% financing for 60 months, and that's a whole lot of wins all the way across the board. Brand new Mirages at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, which is, by the way, the Mirage, the lowest priced new car on the market. You can take an extra $2,000 off MSRP. Yes, up to $2,000 off. What are you waiting for? Get your deal your way. What a great day. At Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Will Howard, born in Pennsylvania, Will Howard starts his NFL career right here in Pittsburgh. After 4 years at Kansas State, Howard transferred to Ohio State ahead of last season. Howard led the Buckeyes to the school's first championship in a decade after multiple blowout wins in the playoffs. Howard was selected in the 6th round of this year's draft by the Steelers and will look to make a statement in the crowded quarterback room.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nothing is more exciting in training camp than a good quarterback battle. Unfortunately, there's not many this summer in the NFL, but we do have Cleveland, and that one is a doozy. Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett will compete with rookies Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Someone has to come out on top. Their reward, a brutal schedule and the opportunity to play for a front office that probably wants a tank anyway. Cleveland, the NFL content machine turns its eyes to you. So at least make it interesting, even if you're not going to win a lot of games. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or the Roadhog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you can receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's the PM team. You can listen to this very PM team on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, Odyssey app. You can watch this show on YouTube. You can join our very dysfunctional family-like commentariat on YouTube. I jumped into the comments this morning. I watched Crowley do about 90 minutes or so of his show. I was in my little home office, flipped up got the nice big monitor in there. And so I split the window and had the Crowley morning show experience on. I jumped into the comments under my own name. I have a YouTube handle. I pay for YouTube Premium because I like to get the ads boinked right out of there. And people didn't believe it was me, Don. I was participating. I was just trading zingers.
I heard rumblings of that. Malsey was in on the chat.
Yeah, traded some zingers. Some people were like, they didn't believe it. But it was true. It was very true. Sent a few polite messages, good day to the chat when I was about to get started today. And still people were like, is it Malsey? Yes. Yes, it is. Our friend Bressberg Feelers demanded a shout-out by name, and so I gave him the modified shout-out. Not doing too many of those, not bogging it down with a million of those. We'll maybe throw in one a day. It'll be like my little YouTube commenter of the day. Who gets the nod today? Who gets the nod tomorrow? Except when Pony's here, he'll be like, why are you doing this, Malsey? Bad news, sad news, for the record. Ozzy Osbourne, man, dead at 76. Happened during the break. I saw the Sky News tweet come down. People tagged me in it. Some all-time bangers courtesy of that gentleman. War Pigs, Crazy Train, just to name a few. Paranoid, Iron Man. Tons of bangers from Ozzy. And, man, 76 is a huge win for Ozzy Osbourne. A writer that I'm a big fan of, who I follow, tweeted out not that long ago that they had just seen Ozzy, and they were, like, moved to tears at how good he sounded singing, like, Crazy Train or something.
He performed, like, less than a month ago.
Yeah. So
I also wonder, too, when it's stuff like that, if he...
Like a stroke, or did he know he was sick?
Like the second part. I wonder sometimes with a performance like that, because it was all over social media, like, okay, does Ozzy know this is probably one of the last ones?
So he's going to go out with a bang and give it his all. Man, I'm telling you what.
Prince of Darkness.
If you put on the start of War Pigs for me and you just get that going, not many things better to get fired up before something you're maybe going into a little athletic competition, Don. We never used it in high school for anything. We were very, like, typical Hell's Bells, Machine Head. You get War Pigs going, though. It's hard not to be ready to run through a brick wall. Something that was always easier for me because my head was harder than the brick. 412-928-9370. We're not talking Ozzy Osbourne here, but we are saying RIP to a legend. Keith Richards continues to just defy it all. I don't know how old Keith Richards is, but I know he's older than Ozzy. Did you come up with kind of a similar feeling that I had watching the Pirates game last night, which was, I don't actually think I'm enjoying Paul Skeens' starts as much as I should. The team's overall malaise around him is actually undercutting how fun it should be to watch this guy, because that was the sort of weird existential crisis that I had last night, wondering, bouncing that off of you and how you feel about that. Let's start with Bill out in Altoona. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Chris, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep, man, what's up?
So I think what is most frustrating about watching Skeens, and obviously not to his own fault, is really just the timing of all of this. If Skeens would have come up, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago, during the back-to-back 100-loss seasons or even the COVID season, there was a vision at that time. Cherington was bringing in prospects, and I'll admit it, I drank the Kool-Aid and thought that he was doing what's right as a GM, similar to what Dubas is doing now. But this is the time that they told us they were going to win. They were going to go out, they were going to spend in free agency, and to see it go like this, I mean, this is their effort to win. It's beyond frustrating.
I actually think that's a pretty good point, and definitely one that neither of the two of us brought up in the open. He's right. The timing really sucks. You were supposed to be – it's even worse now that you're watching the guy when the team is supposed to have coalesced around him. Because you didn't have that same – to just put a finer point on it, when McCutchen came up in 2009 and 2010 and you knew they were bottoming out, you didn't have this thought of like, man – it sucks that this, and he wasn't as good of a player as Skeens already is as a pitcher. No disrespect to an NL MVP, but if Skeens keeps this up, he's going to be the Cy Young winner, even if he's 8-8 by the end of the year. You didn't have that sensation with, man, I can't believe I'm not enjoying watching McCutchen as much as I should be, because they were all young and they were all on the outset of a journey that ended up yielding 3 really good years. Paul Skeens is supposed to be, in some ways, I would have thought a final piece of a puzzle, the biggest piece that pushed them into contention, and it hasn't happened. Wade is in Brighton Heights. Hey, Wade.
Yeah, Mosey, as an AP literature teacher, I appreciate the existentialism comment. I compare the Pirates to an M. Night Shyamalan movie because I've watched them all because my wife loves them. They're a great build-up, and then the ending is the same. There is none for us. Every Paul Skeens start is pretty much great, and then at the end we're left wondering what just happened with this. It's absolutely absurd.
I mean, Sixth Sense had an ending, and then I think he's tried to recycle most of that over and over again. What was the one where they're just in a village and it's just in the woods?
Village.
I'm sorry. What was the one where they're in a village? Oh, the one called The Village?
How about Signs? That was a pretty good one. Man, the first time you see that alien in Signs.
Man, the opening of Signs where she's pinned to the tree or whatever, but it's keeping her alive at the same time, right? Like she can talk or whatever.
Yes.
Until she's unpinned. I think that's a horrible way to go, I would think. But Signs is kind of creepy. Oh, Unbreakable's not horrible. Unbreakable's not bad.
I didn't see that one.
But the thing with him was he created this whole universe where there are certain, there's crossovers. What else did he do? What's the one with the guy with multiple personalities or whatever? Turns into the Beast or whatever. It's got a weird name. 6th Sense. Here's the problem with him. It's your debut. Your debut album's always going to be your best one. It would be like winning MVP, Cy Young, and having a 1 ERA in your first year as a major league pitcher. It doesn't matter what you're going to do after that. You're not going to top what happens after that. Carmen is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Carmen.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I know this is probably not the route you guys want to go down here, but I just looked this up prior to, and I'm glad you guys made this the topic today because I was thinking about this after looking at the box score last night. I'm 30 years old, and I do not have cable. None of my friends have cable, so it makes it very difficult to watch Sidney Crosby in his final years, to watch Paul Skeens, dominate in the early going of his career because I feel like I'm missing out, but at the other end of the spectrum, I don't feel like I can – there was no pun intended there on spectrum, but I don't know if I can justify paying $200 or $300 extra a month for cable.
So this is like an anti-cable rant.
Yes, it is. Yes, that's what I wanted you to know, and it's probably not the route you want to go down. But I think there's a lot of people that can't appreciate what I'm trying to say, Paul Skeens anyway, because you might as well go and watch him play in person instead of watching on your television.
I mean,
because he's pitching every fifth day anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I get it. Bills are bills, and I'm sensitive to that. But you can. I think it's like $17 a month if you don't even have cable. Just put the app on your TV, and boom, you're there. What would that be, Donnie? $17 a month. Yeah, I can sacrifice a couple cups of coffee maybe, but that's how I do it. I did not think we were going in that direction. I did not think we were getting a... As somebody who lived without cable till he was 17, I mean, I'm sensitive to that argument, but we ditched that and went YouTube TV.
Oh, I love the YouTube TV.
We quad box everything now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, quad boxing
It's big on a college football Saturday.
It's glorious. There's
college
nothing better.
basketball Saturday.
There's nothing better than that. 412-928-9370. Just last wraps. I want to hear from you guys about this Paul Skeens thought I had to start the show. Just, do you feel like you're appreciating a guy? You got a finite period of time where he is a Pirates pitcher. I think we all know that. I know we all know that. Do you feel like you appreciate the individual starts enough? He goes out last night and just shoves for 6 innings when he was on more or less a pitch count against the best team in baseball. Ho-hum, 3-0. I'm better than you, even though all of you guys are really good. You're not playing the same sport when I'm on. Do you feel like you're appreciating that enough, or do you feel like that's kind of a collateral damage situation with how frustratingly bad the Pirates have otherwise been? 412-928-9370. It's 2:31. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help those premiums. 724-443-5610. Last wraps on this Paul Skeens discussion for now. I have a little bit of hockey talk, too, coming up next. And this is a fun one that you're going to enjoy. Jeff in South Park is probably licking his chops as we speak, and with good reason. That's coming up. Here's Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers report to St. Vincent College tomorrow. The first practice for the black and gold will be Thursday, beginning just before 2 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thanks, Don. Right now, Awaken 180 weight loss. You could be somebody sitting there listening to this show, and no one would ever call you fat or say, oh, you look terrible, but you maybe are carrying around. I think this describes a ton of people who are listening right now, because it certainly described me 3 years ago. You're carrying around personally more weight than you want to be lugging on that frame. Your joints might hurt. Maybe you weigh 220 and the perfect weight for you is 195. You want to lose 25 and it doesn't look like you need to lose it, but you know you do. Where do you turn? You've tried to yourself, can't get it done. How about Awaken 180 weight loss? How about turning to a place where they can give you the structure of a program that your coach devises that's uniquely tailored to you? Okay, they give you that same support from your coach week in, just checking in, week out, even after you reach your goal weight. Those check-ins, that maintenance stuff, everything is free after you reach the goal weight because they want you to stay successful. How about something that's based in science and nutrition? How about something that I can just say works because it worked for me, for Donnie, and thousands of others? The long-term solution for weight loss. You want to lose 20, 40, 60, Awaken 180 can help. All you need to do, give them a call. 844-346-1800. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and my friends at Universal Windows Direct want to make it easier than ever this summer to keep your home cool and comfortable. Right now, you can choose your offer. That's right. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Universal Windows Direct's Super Spacer technology helps block drafts and saves you money on heating and cooling. Schedule your free in-home estimate today, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. From Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry, contests run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 noon, 937thefan.com contesting page. I think Joe's gone through this on the air. He's admitted that he used to carry, he had the binders of cards. I think he was a big card guy. You know my card running joke, right? I didn't collect a ton of them as a kid, but when I did, I would always get in every effing pack of cards, there was a Bip Roberts Padres card. I knew more about Bip Roberts than any 10-year-old kid should. Oh, yeah, Bip Roberts. Yeah, hey, here's another one. Look at that guy. He's wearing those huge sweatbands. Oh, cool, Bip Roberts. Yeah, great to have you in another pack of 12 cards, Bip. There's how many different players in the bigs, but I've got you, good old Bip Roberts. I can't be the only person who had a situation like that with this particular player where if you did get a pack of cards, you'd have it every single freaking day. Anyway. Fan Hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We will get back to your calls on Paul Skeens momentarily. This one, absolutely, though. We're right on the precipice of training camp, so stuff gets real here very quickly when training camp starts, and pretty much across the United States when training camp starts. This one, absolutely, though, tickled and delighted me. This story by Sean McIndoe at I think he's on social media as Down Goes Brown on Twitter and on elsewhere. So he did this morning. This published about 5 hours ago, Don, and I absolutely love this. I guess it was a thing from one of his readers, and it was the minor playoff rule change that altered NHL history, including 4 Stanley Cup winners, right? So I'm like, what the hell's this? Is it the skate and the crease rule from 1999 or whatever with Brett Hull and the Sabres and Stars? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, what is this? And he goes on to write that in 1986, I don't know if you knew this, Don, the league had added, they added a fourth round to the playoffs in 1974. And the first round originally, way back, was a 3-game preliminary round. And then they increased it to 5 games. And it was at 5 games until 86. In 86, probably for revenue purposes, the league decided to make every round of the Stanley Cup playoffs 7 games. I would argue it's still very much the best playoffs in sports. Like, the NFL, everyone loves it, blah, blah, blah. But if you like long series and, like, that level of tension and stress, it's still hard to match it, okay? And so a random reader said, how much does hockey history change if the first round was best of 5? There are multiple Stanley Cup champions who would not have won the Stanley Cup had this been 5 games. And do you want to know why we're talking about this? There's no Super Mario and the Penguins in 1991 and 92 with this. The Devils would have bounced them in 5 games in 91. The Capitals would have bounced them in 4 games in 1992. I knew they rallied from the Devils series 3-2 in the first round in 91. I remembered that vaguely, even though I was a kid. I knew they had multiple comebacks against the Capitals in series. I forgot that one of them was in 92 on the way to that cup. They got beat 7-2 in Game 4, Don. The home fans streaming for the exits after they get clobbered, and then they ripped off 3 in a row. He wrote up, this guy, Sean McIndoe, he wrote up a very funny alternate history take. He's like, well, the Penguins loaded up for success with Mario Lemieux, and now they're going to have to strip this thing down to parts because they have failed. 2 years in a row. If it had been specifically the first round, had still been 5 games, the Penguins don't win a cup. Take 2 of them off the board. The best part about this, of course, and the other reason I'm mentioning it, I don't think there's a single team hurt more than the Capitals. In 92, they beat the Pens and move on. In 95, they would have beaten them again in 4 games. I remember 95 because I think Gonchar was a young guy on those teams, and I would listen to him on the radio. They clobbered the Penguins for the first 4 games of that series, up 3-1.
Were any of the... So in 09, 16, or 17, there was no issue?
No. The major ones are 91 and 92. I forget. I think there's at least one Edmonton Cup from the 80s that they list. I'd have to go back and... Pony would tell you exactly who won what, which years. But I think Edmonton had one where they didn't. They won the Cup, but I think 1990 Edmonton won the Cup, and they would have lost to the Jets in 4 games in the first round. But then they obviously rallied there. But I just, man, it tickled me. It was like this very bizarro thing, and there is no team more effed by this than the Capitals. Because they also, in 2010, collapsed against the Canadiens. They were dominating that series. They beat Montreal. Because remember, Montreal beat the Penguins that year, and the Capitals were in the first round against them. Up 6-3, or they won 6-3 in Game 4, up 3-1. Then Montreal got red hot, and then of course knocked the Penguins out later.
Yeah, now I'm wondering how many times the Penguins had a lead after 5.
The Penguins closed the show pretty well. They're not listed in here at all, like as being a team that would have had a series that they blew. They did not. I mean, the Rangers series in 2014, but they didn't list that one.
What about that Lightning series? That would have been back in like 2010 or something.
2010 or 2011. That was when Malkin and Crosby both were out with injuries, and James Neal was like their best offensive player. The other one that was 2023, the Panthers, you might forget, on their way to their first of these back-to-back cups, they were down 3-1 to the Bruins in the first round and were getting clobbered, and then they just flipped a switch, and that was it. Anyway, I enjoyed the hell out of that. I thought that was a fun little one. Let's go back onto the phones, though. I kind of asked this weird existential sports question as a Pirates fan. Like, you were supposed to enjoy watching every Paul Skeens start. That's supposed to be a little delight, a little treat from the baseball gods, and it usually is still. But I was watching it last night, and just the thought hit me, like, I have had times where I've missed a Paul Skeens start, like on a weekend. If you know it's going to be sort of old news and you have it DVR'd anyway, you go back and you can make sure you watch everything that you need to see. I've occasionally missed a start, and I thought, man, how much of that is because I'm so frustrated by the team around him? Because usually when there's a great player, Steelers have great players, guess what? They've got great teams. This is a pretty strange situation where a guy that good is plying his trade for a team that has struggled this badly. Let's go to Mark on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing, Maldi?
I'm good, man. What's up?
I just wanted to say last season I made the decision that I was going to enjoy Jared Jones and Paul Skeens for as long as they were here and be primarily a fan of those two players and not a Pirates fan, which has taken a lot of the angst out of watching it. So what happened, though, was this year I've been so angry with the number of non-decisions and losses that Skeens has been dealt by the team. It has made it harder to enjoy. And I can say that I'm not invested at all on whether the Pirates win or lose.
But did you watch like last night and still say, man, this is cool to watch this guy dealing, or no? Or you like?
Oh, yeah, I went to the game. I went to the game.
So you still appreciated him on his own merits. That's what I'm really getting at here.
Absolutely. Okay. And last night I decided to go because they just lost a series to the worst team in baseball. That was 1-10 and they're 1-9 in their last 10 games. Like the blind squirrel finds a nut. I thought they're finally going to win one for Skeens, and it's a beautiful night. Let's go.
That was the worst.
It was wonderful.
It was a good night to watch baseball. That was the worst part, man. They look so inept in that White Sox series, and all it takes is, the big guy's going out there. Yeah, all right, here's 6 shutout. Have it. Enjoy it. That makes it even worse. Larry in Lawrenceville. Hey, Larry.
Hello, Chris. Thanks for taking my call. I have to say that I kind of disagree with what you're saying and some of the callers. I honestly think that we have embraced Skeens as much as absolutely possible. I know that personally, every time that he's pitching, some of my friends and I get together and go somewhere and watch him pitch. And I think the support for him has been incredible in Pittsburgh. And as frustrated as we all are that the Pirates lose, and he's lost a bunch of his decisions that, he should have won if we were a reasonable organization, and I'm as frustrated as anybody else. But, the one thing I would say is I'm almost frustrated by your perspective that we aren't 100% behind him. And
well, hold on. I think there's a distinction. There's a distinction here. There's a distinction here that I think I maybe need to make clear. I was opening this show with strictly my own personal feelings. Like, I'm not projecting broadly and saying the city isn't appreciating that. I'm asking around, like, just throwing out like a sounding board question. Do you feel at all like I do? The old Peter Frampton bit that I like to say. I'm not saying the city has not rallied around him. I think the city foams at the mouth with anger on his behalf. I'm just saying I personally have had a hard time remembering just like stop and smell the roses and go, oh my God, you're probably never going to see a pitcher this good again in your lifetime playing for the Pirates. Like, I've had a hard time with that particular task. Oh, Larry, can I just tell you one other thing? You called in as Larry from Lawrenceville. I thought there was like a 50-50 shot this was Starkey calling in under one of his little bits, Glenn and Glenn Willard.
I've called in a bunch, and if I could just make one last point, that'd be great. The thing that's frustrating, I honestly, I like your guys' show. I just think everything's always negative. I mean, Skeens is very much like Lemieux. And Crosby is a close third, but he is the greatest talent that we've had in Pittsburgh, maybe in sports history. And I know it's early. You never know what's going to happen. But he is so dominant. It is so enjoyable to watch him. And the attendance pops when he's there. And, restaurants and bars do better when he's pitching at night. I just think that Pittsburgh's a wonderful place that's embracing him despite what's going on with Nutting, and us not trying to win as much as we should. But I don't know. I just think sometimes
people are negative.
You should probably be watching all the games from beginning to end when he pitches. I mean, it's frustrating that you said at the beginning that
sometimes you forget to, though, because the games blend into one another. If they were 60-40 and not 40-60, this wouldn't be a problem. And, like, the idea of being too negative, it's negative because I got reasons to be negative. I mean, look at everything else around. It's the old look. Like, look at this. What are we doing here? All right. A minute or two early, it's the 50-minute mark on the Fan, and that's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I'll tell you right now, too, another beauty, thanks to our friends at the Myers Law Group with Fan Weather. Pittsburgh's choice they are at Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions. I mean, they don't control the weather, but they did, I would be taking credit for it if I were them. 84, sunny today, low of 64. Another just beautiful day today. Should be pretty hot tomorrow, but still sunshine, even as the temperature pushes 90. All right, I guess I'm going to play to type here. ESPN pans the Steelers roster. Where did they rank them among 32 teams? You'll find out next. First, got a quick break and then a long commercial-free segment. It is the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you even more peace of mind. Get a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. That means when an alarm goes off, trained professionals can access your camera's video feed to help verify threats in real time. Fewer false alarms, faster emergency response, and smarter protection for your home. Don't miss out. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Paul Skeens, 6 shutout innings last night with 6 punch-outs, just 3 hits, just 1 walk allowed by Skeens. Pirates win 3-0. Huh, isn't that fun? And Skeens, in the process, improves to 5-8 on the season. His ERA for his career right now, I believe, stands at 194. Just throwing that out there. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville are available at 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
PM Team, thanks for finding us on a very sunny, pleasant Tuesday, however you're listening. Odyssey app, the radio in your car, watching it on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, things of that nature. Currently, what's happening in studio, to take you behind the scenes, my particular computer that I sit at has an audio issue, which is why you've maybe heard some lengthy bed intros during this week. I keep forgetting that the audio seems to not be playing correctly, so I have to then panicked tell Donnie or intern Jack to, hey, play this real quick for me. I can't play it. And now one of our tech guys is doing the whole thing where they take over the computer remotely and try to fix it. So I'm like watching the whole thing in real time unfold. So there will be maybe a little bit of a limited computer use from me for the next 10 minutes. Not that you need to know too much about that. And I'm not making any excuses because I have everything written down. Pony out today. He's playing dad daycare, surprise dad daycare. I've been there. Donnie will be there someday. Intern Jack will be there someday too, although he's like 10 years old, so he's got a ways to go. But Pony should be back in the saddle tomorrow and ready to roll. I saw this story yesterday. I did not have a chance to include it in today's rundown. Hold on as I say thank you to our tech guy because he seemed to fix this. I saw this yesterday, and I did not include it yesterday in the show, but I thought today would probably be a good day for it. I was haunting the YouTube comments this morning listening to Crowley. I heard him going over it, and it was this story. So ESPN is starting to really ramp up all their football content, not that it ever really goes away, because football is a 365-day-a-year sport, and ESPN has a major hand in making it that way. All good. They did this. They ranked the rosters across the NFL, and I do feel like because the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in so long that now we are reduced to sometimes doing, and I've blamed people for this with the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt individual battle. Like back in the day, you used to get up in your ivory Steelers tower and say, oh, yeah, that's fine. You think your wide receiver's better than ours, or you think this guy's better than our counterpart. We keep winning titles. Is Brian Hoyer better than Ben Roethlisberger? Oops, don't think so. Is Derek Anderson better than Ben Roethlisberger? Maybe for 1 year he was kind of close, but no. And so on and so forth. And like getting mad sometimes about these things on social media. I'm not saying people are walking around going, did you hear? Did you hear how ESPN ranked their roster? But like getting mad on social media about this stuff has become a bit of a pastime. So I heard Crowley going on and on about it and kind of breaking it all down and going piece by piece with Callis, who was busy researching the 1927 Yankees when he should have been paying attention. And I thought to myself, I don't think ESPN got this wrong. Like this felt like sort of a necessary commentary on where the Steelers are at. That's at least how I looked at it. Because if you're jammed up that they rank the Steelers the 19th best roster in the league, basically bottom third or close to it, bottom third adjacent, I think that you're really just pointing out the nature of things and pointing out sort of where they rank or how they have adjusted or not adjusted, the Steelers, that is, of course, versus the way the NFL has adjusted or shifted around them. Because when you rank an NFL roster, you rank it understanding that the quarterback position is of outsized weight and importance above all the rest. Like, that should just go without saying. That's why I found PFF ranking Garrett number 1 among all players in the NFL so silly. He plays a very important position. He is not better than Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes, Allen. You can probably make a case for Stafford, even at his age, to still be way up there. You know that the quarterback position, if you're doing one of these rankings like ESPN did, you know that like carries a massive amount of weight. How many times have we said in the Mahomes era, the Chiefs don't have the best roster, they just have Houdini wrapped up with like NFL Jesus under center, and it just papers over so many issues. They beat the Niners, twice in Super Bowls. Both times, top to bottom, the Niners probably had better rosters. They beat the Eagles in a Super Bowl. Probably Philly had the better roster. They finally got smoked by Philly, and they got smoked by Tampa in situations where they were so compromised coming in, Mahomes just couldn't keep doing what he was doing. But then I looked at the list, and I don't know, it makes sense to me. Baltimore, best roster according to ESPN. I'd quibble with that because they have Philly at number 2. I'd flip-flop them. I would. Now, they probably got the bump because Jackson is better than Hurts, but Philly's roster, top to bottom, is as stacked as it gets. Howie Roseman's the best doing this, and there's a reason that they are in contention every single year now. It's because of him. Detroit 3, no issue there. Buffalo 4, same deal. KC 5, that sounds about right. They've still got arguably the best in the game, although he's got real competition. But their roster, sometimes you look at it and you say, there's little holes I could poke. Here's one that should surprise and possibly worry you. Denver at 6. Bo Nix ain't the dudes that are in front of him at quarterback, but Bo Nix is better than I thought he would be, and that roster is good. Capital G, good to very good, even, around him. Problem. If you're scoring at home, 4 of the first 6 teams on this are AFC teams. Washington 7, they have Daniels. The Rams are 8, they have Stafford. The Bengals are 9. Joe Shiesty, where are you, Don? Joey Burr, your buddy. The Niners are 10th, even with their roster going through a little bit of a transition period. I think Purdy's still good, and they still have Nick Bosa. They still have other dudes. Minnesota's 11th, dudes. Got players. Tampa, that is a very good roster. I think Tampa might actually be undersold. Houston, Green Bay, Chicago, I thought was a little odd. The Chargers have a good roster. They just have to get out of their own way. I think Arizona, Dallas, Steelers, 17, 18, 19. Go any way about it that you want. Point is, I think this is just putting on display where the Steelers are deficient. They have 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. If you take a standardized test or something, or if you take a test where the essay portion is weighted 75% or 65%, and everything else is weighted 35%, if you ace the essay portion and are okay at the rest, you're probably going to get a better grade than the guy who gets an A- at the rest and has a C or a C- at the essay portion. That's what it is with the Steelers. Oh, wow, you think Cincy's weaker because Shamar Stewart won't show up, Trey Hendrickson won't show up, and they've got major problems on defense? They've got Joe Burrow. In today's NFL, I would rather try to win games 41-38 than I would 17-14, period. Oh, you think the Ravens are not as complete? They maybe don't have a great offensive line. Jackson, Lamar. Done. This is a reflection, I think, what ESPN came up with here, of 2 things for the Steelers. How they've chosen to build this team, which is sort of the more minor detail. And I think it's really, if you're going to, Larry and Lawrenceville, cover your ears, pal. Okay, here comes some real negativity. It really shows how, since Roethlisberger retired, they have absolutely bungled the quarterback position. If they had just for argument's sake, taken Brock Purdy, and he had essentially proven himself to be the same kind of player he is with the Niners. So definitely a top 12-ish quarterback, I would say, in the league, is where Purdy sits. Steelers would probably be 5 or 6 spots higher than this. They'd probably be around where Minnesota or San Francisco is because you'd feel pretty good about their quarterback, and then you'd like a lot of other pieces. They bungled quarterback, and they have built more on defense than anybody else in the league for a pretty good long while now. How do you come up with anything other than that? They have now a quarterback who's coming off a 5-win season, about whom there are real questions as far as how much is left in the tank. They just traded Minka. They traded George Pickens. Yeah, they sort of zeroed out both of those and then some with those 2 are out. In is DK Metcalf. In is Jalen Ramsey. In is Jonnu Smith. They've got questions at tackle, both tackles. They're thin, I think, on the defensive line after Hayward in terms of proven commodities. I don't love their corners that aren't named Jalen Ramsey. Darius Slay is 34. Joey Porter Jr. needs to have a bounce-back 3rd year. Juan Thornhill stunk last year. Deshaun Elliott's good. I like him. But, they're not in the class or the caliber of pretty much any of the 5 teams at the very top. If you start looking around at Denver's roster, you see that they've got a lot to like. It just feels like an accurate thing. And it feels like a reflection of, hey, we chose to build on defense. Please pay no attention to the fact that that defense gets run over late in seasons. And, hey, we still haven't figured out quarterback. Get back to us when we do. 412-928-9370. That is the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. ESPN says that the Steelers have the 19th best roster in the NFL? Did they get it right, or are they unfairly dogging Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan and Andy Weidel? And hell, we'll throw Art Rooney II in there. Why not? 19th best roster in the league. If you agree with it, what does it say about the Steelers as they are currently constructed? 412-928-9370. We got an intern Jack headline right back with your phone calls on the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers report to training camp tomorrow at St. Vincent College. The first practice will be on Thursday at 1:55. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you very much, Jack. I want to talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington again. I love my Outlander. I drive a Mitsubishi Outlander, and I have for a while now, and I like it for a bunch of different reasons. One, I've driven trucks before in my life. Hey, hand up, no problem with trucks and even the larger trucks. I've driven some, like, I think, largest you can drive for various summer jobs without having, like, a CDL or something. But I like something that drives like a car, all things considered. And the Outlander does. It's 7-passenger SUV, and I swear, it just feels like riding around in a regular car. That is a compliment. I love it, too, because it's got all the safety features I want. It does have all-wheel drive. It's got all the tech I want. Right now, you can get in one of those Outlanders at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington with 0% financing for 60 months, or you could get into a brand-new Mirage right now. Lowest price new car on the market, and you can right now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. You also get the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Now is the time. You've got the freedom to upgrade, so get your deal your way. What a great day at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A tip of the cap to 45-year-old lefty Rich Hill, who makes his Royals debut tonight at Wrigley. And when he does, Hill will have played for 14 franchises, tying the all-time mark. He'll also be the oldest pitcher to appear in a game since 2018. This 45-year-old, who needs a few days to recover from coaching a Little League practice, is very impressed. I'm Andrew Bogish.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross River, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy inbound traffic delays on 28 just past the 40th Street Bridge, and it'll keep you slow into the city. Crews still dealing with the crash at Berkner and Freeport Road in Harrison Township from earlier. In Oakland, Bates is solid headed onto the Parkway. From 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Make sure you follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You got a solo Mulsey edition of the PM team again today. Pony out. He's on daddy daycare. Should be back good to go tomorrow, which is just in time for the Steelers to hit camp and report. Greg Brown in 15 minutes, a little earlier visit from Greg today. Noah Hiles in 2 hours. Pirates creeping up on a mere 9 days away from the trade deadline. Noah with his latest dispatch on that front, so wanted to pick his brain about that. Right now, though, ESPN, they pretty much panned the Steelers roster. They put them down there with some of the dregs of the league, either teams with rookie quarterbacks that have a lot to prove. New England's a couple spots behind them. Teams like Seattle that I think are hoping on a guy like Sam Darnold out there. A team like Dallas, a perpetual underachiever where, yeah, the very basic pieces are nice. Lamb, Prescott's solid. Micah's is just about as good as it gets. And yet there's a lot of devil in the details type stuff. I don't feel like the Steelers are getting dogged here. I do feel like it's hard for people to fathom that, oh, wow, they have T.J. Watt. Like, if you look at the names, actually, on the roster, think about this. Okay, you start with Watt and Hayward. Those two guys damn well better both have gold jackets when their careers are over. And I know Watt's going to have one. Hayward ought to. Highsmith is a very good edge rusher, especially in a complimentary role. You like that. Jalen Ramsey, that career looked like it was ticketed for Canton. Still looks like he'll go down as one of the better corners of his era, especially if he has like a late 20s into early 30s renaissance situation happening, or more of an early 30s renaissance, I should say. You look at Freiermuth. I think, again, Pat Freiermuth in a better passing offense these last couple years, you'd feel like he was a true upper-tier tight end instead of a guy where it's like, okay, is he going to break out? Jonnu Smith coming off a career year. And so you could look at, and you'd look at the outlay they had put together for their offensive line and how they've tried to approach the draft. You'd feel like this roster is better than 19th, But when you're weighing quarterbacks so heavily, the Bengals are going to be 10 spots ahead because they have Joe Burrow, because they have Jamar Chase, because they have T. Higgins. Though it's an offensive league, and I feel like if you're looking at the Steelers and saying this doesn't add up, how can you have X, Y, and Z players and be ranked near the bottom third of like quality rosters in the NFL? You're missing the point that defense just doesn't go as far as it used to. ESPN, they get it just right. Too high, too low. Steelers, 19th best roster heading into this season. I think if anything, it's just right. Can you quibble and put them ahead of Arizona or Dallas? Sure. You want to put them like right smack? That would put them just about smack dab in the middle of the NFL. I can live with that. But they don't deserve to be any higher. And I think it should be a wake-up call. Nationally, people would say, oh, if Mike Tomlin gets the 19th best roster of the playoffs, what a genius. We know better here. We know his fingerprints are all over the crime scene here. What say you? 412-928-9370. Bob is in Zelienople. Hello, Bob.
Hey, guys. Hi, guy. How you doing?
I'm good. You can say guys. I mean, there's two other people working on this show. It's fine. They're just not on the air every second of it.
Okay, guys. I love these polls. These polls mean nothing in July. Let's talk about it in January when the teams finish up. I'll throw a couple of polls out to say the Steelers have one of the better 53-man rosters. It's just all subjective, all just to get people to talk about it. I understand.
I know you understand. I don't think you get the assignment here and why it is what it is. It sounds like it got you slightly fired up. But let me ask you something, Bob. I liked when I grew up and before I was in sports media, man, in the early days of like the internet in like the early 2000s, I would devour every power ranking I could find every week to see where the Steelers ranked, and I would get very pissed off if they ranked lower than I thought they should have. But if you're saying check back in January, is that the greatest thing to say when the Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016 season?
Well, as I have said in the past, I would much rather going into December knowing they had a chance to be in the playoffs. Because you cannot name me a team that missed the playoffs that won the Super Bowl. Yeah, they played some bad games. But then again, too, remember when they got against Indianapolis? How many people in Pittsburgh thought they were going to beat Indianapolis in that playoff game? They didn't. You can't win the Super Bowl unless you get there. And I love listening to, like, Tony's a big guy. He'll keep saying, we need the top 10 quarterback. I'm glad to find out that the top 10 quarterback is a franchise quarterback all the time and a Hall of Famer. He ain't. I'd much rather watch the Steelers in December and enjoy them than...
Let me ask you, now you're getting somewhere interesting with me. So I don't think you're saying you're complacent, but you are, it sounds like, on some level, happy that they are relevant year after year and that you're not watching games that don't matter, correct?
100%. I don't want them to be out of it in October. I don't want them to be in Cleveland.
All right, let me ask you a hypothetical trade. Would you make this trade? I'm going to guarantee you that the quarterback, let's just say it's back in the day. Let's just say Peyton Manning, and you already know he's going to be a stud, is in the draft, and you got to be number 1 overall to get him, right? Would you sacrifice a year where you had to watch a 2-14 or nowadays 3-14 football team if it meant you were getting that kind of player?
That's hypothetical. Of course, you'd want a Peyton Manning, a John Elway, all those guys.
Now, let me ask you a little finer point on it, though, because I think you would probably, if you thought about it, say yes. Let's just say it's Arch Manning, and he has a really good year at Texas, but you have no earthly idea how it'll translate to the pros. Everyone thinks it's going to work well, but they don't know for sure. If I tell you 3-14 gets you Arch Manning, but all he is a very well-known lottery ticket, what do you say to that?
I want to watch him in December having a chance at the playoffs. It doesn't matter about who they pick, because for every Archie Manning, I'll show you N'Keal Smith. I'll show you the guy that went to San Diego.
But you do know
jail right now.
Sure, but you do know that like the majority of the good quarterbacks that are playing right now in the league are first-round picks, right?
Well, like you said, Tom Brady, you like the guy from San Francisco.
Tom Brady's the exception that proves the rule. Those might be the only 2 good 6th-round quarterbacks ever, Bob. Like, really good. Baltimore's Lamar Jackson, late first. Jalen Hurts, 2nd round. Jared Goff, number 1 overall pick. Josh Allen 8th overall pick, I believe, in his draft. Mahomes was, I want to say, 10th for some reason. That sticks in my head. Bo Nix was a first-round pick. Jaden Daniels was the number 2 overall pick. Matt Stafford, number 1 overall. Joe Burrow, number 1 overall. McCarthy, we have no idea what he'll look like in Minnesota, but he was 8th overall. When they had Darnold last year, 3rd overall. Baker, 1st overall. Stroud, 2nd overall. Jordan Love, a developmental guy picked in the 1st round. Caleb Williams, number 1. Justin Herbert, top 10. Kyler, and I'm getting to guys that have made playoff appearances. I don't even think are that good. Kyler, a number 1. There just aren't very many Brock Purdy and Tom Brady's. There aren't even many Dak Prescotts. There aren't many Russell Wilsons. I think it's a pipe dream to suggest, especially given this team's complete and utter inability to identify the right guy, I think it's a pipe dream to think that they're going to just suddenly figure it out at that position. Mr. Old School chiming in here. Hey, Mr. Old School.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, the one disagreement I had with you that, you bring up Denver, saying, Denver's a great team, a good team. Steelers beat Denver last year, 27-19. What did Denver do in the offseason that propels them now greater than the Steelers, who did a lot in the offseason? We can say all we want that
were the Steelers on the hamster wheel, or were they really like the treadmill, or were they really moving forward? I think they're slightly better after the offseason than they were before it. The Steelers, that is.
Well, no, I think our secondary is a lot better. I think
so.
Minkah,
You were down on Minkah then. That's a full-throated endorsement of Jalen Ramsey I'm hearing, and a down on Minkah vote, right?
No question about it. Minkah lost a step. We played him in the box. We played him in the center field. He just was not.
All right, can I answer your first question or your first statement about what did the Broncos do to be this much higher on the list?
Right.
I'm going to tell you what it is. In part, I think they have better players than people think because it's not like a big name defense, but it's good players. Here's what they did. Their quarterback through 3 games last year had no touchdowns and 4 interceptions. And then for the rest of the season, threw 29 touchdowns and 8 picks. And that is a major reason why people are a lot more bullish on them. Which goes back, Mr. Old School, and I got to let you go because we've got to get to Greg Brown here in a couple minutes. That goes back to the thesis here. This is still more about the quarterback. If the Steelers find a quarterback, they will jump up the rankings on one of these lists next year. Well, no, they won't because they'll just drafted the guy, so it'll be like where the Patriots are with Drake May or something right now, although he's already played a year. You get what I'm saying. They're not getting dogged. It's just a reflection of where the league is at. I'm fascinated by Bob and Zelianopoulos' call. No offense to anybody else. I would just love to sit there, fly on the wall in his living room in December. The Steelers are kind of muddling along, but they're in the race, and he's like, thank God for relevance. Hell yeah, relevance, baby. They're 7-4 or 7-5, and they're kind of stuck in neutral. They've lost 2 in a row or something after a surprisingly good start, and the warts are appearing. But, baby, those boys are relevant on the North Shore. Coming up next, Greg Brown is going to join the show. I want to remind you that you can join Donnie Football at Dino's, baby, this Thursday, 6 to 10. Kick off the start of training camp and cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite and listen to Donnie's takes on the first day of camp. I'm excited for the football guy. Go out there and see him in his element at Dino's. Greg Brown joins us after another strong Paul Skeens start coming up next here at the bottom of the hour. We'll find out what he has to say about what he saw from Skeens. Maybe get him to dish some dirt on what Zangrilli was like up in that broadcast booth this weekend working the radio side. Greg Brown next on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates take down the AL Best Tigers last night, 3-0. Paul Skeens with 6 innings pitched with no runs allowed and only 4 base runners allowed. Spencer Horwitz chipped in with 3 hits of his own. The Tigers will be at the Bucks again tonight at 6:40. Keller will take the bump. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will start at 5:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell everybody about Universal Windows Direct. If you own a home, it's one of the better investments you can make. Everybody knows that if they own one. But the process of keeping it comfortable, the process of keeping it energy efficient, the process of keeping your home looking great, it takes a lot of work, which takes money too. If you've got old windows, you know how bad they can be for all three of those categories. They can make your home look worse. They can make it way less energy efficient. And maybe the one you feel the most, they can make it less comfortable. Universal Windows Direct can make it easy, though, to upgrade those windows. Right now, you can choose your offer from Universal Windows Direct. Either get payments as low as $99 a month or get 12 months with no payments and no interest. That's right. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free in-home window and energy assessment, show you where your windows might be letting in some heat and cranking up those energy bills. Do not wait to take advantage of this. Call 412-545-6003 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com and schedule your free in-home estimate today. Once you get the new windows, you're going to walk around and you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Janopin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, Hickory Heights Golf Club, MHI Roofing, and Brookline.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Waikem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Waikem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
One-two pitch and a fly ball to center field. Back is Cruz, warning track, and he'll have room to make the catch. Final out, that could be the final batter for Paul Skeens. A 1-2-3-6. 6 shutout innings for Skeens.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The man behind that call waits for us on said Fan Hotline right now. Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown joins us a little bit early today, but we're happy to accommodate him, especially coming off another dominant Paul Skeens effort. Brownie, first and foremost, though, I felt bad for Zangrilli. He pinch hit for Joe Block, very excited for him. We were all pumped for him. And I was hoping he'd have like a signature moment, maybe a Cruz laser beam home run or somebody, a terrific play that saved the game. And they just gave him 3 flapjacks, 3 flat performances. He was given nothing the artist was given no paint for his easel.
I agree with you. I felt terrible for him. I'm happy for him. Not surprised how good he is. How good he was, but he'll get more shots. This is not just a one
He already let us know. He let us in on it. He said there's going to be a Cubs, at least a game or maybe a series against the Cubs, or he's going to get another crack at it. So we were very excited. I'm curious, did he ask you for was there any kind of, on Dan's part, hey, Greg, how have you done this? Or like, I have a question about this random part of the broadcast or how you do things. Any appeals to you for
not really. Not really, because I've known him since he was a broadcaster for the Altoona Curve, so I've known him forever, and we chat a lot, and he doesn't need advice from me. I mean, my gosh, I told him I was driving around this winter and heard the high school football. I think he was doing the playoffs, right, at times?
Yeah, he does the high school football, for 100.1 FM and 1020.
Yeah. I mean, so good. And I said that to him. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I kind of was like, wow, this guy's really good. And I heard him do baseball play-by-play years ago. So he didn't need advice from me. I guess the one thing I did tell him was like, my gosh, this isn't a one-shot deal. You'd be doing this more often, and you're so good. And he's humble about it. But,
we do love giving him a hard time here, though, because when he'll do the preview shows, sometimes he likes to. I think he does it now. He leans into it. They'd get the Padres in town, and he'd call them the Friars, the Monsignors. He had like a team nickname, Thesaurus, that we would just love. The Baby Bears for the Cubs. Greg Giannotti back in the day used to just revel in delight in all the names that Dan would come up with for these teams. But yeah, he wasn't. I was like, I said to him yesterday because we had him on, Greg. I said, man. You have bad stretches of baseball in any given year for any team, but he was given really very little to work with in that series. I just couldn't believe it. I don't think the team even hit a home run in those 3 games. I thought he'd at least get to do some sort of a home run call, and he was robbed the chance to do that.
3 flatliners for him, just right off the bat. It was a shame. I'm glad it's not a one-off. I'm glad he'll be doing more. And they'll be playing better baseball the next time. But yeah, he got maybe the 3 worst games of the year.
And I really can't argue with that. I actually I was at the Saturday game, and my kids were playing on the playground in right field because they're 6 and 3, so it's hard to get them to sit still for 3+ hours or whatever it might take. And that was when everything went to pot. So maybe I need to plant my fanny in the seat next time, and not better things will happen for this team. Greg, I'll use that, though, to transition to this. Man, it felt like if I'm trying to tie those games to last night, you just start to feel like the hope for the Pirates sooner rather than later can somehow be that instead of having to stop ugly losing skids or ugly stretches of baseball, that Paul Skeens is extending winning streaks where the Pirates win 2 or 3 in a row and then have a really good opponent, but you just know you can send that guy out there and get that kind of result. That was, from as bad of a 3-game stretch as I can remember them playing this year, too, given the quality of opponent, one of the more impressive starts he or anybody has made for this team this year. That looked too easy for him last night.
Yeah, it looked like the definition of a stopper, Chris, really, and that's what he is. He's the man. He's pitched like that since his debut in May of last year. But it was almost like he decided, and he looked fresh, having not pitched since just that 1 inning, 3 batters on Tuesday. They gave him extra rest. He was revved. He was ready to go, and just almost like he was going to. The Pirates were going to win the game. It was his determination. Okay, enough's enough. Enough is enough. We are going to go out there, and I'm going to just continue to put out zeros until you guys score some runs, and we'll win this thing. And, I agree with you, too, that in the not-too-distant future, you want him to either begin a long winning streak or continue one, and, I guess which is both. And it's what we figured when he came on board, that he was going to – and that's why it was so peculiar that they've had such long, but relatively long losing streaks the last couple of years, because you thought when he came on board – they won't be able to have long. It'll stop at 4. Day 5, it'll be Skeens, and the losing streak will end. But, it's the same old story.
Unfortunately, this team has taken that as almost a challenge. Oh, wait a minute, 7 shutout innings. We can get the man a no decision. I mean, that's been the bummer to watch offensively. So we're going to talk at least one more time, Greg, before the trade deadline hits. But can you remember covering this team as you have for many years, can you remember maybe a more interesting one where there is uncertainty swirling about the man who will be making the moves, but, absent that, he's got to try to figure out a way to make this team better in the very short term, but it's probably going to take at least one of the assets that's made them pretty good. I'm talking about Keller here, to get the kind of returns that might actually move the needle on the other side with the hitting. It does feel like, from a lot of perspectives, a very interesting deadline to follow, and they are a very interesting team to follow during all of this.
I would agree with you that this is such a peculiar and unique, unusual moment in recent history because of what you just stated, Chris. In the past, you knew that they were going to be starting over. Essentially, it was around the All-Star break. They were going to regroup, and it was a rebuild. The players that have been dealt in the past, and then on the other side, In fact, most of the time when there have been significant trades leading up to the deadline, it's been to tweak, to bring in some bats or a pitcher, Jay Happ, Marlon Byrd, whoever it might be. Sean Dunston back in 1997.
I remember Sean. He 2 home runs in his first game, I believe.
Yep. Yes, he did. And but this is so unusual because they are not going to rebuild. They are going to try and build for next year to win next year. And I know that was the goal coming into this year. It didn't happen. So now this task is to try and bring in a bat or two without totally dismantling and disrupting what they believe is the basis for a foundation for a team that can win. And as we've said so many times, it's nothing newsworthy. It's not genius, but they don't have to score many runs with a strong pitching staff. And so I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think it's very interesting. I'm curious. And as I said back to you and Andrew a few weeks ago, I do think something big will happen between now and the deadline. I don't know what. I don't know exactly when, but I continue to believe that it will.
Well, and to finish this off, and I'm just going to say it straight away because there's no reason to sugarcoat or dance around it. If the team struggles badly on the field the rest of the way, the man who makes these moves, if the owner is sufficiently unhappy with the team that he built to this point, and if they lose 95 or more or something like that, there's not even a guarantee that Ben Cherington, I would imagine, comes back next year if Bob Nutting is sufficiently displeased with the overall performance of this year's team. So that, to me, adds a layer of urgency that I wonder how very bloodlessly it's going to influence Ben Cherington's decision-making if he feels internally like there's a certain, not desperation, but a certain higher level of urgency to be more aggressive because of what might happen if he isn't aggressive this offseason.
I thought about that a lot. I thought about it going back to the offseason when they kept Ben and Derek Shelton. About that there's an urgency to win in 2025, and how are they going to handle that? And watching Ben, and I don't know him intimately, I don't know. He's a focused guy. He doesn't give away much. He's got a sense of seriousness about him and focus. And I've been thinking this a lot to your question the last few days, that he's not, I don't believe, the type of personality that is going to do that. And I can't name someone off the top of my head that would, but for him specifically, I don't see him as a guy that's saying to himself, my job's on the line. I'm going to do this come heck or high water to save my tail. I just don't think he's like that. I believe he believes in what he's doing, and is going to stay true to the process, and thinks that if he makes move A, B, or C, it's going to lead to this winning in 2026. So he's just not that way. I don't think he's wired that way. He doesn't think selfishly about his job. He really believes that what he's doing is going to help the organization, and he also believes too that he has failed this fan base. I know that for a fact, and that really drives him crazy and upsets him a whole heck of a lot because he wants to really deliver for this fan base.
He'll have his next chance to do that at the deadline and up to the deadline because there's no law against making trades. Brownie, appreciate you joining us as always. We'll do this again next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Greg Brown. And he gave he didn't say they didn't need to give Dan Zangrilli pointers. Dan really did get 3 just absolute, bowling shoe ugly performances. And that made me respect Joe Block, who does it every day, more. If you get hit with a bunch of those, can you imagine being the Rocky? I know it's bad for the Pirates, but let's point and laugh like it's the Simpsons at the team that's even worse. Can you imagine doing Rocky's play-by-play right now on the radio? You're trying to paint a picture, theater of the mind, paint a verbal picture, and the team is basically handing you diarrhea to paint with. Ugh. All right, coming up next. I don't know if you know this. The Steelers report to training camp tomorrow. I actually think I was trying to do some mental digging here. I think that we might be looking at, and I'll explain why coming up next, the most intriguing Steelers season in a pretty long time. I'm trying to even dig back now and still decide it's the most intriguing Steelers season since when exactly. We'll talk about the reasons why. The reasons for all the intrigue, and where it ranks on the most anticipated Steelers seasons of recent memory coming up next. First, got a message from our pal, Mr. Andrew Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Look, I'm away for my daughter's second birthday, and it's always reassuring to know you got a great roof over your head at home, and that while I'm away, I don't really have to worry about something calamitous happening along those lines. Peace of mind means a lot. You've got an older home, and roof damage from storms or just the aging process naturally has eroded and worn down that roof. The people to get in touch with are my friends at Weather Seal Home Services, because they have an amazing deal going on right now. It is the affordable roofing replacement offer that cannot be beat. It's 2 years, 24 months of no payments or interest on a new roof that also comes with gutters included in that purchase. Oh, but sometimes I don't trust your opinions on sports, Pony. Well, trust my opinion on this. Weather Seal's a 4.8 rating on Google. That's you that's doing the rating, the customers. The Better Business Bureau looked at Weather Seal and said, we're giving this company an A+. This is a local company you can trust. So get 2 years of no payments or interest today with the affordable roofing replacement program. Call Weather Seal at 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL, or go online to weathersealhomeservices.com today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid to lower 60s. Wednesday, heat and humidity start to return, high near 90 degrees. And Thursday, the heat index could approach 100 with the actual high temperature in the lower to mid 90s. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Break up the Chicago White Sox. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Southsiders have won 4 straight, and they cleaned up last night at plus 190, which we discuss on Bet Sweats. Take some of that money and put it on them again tonight. Plus 195 behind Davis Martin. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon. Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Typical rush hour delays with the Parkway East getting slow as you approach the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. It's solid in both directions headed onto the Fort Pitt Bridge. Heavy delays on 28 right now headed into the city just past the 40th Street Bridge. Outbound, it's not too bad. It eases up just before the 31st Street Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, it's 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card within 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th. Come see the unforgettable Days of Morgan only at Cheerleaders.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates get one fireballer inked after their big fireballer throws 6 shutout en route to a 3-0 victory that snapped a nasty little losing streak coming out of the All-Star break. Paul Skeens went those 6 shutout against the Tigers last night as part of a 3-0 win. And Seth Hernandez, Pirates' number 6 overall pick in this draft, signed with the team about 45 minutes ago for $7.25 million. The slot value for number 6, if you are curious, is just a touch over $7.5 million, so very slightly under slot. However, it is a record bonus for a high school pitcher. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, it's beautiful today. It's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 84, clear tonight, low is 64. I checked tomorrow already, and here's how the old brain works, okay? I already checked tomorrow's forecast and did the following math. Now, my wife, most of you know, my wife, a nurse, so she does not work like your typical 9 to 5, 5 days a week. It's we get basically 3 out of every 7 days she works. She's working 12 and a half hours a day, though, so that's kind of how the week goes. She does not work tomorrow. Both my boys have haircuts later in the morning, like when I would already be at work. I am already cracking my knuckles and preparing my, hey, babe, I'll have dinner ready tonight when you get home. Is it cool if I just run to the golf course tomorrow morning? I'll probably be up before, the kids won't be up till 9. They'll probably stay up late tonight. You think, you mind if I just sneak out for 18 holes? I got a thing I'm playing in next week. Just want to make sure I get out there and can swing the club the right way. Hey, do you mind? I'll send that text in the next break and report back to everybody how it went. It's always a very nerve-wracking thing. My wife, very understanding about the golf habit. I think it's my only true vice. I don't go around, going out for drinking nights with the buddies. My wife and I usually are the ones hanging out on the deck with our neighbors. I don't smoke. I don't do anything like that. I'm not puffing Marb Reds. I'm not sitting there smoking Camel Unfiltered, smelling like a chimney. Golf is the only thing. So usually she's very good about it. I don't know why I'm nervous about this one today. But if you've ever been in this situation, fellas, you've got to craft the perfect text. And then I saw one of those dumb memes that actually rang very true to me. No one is more productive than a husband with an imminent tea time. And it was a guy getting his entire house clean, being this perfect, look, I did all these things around the house. You're good. You can just hang out. Nothing. I was like, this speaks to me. Because even if she didn't know I was angling to play golf, if my wife saw me you're folding all the laundry, you're vacuuming you're cleaning toilets here right now. What are you doing? Oh, you probably want to play golf tomorrow, right? Because I think it's like being a kid again, right? You say to your parents if you want something, well, look, I cleaned my room. I did all this. That's me. I want to play 18 holes. Look what I did. I organized the garage, took out the trash, cut the grass. Look at me. I'm perfect. I can't wait for Donnie, by the way, to understand these joys. He doesn't play golf, but he has things he likes to do. He'll be a married man soon enough. Next year, he'll understand. He'll get it. Steelers get to camp tomorrow. It's it's a signpost day in what we do for a living here. And I think on most sports fans' calendars, hey, you report to camp. It doesn't have the same je ne sais quoi. It does not have the same time-honored feel and whatever of pitchers and catchers report. Hope springs eternal. NFL's is more like business. It's time. When you hear pitchers and catchers report, the seasons are changing for the warmer up north. Oh yeah, baseball, how nice. Training camp breaks, team reports to camp. It's holy crap, it's on. I've already seen one picture of George Pickens getting stripped from behind on a long play at Cowboys training camp by Deron Bland. So we're already off and running. I was trying to do the math before the show. I was actually sitting here trying to think about this. The Steelers have had, for various reasons, one of which is they are just one of the most highly scrutinized teams in the NFL. They have had very intriguing seasons of recent vintage for various reasons. And I was trying to think, given all of the offseason movement here, given how many things happened that were outside the realm of what usually happens for the Steelers or with the Steelers, where this one ranked. And so, my little, primer sentence for myself, my brainstorming sentence was basically, this is their most intriguing season upcoming since blank. Couple thoughts I had. The last year of Ben, 2021. I think because we all knew after they kind of wanted 2020 to be his swan song, and they were like, hey, we're giving you a pay cut. And he said, okay, I'll still take $15 million. They tried to do the let him quiet quit, and he wouldn't. So then you knew 2021 was going to be it. And I think there was a weird push-pull. I think he didn't quite want to go. He wasn't going to fight it anymore. They were definitely going to be done with him after that. Just the curiosity factor, what was left in the tank, I think, for him. Because he looked physically like a diminished version of himself, and that's more a compliment to what he was at his peak physically than a detriment or me dogging him, saying he was a bum. He was just physically one of the most dominant players at the position when he was right, and he was not that guy anymore. The first year post-AB, so the year Ben tore his elbow up, I felt like was a very interesting year heading in. You had cleared out a guy who both was a massive distraction at that point, but was also still an insanely productive player, and you were going to try to enter into a new sort of realm, or you were going to enter into a new era without him, And you were going to get some answers to questions about, like, okay, how good is the quarterback without his best receiver? How good is Juju without the guy that took all the attention away? I thought that year had some juice. And then it became very strange. It became kind of a year defined by a cult hero because Duck Hodges got there. COVID year was bizarre and intriguing for different reasons. The bottom line is I think it's got to be their biggest and most intriguing year in at least 4 or 5 years. Probably since Ben's last year, but I could probably go back to 2019, which is 2019 really stands as the beginning of the end. We didn't know it at the time, and I know 2020, they ended up coming out of the chute with the big unbeaten streak, and I've talked many times at length about how that team felt like a paper tiger, and I think even all but the most ardent fans pretty much agreed with that by 9 or 10 games in, right before the streak ended. Like, yeah, this team is not what they actually look like. They look like more of a team that's going to go out quietly if they get to the playoffs, which they did, and they did. So I would say at least in 5 years or so. I know Kenny's first year as the man, you can argue, was intriguing, but for those of us who had sort of made a bit of a judgment on him, it maybe didn't have the same level of juice in that realm, that setting. This feels like a monster year. It really does. And I know that that's ridiculous to say about the Steelers on its face because they're the whole nothing changes, everything stays the same. You're never in danger of losing a job if you're the head coach here. You're hardly ever in danger of losing a job if you're an assistant coach here. There's a certain way they do things. They don't play like with the volatility of the rest of the NFL. They march to their own, drum. They do things their own way. Even knowing how inherently conservative the organization is, it feels like the following people, I think, are under the gun might not be the right word, but I think we're entering into uncharted territory for some people. Mike Tomlin's the first and foremost guy on this list. I say we're entering into uncharted territory for him for this reason. I would say if I owned the team, this point would have been reached a while ago. I do think with Art Rooney, it might be reached this year if this goes belly up. Art Rooney said he wanted one of the two guys that quarterbacked the team last year to be back. That isn't happening. And it isn't happening, I think, in large measure because Mike Tomlin had his sights set on Aaron Rodgers the second he realized Aaron Rodgers was probably going to be available for the picking. He has tried Mitch Trubisky into Kenny Pickett straight away, then going back to Mitch, then Mason Rudolph, then Justin Fields when he intended to make it Russell Wilson, then went rogue and went Russell Wilson, went lone wolf, whatever you want to call it. He's cycled through basically a half dozen quarterbacks, has Mike Tomlin, almost a half dozen since Ben retired. This will be number 6. None of them has worked out better than Mason Rudolph did for a 3-game string at the end of 2023. I would think if I were the owner, I would think this is bottom line the year where if it goes bad again and it's the quarterback and the offense that go bad, I don't know where there would be for Mike Tomlin to hide. We know how much faith the owner shows in him. We know how they've all said things, the owner, the GM, how lucky they are to work with him. That might be the public face of it, the public sentiment that they put forth. If, say, Aaron Rodgers looks more like the guy that wasn't good for the Jets while their season was cratering and not the guy who put up good numbers down the stretch in relatively meaningless games, I would think that Art Rooney would say, man, now you're on double secret probation. You still got a couple of years left under contract here. If it doesn't turn around and you don't find the right guy in the draft this year and you don't show me that you're going to be able to coach this guy and get the most out of him and surround him in an environment where he's going to be maximized, bye-bye. We're going to mutually, what was Gwyneth Paltrow's ridiculous? We're going to consciously uncouple as organization and coach. We're going to mutually part ways when it becomes convenient to do so. I do think that the areas for Mike Tomlin to hide, not just locally, we know that locally with fans, this has been this way for a while. I think nationally it's going to come down on him if it doesn't work. People will blame Aaron Rodgers, but I think sensible people are starting to slowly come around to what actually is happening here with him. I don't think he'll have a lot of cover to run. TJ Watt's, you just got paid, dude. Huge year for him. You've never won a playoff game. This team is paying you like they think you are a quote-unquote quarterback-level impact maker. Make one. $41 million a year. Go. You can look through the rolls until Micah Parsons signs his deal inevitably. It'll say highest paid players by annual value. It'll be a bunch of quarterbacks, and then it'll be TJ Watt. Trent Jordan Watt. Show that you're worth it. Who was it today that said, somebody said this, it was Kyle Long, Chris Long's brother, Howie Long's son, offensive player, not a defensive player, the Bears lineman. He said he thinks TJ Watt will become a top 3 Steeler when all is said and done. Hell no. Hi, let's do this the easy way. Bradshaw, Ben, Joe Green. Bye. That's just playing the easy game of the 6 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, or the 6 Super Bowls and the 2 quarterbacks who've won them, and the greatest player in franchise history. TJ Watt's got a long road to hoe to even start sniffing, I don't know, like the top 6, 7. There are dudes who are Hall of Famers who won a lot here when it mattered, who are still way ahead of him. Aaron Rodgers, I feel like I don't need to explain. He seems like he's vibing anyway. I don't know. Aaron Rodgers seems like the most unbothered person of all these people, talking about peace, love, and happiness and how excited he is to get it going. But, I mean, I think there's pressure and there's intrigue there because he definitely wants to end his career not like a chump. I think, listen, I'd sign up for the Brett Favre ending for him where he throws a back-breaking pick if it happens in the AFC title game. Now, in the moment, I will be dog-cussing him if that were to happen, but you can point me back to July 22nd at 4:08 and you could say, hey, Mulsey, go back in the archives. 6 months ago or whatever, you said you'd sign in blood for this, and I'd be like, you know what, you're right. I would. I would take the Brett Favre ending. I'm sure he would take something approaching that. And guess what? There's one other group of people. There's 2 other people, I think, who are under a microscope this year. One of them just got a contract extension, but with fans, I think it's different. Omar Khan and Andy Weidl. You drafted bookend tackles who are still major question marks for different reasons heading into this season. It's absolutely put up or shut up time for Broderick Jones when it comes to the 5th-year option and how he plays this year. And I think it's put up or shut up time in a way for Troy Fautanu. You drafted a player that some people thought was a guard. You have faith in him to play right tackle. One of the reasons he might have been looked at a little bit more cautiously around the league is injury concerns. Whoops. What happened last year? Injuries. General manager now is 3 years into this tenure. He didn't draft Pickett, but he's had 3 draft classes, and the first one should start fully bearing some fruit now. We know Andy Weidl's the personnel arm of it. We know he makes the board. We know Omar tries to make the moves. I think they were more impactful. I think Omar specifically had a much bigger hand in this Jalen Ramsey stuff and the Minka trade and everything else than maybe we would otherwise be led to believe. Okay, you're given more autonomy. You're given more freedom. It's not the Mike Tomlin only show then. Then you get to come on in, welcome in. You get to get blamed the same way he does if things go belly up. It's the most intriguing Steelers season since blank. I think you got to go back at least to Ben's final year, maybe longer, maybe back to 2019, the first post-AB year when it felt like a different era was starting. The late stages of Ben's career, we know how that season started for him, not good. But I think you got to go back a while to find a Steelers season that has as much legitimate intrigue and as many people with something to seriously prove as the 2025 Steelers do. What say you? 412-928-9370. I'll go on the record and say it's the most intriguing season for them since 2019, heading into it. 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your phone calls, debrief in about 20 minutes. And then I got a fun one for later this hour before we get to Noah Hiles at 5:15. All of it coming up next. Where does this Steelers season rank in terms of intrigue heading in? Sound off, 412-928-9370. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Football season is approaching. The Steelers report to camp at St. Vincent College tomorrow. The first practice will be on Thursday at 1:55. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Jack. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington has the deals. They've got the red, the white, and the new, and they've got July 4th deals. Even with July 4th a couple of weeks in the rearview mirror, they want you to save big at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. They have a big-time show that they're putting on with these deals. 7-passenger Outlanders, crowd-favorite Outlanders, lots of safety and tech feature Outlanders are available with 0% financing for 60 months. Now, maybe you are looking for just something that isn't going to, put any kind of, it's going to be like the lightest on your wallet, right? Maybe you've got a first-time driver in the family and you want a car that's going to be good for them. A perfect starter car. How about the brand new Mirage? So this is already the lowest priced new car on the market. And right now you can take up to $2,000 off MSRP on a brand new Mirage. They are about stars, stripes, and savings for the people at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Your purchase there, how about a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty? It comes with 3 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade. Do not hesitate. Get the Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Memphis Tigers really want to be in the Big 12. Multiple outlets reported yesterday the school's been offering to add $200 million of business to the league while taking back no revenue for 5 years. But the Big 12 said no thanks. Big picture, Memphis has had basketball and football success, so it's surprising all this realignment has yet to get them in a Power 4 league. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Mostly clear skies tonight, the low 61.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy traffic on 28 in both directions between downtown and the 40th Street Bridge. Gridlock approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel from the east starting around Oakland. Parkway West gets slow at Green Street. Parkway East outbound delays begin just past the Forbes Avenue ramp, and you'll keep plodding along there until just before Edgewood Swissville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button. With supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also want to tell you that 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. That's presented by Target Freight Management, and you can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. More details are available at 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. It's brought to you by GBU Life, life insurance annuities and member benefits since 1892. Cook was there for the founding of GBU Life. 1892. Those Cook jokes are too easy. That's why I'm going to keep making them for as long as I live. Donnie, Lennox has gotten the backpack lunchbox combo this year, and I did feel a slight pang of my oldest is getting old. He had like a dinosaur backpack last year, and Alex let him pick this year's, and he just went, his favorite color is orange. He just went with a black and orange Adidas. Like no characters, no nothing on it. No like, oh, this like Lightning, I remember Lightning McQueen was his backpack or whatever for preschool. Now he's just got like the sharp looking Adidas bag of like I feel like he's a grown up kid.
Very plain for a fella that young.
Well, he's got like a Nintendo Switch lunchbox. Does that work like where it looks like a Nintendo Switch design?
Okay, yeah, that changes things a little bit.
But yeah,
I had the football-shaped lunchbox.
Oh, I bet you. See, this is the thing though. I put it in a brown paper bag. I didn't have a lunchbox. You know, the old plastic deal with like the, hitch up. No, I just put a brown paper bag. Now they let these kids put the lunch in the refrigerator. My God, we had processed lunch meat probably sitting in a locker that was at 85 degrees or whatever for 5 hours before we would eat it. What are we talking about here? The YouTube commenters have chimed in. Rob said it's the most intriguing season since Ben's elbow put him out. We've also, same guy, O-line and secondary needing to gel is an issue. And Little Iggy says, any tips on how to get my first girlfriend? Has an Austin Bechtold burner entered the chat on YouTube? I wonder. I remember I tried to, really quick here. Do you remember how I tried to help Austin, get out there and meet women? I said
he was not having it.
Dude, I was legitimately very pissed off at him for this. I said, do something out of your comfort zone, like join a book club, or if you hate reading and you only want to read sports books, go find a thing that's doing a cooking class. Just show up there as a guy who is interested in learning how to cook. You don't even have to be interesting at that point. Just the fact that you are a single dude there who wants to learn how to make basic foods might make you an interesting enough person that somebody strikes up a conversation. I'm not going to do that. Trying to lead the horse to water and it wouldn't drink.
He should take his dog to a dog park.
Does he have a dog?
I thought he did.
That's actually another one. Take your dog to a dog park. Just go out there and talk to people. And don't make it all about sports. It's not hard to do. I thought I gave him good advice, and I will never forget. He had that emphatic city limits tone about him. Hey, come on, Mulsey. Who's going to do that? Pfft. All right, buddy. I'll tell you what, haunting the YouTube comments this morning absolutely drove home to me. He is not the people's champ in there, that's for sure. He is... He is, you know what he is, Donnie? Here's a wrestling reference. He's more Rocky Maivia in there than The Rock. He's getting leave the building heat.
Oh, yeah, you don't want that.
He's getting that X-Pac heat from circa 2000, 2001, baby. They're not booing because you're a bad guy and they're supposed to boo you. They're booing for other reasons. Rob is on 93.7 The Fan. Eve of training camp. Where's this Steelers season rank for Palace intrigue and just general storylines heading into the year? I say at least you got to go back to 2019, the first post-AB year. What's up, Rob? Rob.
Yo. Hey, first time to talk to you.
What's up?
I gotta tell you that sometimes I just hop on here in my headset. I'm driving my Big Kenworth here, and I can't get you guys. Sometimes I'm up on I-80, so I hop on and I listen. So I'm right there. But I just got to say, I am so super psyched for this year to see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, there's so many naysayers about him, and I'm one of them, kind of, on his off-the-field kind of stuff. But I just hope that the Steelers slam everybody this year and actually go get a freaking trophy. That would be one of the best sports stories of all time. That's it.
All right. You know what I respect? You're in a large truck and you can't get quite the signal because it can be a little goofy if you go a certain degree north, although usually I find it's pretty reliable north, and then I think out till Youngstown I've had it. And then 92.3 in Cleveland there's like a very brief period where you can hear us or them, and then I think it switches over depending on the direction you're going. I kind of respect that old school move, Don. He's like, I'm just going to call in and sit on hold so I can hear the show. I'm just going to listen through my phone a different way. The Rodgers thing probably is. I mean, I tried to be a little extra there and go into all the different storylines. The real one is you just signed a 41-year-old quarterback who's going to be 42 because on some level your head coach is addicted to the idea that he can compete with a roster that most people don't think is really built to win in the way the NFL is contested anymore. It's way too defense heavy. And your tonic or your solution for that, at least from the head coach's perspective, was, why don't I collect this baseball card and see if it works? Oh, sure, he went 5-12, and it was pretty dysfunctional with the Jets. Don't worry, we're not the Jets. We're the Steelers, the bastions of stability. Except, wait, we kind of have some Jets-like tendencies now, too. That is the story, and it's going to be the story. I mean, Watt living up to his deal, Tomlin maybe looking in Art Rooney II's eyes like less infallible than he has in the past if this goes belly up. All those things are secondary collectively to, does Aaron Rodgers have it? Because, by the way, if Rodgers does still somehow have it, then Tomlin does look like a genius for being the clear and obvious person pursuing him this offseason. This man haunts the YouTube comments. He also haunts the phone lines. He is the leader, the founder of the vaunted Barber Football Focus and the leader of the PM Team's Lunatic Fringe. It's Johnny the Barber. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, fellas. And Chris, you're quite a good Samaritan trying to help Austin out. I don't think you could set that little guy in front of Forever 21 with a baby finger monkey and get any interest. It's just it's a sad situation. But main reason I called was I want to know why you think you're not going to coach our team, the YouTube team.
I don't know, man. Wiffle ball's not really my sport, Johnny.
Well, it's not really a sport, dude. It's just us, going out getting drunk, bringing a lot of hot women, and tormenting the little kids that we play. It'll be a good time, I promise.
So I just want to stress here that the goal is to torment Bechtold and his basically professional wiffle ball team.
Oh yeah. We're just taunt them the whole time.
What position do you play on the wiffle ball diamond?
I'm a multi-position player. I definitely.
Do you pitch?
I can play infield. Yes, I pitch. I'll probably be.
What's your out pitch with a wiffle ball? Because you can make those bad boys curve 20 feet. It seems like.
Oh yeah, I mean it depends. If it's an unlimited arc league, or it depends on how much arc I'm allowed to have.
Let's say it is limited arc.
Limited arc, I'm bringing it right close to the chest, straight down.
Right close to the chest, straight down. When are you doing this wiffle ball game where you're going to get one over on Austin and score your final victory against him? In terms of he'll be too embarrassed to continue and he'll never play wiffle ball again.
Yeah, this is basically break his spirit.
Yeah, right. When are you doing this?
We're trying to arrange it now, but
just to be clear, if his team is so overmatched against you, why do you need me to be like your personal Connie Mack or John McGraw here? Not that I'm not enthusiastic about doing it. It's just, I might actually be subtraction by addition. I'm a strong personality, Johnny. And if I'm on that bench, cussing people out like Tony La Russa, it could be a problem.
The YouTube men voted, and you're our guy. We need you. We want you. We don't want Tony. We don't want Cam Hayward.
If Jory Rand's taint says it, it must be so. If he votes it.
Oh, it is.
All right.
It's fact. Don't ask him his real name, by the way.
Do you have any Ohio State baseball players you can name before I let you go? Famous guys who went to Ohio State and played baseball.
Not a one.
Anything else?
Football Focus only focuses on football.
Even though one of the most famous individual athletes to ever live went to Ohio State.
All of them.
Jack Nicklaus. Anything else?
OHIO.
Hey, speaking of which, now that my computer is fixed, what did I see sitting in, was it in Bechtold's folder? Bechtold cuts a lot of sound, very diligent. Yeah, listen to this. Check this out, Don. Do you got the headphones on? You hear this bad boy? Listen to this that I saw. I was like, what is this? It's got Callis's name attached. This was in his folder yesterday.
High five ball! Deep to right! It's gone! It's gone! Circle City Wiffle going to the championship! Come on!
What is that? It sounds like Callis. Is that what Bechtold's team is called? Circle City Wiffle?
Yeah, I don't know what his team's name is.
But that's definitely Callis doing play-by-play for wiffle ball?
That's definitely what it is. I don't know if it's Bechtold's team. Did Callis, send him a demo reel or something?
You know what that is? That's just one of those things I saw in there. I played it off the air yesterday, and I just left scratching my head. What am I watching? What am I listening here? What is going on? Why are we doing any of this? What's the point of it all? That kind of thing. That's kind of how I felt watching it, or listening to it, excuse me. Donnie's Debrief is coming up next. You know what that is. He takes the NFL story or the football story. We've done college before, even high school, I think, once in a while. That slips through the cracks, and we focus on it. The Donnie Football Debrief. Next, first, here's Jack with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates took down the AL Best Tigers last night 3-0. Paul Skeens with 6 innings pitched, only allowing 5 base runners while striking out 6 and allowing no runs. Spencer Horwitz chips in 3 hits of his own. The Pirates will take on the Tigers again tonight at 6:40. Mitch Keller will be on the bump. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will be an hour before first pitch. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you. Ho, ho, ho. It's Christmas in July at choicecabinet.com. Choice Cabinet wants you to know, first off, I'll tell you the basics here. Average wait time for cabinets, whatever you're doing, kitchen remodel, powder room, man cave. Average wait time in the industry for cabinets right this second is 8 to 12 weeks. Waiting that long sucks. Whether you're a contractor, whether you're a DIY type, whether you have somebody set to do your remodeling project, you have to wait that long. That's horrible, right? Don't have to wait that long with Choice Cabinet because they've got cabinets available for delivery in as little as 3 days. And right now, you get 10% off here in July. They're already low prices for any sale that's under $12,000. If your sale is over $12,000, you get 15% off what is already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. They're tripling, too, their showroom design center, their size of that, okay? So that's going to be reopening very soon. And they've got, at Choice Cabinet, in case you forgot, over 65,000 cabinets in stock, all wood, with 10 different paints and stains. Folks, for whatever the need might be, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Aaron Rodgers. Ever hear of him? The 4-time MVP quarterback who will spend his final NFL season here at Pittsburgh after joining the Steelers this offseason, coming off 2 down years in New York. The future Hall of Famer spent his prior 18 years in Green Bay, showcasing his all-time skill and talent. The last time Rodgers won a Super Bowl was 14 years ago over the very same Steelers he now joins. He will look to add one final Lombardi trophy to his resume, this time with a black and gold.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
DQ presents how to make your summer take flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, that music means, as you are well aware, that it is time for Donnie's Debrief, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. Donald, take it away.
The Debrief, July 22, 2025. Mulsey, there has been a little slew of player retirements in the last 24 hours, and some of these guys have not played a game in multiple seasons, but 3 pretty notable guys that have retired all within the last day or so. So Phillip Rivers, he put out a retirement video yesterday. He last played in the league in 2020 with the Colts, but he did not officially retire until yesterday, and he retired as a member of the Chargers.
I would hope so.
I thought
What's the logic, though? I guess he was keeping the door open in case somebody needed him. Like, you can just unretire. Can't? I know it's, in his case, he might feel like he has a shot at the Hall of Fame, so when you retire, then your 5-year clock starts, right? It's not from the time of your last game. You have to officially file retirement papers to start that 5-year window, don't you?
So that's what I thought, yeah.
Not the case?
Well, no, that's
okay.
Like, that's what I'm thinking.
Assuming,
I don't
right.
know for sure. I mean, I'll have to look that up real quick.
That seems like a little.
If that's the case, he'd be eligible like next year.
I don't think he's going to get in early. I think it would take him a while. Be eligible. But like, yeah, I would think that if you, I guess it would make more sense to me that it's 5. Actually, what I think it is and what I think it would be more sensible are two different things. It would seem to me that it's just should be 5 years from the time you last played. And if you were not officially retired, so what? You didn't play football at all. You weren't on a team. 5 years. But I'm willing to bet that the rule is you have to officially retire from the sport before you can start your 5-year clock.
Yeah, so now this is saying that the clock for a player starts when they retire.
So that would, to me, say when you officially tell everybody, hey, I'm retired. Because otherwise, you're just kind of out there as a free agent.
Yeah, which...
Your designation is not retired. You are a free agent player.
So Phillip Rivers, one of those guys. Jimmy Graham also announcing his retirement. He played last in 2023, so more recently. He just did not play in 2022 or 2024. But he had a whopping 6 grabs for 39 yards. Funny enough, 4 touchdowns in 2023.
Which is
on
crazy.
6 catches. That's like a Bettis.
I was just going to say.
Late career Bettis stat line.
That's the Jerome Bettis fantasy football stat line of all time. For those of you that don't know, 5 carries, 1 yard, 3 touchdowns. Still the best fantasy line in history.
And then Tyrann Mathieu today announcing his retirement as a member of the New Orleans Saints. Now, he spent time with a few teams.
All right,
he was one of the most electric college players ever, but I was going to ask you, rank the 3 guys.
Well, first off, let me tell you one thing. Honey Badger retiring, I know he's only 33. It still makes me feel old as just absolute hell, dude. Like I
could vividly remember him at LSU.
Yeah, I can remember him bursting on the scene as like a freshman. Like I remember that because we were starting as a station when he would have, I think, been a freshman at LSU.
I think, at least at his best year, he had an argument for the Heisman Trophy.
All right, rank these 3. Ooh, boy, this is tough. All right, here's where I'm going. I'm going to go Rivers 1, and that's because quarterback is still an inherently more important position than the rest of them. And Phillip Rivers' career is going to be good enough that I think he's going to end up in conversations of, he won't be called the greatest. Marino's the best quarterback never to win a Super Bowl in the Super Bowl era. There's no doubt about that, right? He's going to end up being in that tier very obviously below Marino for me of, if you put Phillip Rivers in a slightly different situation, he wins one. I think he's sniffing around a Hall of Fame kind of career. Who's a better quarterback? Let me ask you this. So I'll say this. Rivers, Honey Badger, Graham, in that order. 1, 2, 3. Honey Badger.
That would be my same.
Honey Badger's got 3 first-team All-Pros. Graham.
And he's on the All-2010s team.
Yeah, Graham at his best was really, really good, but Honey Badger had one of those sneaky great careers. Who's a better quarterback, career-wise? Who had the better career, Phillip Rivers or Matt Ryan?
I think I would say Rivers. But, I mean,
Ryan's got an MVP and had partly through his own fault. Yeah, doorstep of 28-3. Hello, Atlanta. But to me, Rivers is the better player. Ryan's best year was better than any year Rivers had, but I think Rivers is a more deserving Hall of Fame guy, don't you?
That's at least like blind look at both of them. I would think Rivers. Like, if I'm out on the street and you ask me who had the better NFL career, I would say Phillip Rivers.
Higher passer rating by a nose is Phillip Rivers. That one Ryan season is just so exceptional, where he was just across the board phenomenal. Football Reference does approximate value, and his approximate value in 10 fewer games is 8 less than Rivers. So that suggests to me that Rivers, they think, is a slightly better player. I don't feel like it's that close, though, man. Like, if you give me the choice, I think Rivers was pretty clearly, like, a cut above him.
Yeah, I mean, and there's...
It's just that Ryan got all the way there once, and he won the biggest award. Like, I would never... I think we've had this argument where I've squinted and tried to troll you guys and said Ryan was better than Big Ben, but he's not, obviously.
No.
Like, he's not in that same class.
But that's the thing. Like, okay, in his best season, in his very best season,
he was, yeah.
But it's like, okay, like Rich Gannon, are we going to say that he's better than those guys?
Here's an interesting thought question, though. Who's better, career-wise, Matt Ryan or Eli Manning? Because Eli Manning's, his career legacy is very much tied up in two absolute insane heater playoff runs. Eli Manning turned into the best quarterback in football 2 separate times.
Right, that's
slayed the actual best quarterback 2 separate times. To me, Matt Ryan is a better player than Eli Manning, but, like, Eli's going to go in the Hall of Fame, I would think, before Matt Ryan would get in.
Yeah, the thing with Eli, because I think I would go with him here, if he didn't beat who he beat both times, I really think that impacted his whole career. Like, the fact that he beat Brady and Belichick.
He's a 500 quarterback for his career. He's exactly 500 for his career. Do you know that? He's 117 and 117.
And he never won a playoff game outside of those 2 years.
His last 6 years in the league. No, his last 7 years in the league, he went 11-5 in 2016. They did not have a winning record his last 7 years in the league. 7-9, a pair of 6-10s, 11-5, 3-12, 5-11. Then he went 1-3 his very last year. Dude, he has one of the wildest careers I have ever seen. Sometimes I go and look at the Eli Manning page, and I'm just like, he's way closer to just a guy than he is anything else.
Yeah, now that I have Ryan's numbers pulled up,
I put you in a blender here, man.
I know, it just, like, those 2 Super Bowls for Eli carry so much weight.
No, I know. They should matter.
I know it's easy to say that for, like, anybody. Like, okay, he won 2 Super Bowls. It's who he beat. Like, he was the quarterback that beat a team that was about to go 19-0.
No, I know. And he made all the big plays to do it. And then he straight up balled out in the second one against them.
Yeah,
and whooped their asses. He was ultra clutch.
He beat the greatest quarterback of all time twice in the biggest game.
So Matt Ryan's worst season. Now, I am just using a blunt instrument stat here, passer rating, just for you know what's in giggles, was an 80.9. Okay, that would be better than 6 of Eli Manning's seasons where he actually played at least 7 games.
Yeah, I think I want to go with Matt Ryan.
I think he's better. I think he's better player. Okay, here's a weird quick distinction, really fast. I think we would agree Matt Ryan's a better player. Who had a better NFL career? Because can you say winning 2 Super Bowls and beating the undisputed GOAT means you had this weird paradox? Better career, worse player.
Yes, and then that's Eli.
All right, this was a good one. We went down a rabbit hole. Isn't that the whole point of this? Is that we're never supposed to end where we started? I think that's what we did here. We have coming up, I'm going to give credit to my guy, Ocho Texto, one of our longest tenured listeners of this station. Ocho's been there since pretty much day one. I'm a big Ocho Texto fan. He hit me last night on Twitter. He DM'd me a random question. I'm not going to tell you who inspired it, but he hit me with a question about Pittsburgh sports history that I am very excited to pose. I think this one's going to be fun for you guys to get in on coming up next. We always like reveling in stuff when it goes sideways, right? I think that's what we're going to get to do here. Fan Hotline, by the way, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. A fun question whose inspiration you know what? I'll tell you this much. It's a question inspired, Don, by Ben Cherington. And I'll tell you what that question is coming up next. We also have a chance for you to win 4 tickets to the Pony League World Series at Lou A's Pony Field from August 8th through the 13th. But to do that, coming up next at 412-928-9370, you'll have to win another edition of Pony Trivia. Andrew Filipponi, that is. First, got a quick commercial break, then a long commercial-free segment. It is the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with a top guest and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Ram at Ram of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at ramofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you.
Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant. 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes, or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, a free in-home window and energy assessment. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just